Chapter 1. Legendary Tier Lord Talent. 100% Drop Rate. Welcome to the High Continent. Everyone chosen by the Supreme will carry the fate of the Cerulean planet as lords and participate in the competition for the title of Lord of all races on this continent. Every lord will have a lord's wooden house and a gate of summoning. In addition, some lords will awaken their own lord talents. Attention all lords, please use this as a foundation to develop your territory and participate in the competition for the title of the Lord of all races. You can have everything on the High Continent: treasures, opportunities, wealth, strength, status, anything you want. Fight to your heart's content. All of them can belong to any of you lords. You have awakened your lord talent. The fight for supremacy as the Lord of all races. Zhou roused, stood up and examined his surroundings. An endless yellow desert that stretched beyond the horizon entered his sight. Behind him was a simple wooden house, and beside the wooden house was a white door of light that was more than 3 meters tall. The hot wind blew onto Zhou's face, sending some sand in his face. The fight for supremacy as the Lord of all races. So this should be my territory. It's actually a desert. Even water would be hard to find in this territory, right? Zhou's expression was a little ugly. A desert territory. This was undoubtedly a bad start for a lord who needed resources to develop. At this moment, a golden virtual screen appeared in front of Zhou. Honorable Lord. As a novice lord, you will have 7 days of novice protection. During these 7 days, your territory will be covered with a novice lord protection barrier to protect your territory from the invasion of the other lords and monsters from the outside world. 7 days later, the monsters of the Scarlet Fog will invade your territory as a novice lord test. Please work hard to develop your territory in these 7 days and pass the novice lord test. Otherwise, both you and your territory will be destroyed. Zhou had just finished reading when a squarish white light barrier appeared above him and covered his territory. This shield can only protect me for 7 days. In these 7 days, I must develop to the point where I have the strength to fight against monsters, or I'll die here. His expression was grave. Let's take a look at my development foundation first. Zhou looked at the Lord's wooden house behind him. A golden screen appeared. Building name: the Lord's wooden house. Territory level: Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Building effect: the Lord's residence. At the same time, it is also the place where the territory token is kept. Construction upgrade: 200 units of wood, 200 units of fine sand, 200 units of metal, 200 units of stone, 100 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Core. Territory construction: Lord's wooden house, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Gate of Summoning, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent: 100% Drop Rate, Legendary. 100% drop rate: you can see the drop rate of the enemy's loot. There is a 100% chance of obtaining everything in the loot when looting the corpse. I actually awakened a legendary tier Lord Talent. Isn't this 100% drop rate too ridiculous? Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He was a transmigrator who had lived 2 very ordinary lives without much luck. He did not expect his luck to reverse in this high continent. After calming down, he came to the Gate of Summoning. Zhou looked at the white door of light in front of him, and the golden screen appeared again. Building name: Gate of Summoning. Building effect: every day, 5 natives of the High Continent can be summoned from the Gate of Summoning to become subjects of the Lord. There is a chance you will be able to summon professionals. Construction upgrade: 100 units of wood, 100 units of sand, 100 units of sand metal, 100 units of stone, 50 Black Iron Tier Mist Core. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou immediately said. He did not possess much combat strength himself, so he would have to rely on these subjects to deal with the monsters 7 days later. In the next moment, the Gate of Summoning suddenly blinded him with white rays of light, foreshadowing the arrival of 5 people. Greetings, my lord. The 5 of them immediately knelt down and said respectfully when they came out and saw Zhou. Raise. Zhou said. Thank you, my lord. Zhou took a good look at them after they stood up. 3 of the 5 were men and 2 were women. Amongst them, a man and woman were Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade chefs. They seemed to be husband and wife. The other 2 men were not professionals and looked average. The last woman, however, was an archer. She was the only professional among the 5. She was wearing the standard armor of the army, carrying a standard bow and arrows on her back, and a short sword at her waist. She had a handsome face and sharp eyes. Her attribute panel appeared. Subject, by E. Territory, unnamed. Soldier type, archer. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, stayed with a female hunter when she was young. Joined the army and became an archer when she grew up. She's good at archery. Skills, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Archery, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Trap Arrangement. Loyalty, 72. Potential, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade. Soldier type subject. Jojo nodded. This was true combat power that could deal with the fog monsters and other lords. My name is Jojo. Welcome to my territory. Since you have become my subjects and accepted my protection, you have to listen to my orders and work for me with loyalty. There are monsters surrounding us. You don't want us to have to deal with the monsters outside and deal with internal chaos on top of that, right? Are you willing to fight for our shared survival? We're willing. The 5 of them said hurriedly. Jojo nodded. At this moment. Bang. 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 A series of clashing sounds loomed not far away, accompanied by hissing sounds. Everyone's expression changed. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Jojo quickly calmed down with the knowledge that he had the novice lord protection. He then led the 5 subjects to the source of the sound. A lizard with yellow skin and blood-red eyeballs was constantly hitting the protective barrier from the outside, trying to bash its way in. When it saw Jojo and the others arrive, bloodlust immediately appeared in its eyes as it roared at them. It's the Scarlet Fog Monster. Baiyi's expression became serious. She took out the bow and arrow on her back and prepared to attack at any time. Jojo looked at it. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, Desert Fog Lizard. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, a monster from the Blazing Sun Desert, born in the Scarlet Fog. It is bloodthirsty and likes to kill all living creatures that appear in front of it. Loot drop rate, 2 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 20 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Mist Lizard Meat, drop rate, 20% to 1%, 1 kg Water Bag, drop rate, 3%, 1 Gradeless Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%. Chapter 2. Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificate. Southwest, the place under my feet is called the Blazing Sun Desert. Anne. Is this my legendary tier lord talent? I can actually see the drop rate of all the items. Jojo looked at the loot drop rate at the bottom with an excited expression. Destroy this monster. We have a protective barrier around our territory which this monster can't enter. We can just attack it through the protective barrier without any concerns. He said immediately. When Baiyi and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. Especially Baiyi. She drew her bow and aimed slightly. Then, she shot an arrow directly into the right eye of the Desert Fog Lizard. The Desert Fog Lizard roared in extreme pain. Then, it hit the protective barrier even more crazily, wishing it could eat Jojo and the others inside immediately. Baiyi began to shoot more arrows after seeing this. The other 4 also picked up sand and rocks on the ground and threw them at the monster lizard. The Desert Fog Lizard was pierced through the neck by Baiyi's arrow and died with a scream while trying to escape about 3 to 4 minutes later. A kill notification appeared in front of Jojo. Your subject Baiyi has killed a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard. Promotion Energy +1. Loots are condensed. At the same time, a gentle energy suddenly appeared in Jojo's heart and surged into his limbs and bones, strengthening his physical fitness. He realized that he was a little more energetic than before. Novice Lord notification, your forces will obtain promotion energy when they kill enemies. 90% of this promotion energy will strengthen your forces while the remaining 10% will be returned to you, the Lord himself, strengthening you. Doesn't that mean that we lords can become stronger just by lying down? This is urging us, lords, to constantly conquer new grounds. Jojo thought to himself. My lord, do you want us to carry the corpse of the fog monster back? Baiyi asked respectfully. Jojo nodded. Baiyi first observed the exterior of the protective barrier. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, she immediately called out to the other 4 people and walked out of the protective barrier. Together, they carried the desert fog lizard's corpse back and placed it in front of Zhou. "My lord, please retrieve the loot. Otherwise, the desert fog lizard's corpse will turn into fog again and dissipate in the world after 2 hours. Then, it will respawn after an unknown period of time." Bai Yi reminded him. Zhou was stunned. "Can this happen? Can you also retrieve the loot?" Zhou suddenly asked. "Yes, but my luck has always been average. My best retrieval was obtaining 5 units of flesh and blood in addition to the black iron tier mist cores that would definitely drop. I heard that it can even drop sources of drinking water when I was in the army, but I have never seen it." Bai Yi became less confident as she spoke. Zhou understood what she meant immediately. The drop rate of a 1 kilogram water bag was only 3%, which was indeed relatively low. However, this was different for him. Zhou did not waste any more time and placed his hand on the desert fog lizard's corpse. He would be using this legendary tier talent every day in the future, so there was no point concealing it. He had nothing to hide. A golden notification appeared. "Do you want to retrieve the loot?" "Yes." A text notification appeared the next moment. "Lord Talent hint, loots obtained, 2 units of mist core, black iron tier, 20 units of desert fog lizard flesh, black iron tier elementary grade, 1 kilogram water bag, 1 copy of Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate, gradeless." Whoosh. The corpse of the desert fog lizard instantly turned into countless items scattered on the ground under the dumbfounded gazes of Bai Yi and the others. "There's water and even loot that I've never even heard of. My lord, what sort of luck do you have?" Bai Yi said in shock. Zhou was also extremely surprised. This explosive scene was too spectacular. "Move them all to the entrance of my lord's cabin." Zhou stood up and suppressed his excitement. "Yes." The 5 of them came back to their senses and replied hurriedly before they began moving things. Zhou picked up one of the books with Sword Shield soldiers drawn on the cover and started reading. A text notification appeared. Item name, Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate. Item level, gradeless. Item effect, basic soldier class change tool. After using it, you can become a soldier of basic soldier class, the Sword Shield Soldier. You will also have a set of black iron tier elementary grade equipment, 1 year of Sword Shield Soldier combat experience, and start with the strength of black iron tier elementary grade. Item description, basic military profession change certificate. 1 certificate is enough to allow ordinary people without any strength to step onto the path of extraordinary professionals. Zhou's eyes lit up. Good stuff from a rare loot that could only be dropped with a 0.01% probability. He pondered for a while and decided not to use it on himself. Firstly, he looked down on such basic soldiers. With his legendary tier talent, he would definitely have the chance to change to better occupation classes in the future. Secondly, he did not need to take risks to fight monsters to increase his strength as a lord, which meant that it would be a waste if used on him. "I'll give it to the subjects then," Zhou decided. He called the remaining subjects without profession over and asked if any of them was willing to become a Sword Shield soldier. To his surprise, 2 of them were actually very willing in the face of such a dangerous profession. Zhou handed it to Zhang Tsang, who had the potential of white-silver tier elementary grade. The other person's potential was only green-bronze tier intermediate grade. He could use it the next time the class change certificate dropped. Zhou realized that he had underestimated the desire of the natives of this world to become professionals as he gazed at their excited expressions. Being a professional meant mastering extraordinary power after all. Zhang Tsang used the class change certificate in front of him. A white light exploded from his body. A moment later, Zhang Tsang, who was wearing the standard Sword Shield soldier equipment, appeared in front of Zhou. His gaze was steady and sharp. Obviously, he had benefited a lot from the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate. "My lord, thank you for allowing me to become a professional soldier. I'm willing to do anything for my lord." He knelt on the ground and said fanatically. "Your subject Zhang Tsang's loyalty has increased to 92. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It was almost impossible for anyone to betray him with more than 90 loyalty points. Then, he opened his information. Subject, Zhang Tsang. Territory, unnamed. Soldier type, Sword Shield Soldier. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, use the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate to become a professional. He possesses the basic combat literacy of a sword-shield soldier. Skills: Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Blade and Shield Combination Skill. Loyalty: 92. Potential: White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Chapter 3. World Channel. Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Book. I have 2 professionals under me now. Zhou thought to himself, feeling a sense of security. However, this was naturally far from enough. Zhang Tsang, you will lead the other subjects with Bai Yi to patrol the territory's protective barrier. See if there are any fog monsters around. If there are any, kill them, then bring the body to me. Remember, it's best to kill the monsters through the protective barrier. If you're confident that you won't be injured, you can try to leave the protective barrier and kill the monsters, but don't get too far away. Your own safety comes first. Zhou reminded. These 2 soldiers were his treasures. He did not want anything to happen to them. Yes, my lord. Zhang Tsang said respectfully before he went to look for Bai Yi and the others. At this moment, 4 consecutive notifications suddenly sounded in Zhou's ears. The Lord's personal information has been unlocked. Cerulean Planet Lord's World Channel has been unlocked. Cerulean Planet Lord's Marketplace has been unlocked. Friend list has been unlocked. Zhou was stunned and opened the Lord's personal information. Lord title: None. Strength level: Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Territory name: Unnamed. Territory level: Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Territory area: 400m x 400m x 400m. Lord talent: 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier. Territory building: The Lord's Wooden House, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Gate of Summoning, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Race talent: None. Equipment: None. Skill: None. Mist Core: 2. Origin Crystal: 0. Zhou thought for a moment and named his territory Blazing Sun City and gave himself the title of Lord of the Blazing Sun. The land under his feet was the Blazing Sun Desert after all. He did not want to think of other names. Then, he opened the Cerulean Planet Lord's Marketplace and Friend List. The Cerulean Planet Lord's Marketplace was a place for the lords to trade goods. However, there were not many goods other than some basic materials such as stone, wood, and metal for the time being because it was just opened. His friend list was also empty. Seeing this, Zhou opened the Cerulean Planet Lord World Channel. A text notification appeared in the next moment and a virtual screen with the Cerulean Planet as the background appeared in front of him. A huge number of comments from other lords were refreshing in the channel. Brothers and sisters, have we really transmigrated? We've really transmigrated. It's not a dream. I just slapped the subject I summoned, but this stupid subject retaliated with a big slap. My face still hurts. The loyalty of the subjects that I have just summoned is generally only slightly above the passing mark. It's best not to do anything to lower their loyalty. Haha, what's your lord talent? I've a diamond tier lord talent, Night Hall. My territory comes with a special building. I can send my subjects in after paying a certain price. They will become a special combat profession that masters combat spirit, the Combat Spirit Knights. F***CK. Diamond tier lord talent. I only have a black iron tier lord talent called Subject Recruitment Order, which allows me to summon 3 more subjects from the Gate of Summoning every day. I'm alright. I've a green bronze tier lord talent, Ghostmaster Station. There will be Ghostmaster professionals passing through my territory. I have a certain percentage of chances in recruiting them as my subjects. I have a yellow gold tier lord talent, Falcon Corps. The territory has its own Falcon Barracks. I can recruit a special combat army with Cerulean Planet's technology. The difference in talent between the lords of different levels is so obvious. Boo-hoo, I envy you guys. I didn't even awaken my lord talent. Why can't I awaken my talent like all of you? This is so unfair. The lifespan of the Locust is extremely short. Have you guys gone out to fight the Scarlet Fog monsters? I just asked my subjects to fight an Iron Fang Foghound through the protective barrier. It only dropped 2 units of Mist Core and 1 unit of flesh. There are monsters on your side too. I have them too, and there are 7 or 8 of them. It can drop flesh and blood. Why did mine only drop 2 units of Mist Core? Zhou looked at it for a while and pondered. From the discussion of these lords, high-level lord talents seem to be very rare. About 80% of the lords had black iron, green bronze, and white silver tier talents. The remaining 20% were yellow gold tiers and above. He had yet to see anyone mention a legendary tier lord talent like his. The strength of the monsters outside is really ridiculous. It's so difficult to kill even one through the protective barrier. Moreover, this is only the first day. How difficult will the novice lord test in 7 days be? Hold it right there. I'm starting to panic. Killing monsters can increase the strength of your subjects and yourself. You will probably have to rely on this path if you want to survive the novice lord test in 7 days. It's too inefficient to just rely on the protective barrier to kill monsters. Do you dare to go out if you don't have enough subjects? If I go out, I won't be able to defeat the monsters. If I don't go out, the efficiency of killing the monsters will be low. What a dilemma. Jojo became vigilant as he read on. These lords are right. If the monsters on the first day are already so tough, how strong will the monsters be in 7 days? If I want to safely pass the test in 7 days, I have to work hard to accumulate strength during this period of time. At this moment, not far away, the sounds of battle could be heard. 2 gentle balls of promotion energy appeared in his body out of thin air, making him feel refreshed. After a while, Bai Yi, Zhang Tsang, and the other subjects carried the corpses of the 2 desert fog lizards and walked over excitedly. They then placed the corpses in front of Jojo. I'm here to report, my lord. We just discovered these 2 desert fog lizards and have already dealt with them through the protective barrier. Bai Yi and the other residents looked at Jojo expectantly after saying that. When Jojo saw their gazes, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch a few times. He looked at the corpses of the 2 desert fog lizards. One of the corpses was also a black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards. The loot it could drop was exactly the same as the previous desert fog lizards. As for the other desert fog lizard's corpse, not only was it twice the size of the other desert fog lizard, but its loot seemed much richer than the previous one. Item name, Desert Fog Lizard's Corpse. Item level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, Fog monster killed by the soldiers of Blazing Sun City. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn in the future. Loot drop rate, 4 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 40 units of Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Desert Fog Lizard Meat, drop rate, 20% to 0.5%, 3 kg Water Bag, drop rate, 3%, 1 Gradeless Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0. 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Book, drop rate, 0.1%. Chapter 4. Clearing Monsters. A Massive Harvest. Jojo raised his eyebrows. You can actually kill a Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade monster. He looked at Bai Yi and the others in surprise. This is all thanks to Zhang Tsang. If he hadn't taken the initiative to stand up and attract this desert fog lizard that wanted to escape, we may really have to watch it escape, Bai Yi said. Jojo turned to Zhang Tsang. Yes, my lord. Even though this desert fog lizard is a monster of Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, my soldier characteristics make me good at defense, so I can still withstand 1 or 2 attacks from it. Of course I wouldn't be able to withstand anything excessive. In addition, I know that there's an invincible protective barrier behind me. That's why I dared to walk out of the protective barrier to attract this monster. Zhang Tsang did not take the full credit either. Brave and resourceful. Well done. Jojo praised. He then took the loot from the Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard and placed his hand on the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Lizard. The golden notification appeared again. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. Jojo said. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained the loots, 4 units of Mist Cores, Black Iron Tier, 40 units of Desert Fog Lizard Flesh, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, 3 kilograms Water Bag, 1 copy of the Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificate, Gradeless, 1 copy of the Sword Shield Soldier. Recruitment Book, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Whoosh. The same scene appeared again. The Desert Fog Lizard's corpse exploded, becoming a small mountain of loot. The surrounding people were dumbfounded again. Zhang Tsang, who was seeing this scene for the first time, was also stunned. Jojo took the Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificate and the Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Book. Then, they carried the remaining loots to the entrance of the Lord's wooden house. After that, he asked the couple to roast 20 units of flesh for everyone to eat. The conditions were tough now, so they could only make do with such simple food. Jojo looked at the new loot in his hand when everyone left to patrol the surroundings. He knew what the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate was, so he turned his attention to the Sword Shield Soldier recruitment book instead. Item name, Sword Shield Soldier recruitment book. Item level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Item effect, Basic Soldier Recruitment Book. Throw it into the Gate of Summoning and you'll be able to summon a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sword Shield Soldier with Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade potential as your subject. Item description, one of the sources of the Myriad Realm Lord's forces. Only the lucky among the lords can obtain it. I can actually summon a soldier directly. Jojo's eyes lit up. He immediately brought it to the Gate of Summoning and threw it in. A man wearing standard armor, holding an iron shield in his left hand and a blade in his right, walked out of the Gate of Summoning in no time. Your subject, Huangshe greets, my lord. He bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Jojo nodded. He looked at the other party's stats. He was indeed of Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade potential and his strength was of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Jojo was very satisfied even though this soldier's potential was very low. He only had 2 ranked soldiers after all. At this moment, he looked outside the protective shield with a sudden bold idea. If more Desert Fog Lizards could drop this Sword Shield Soldier recruitment book, wouldn't I have an endless source of Sword Shield soldiers? His heart pounded at that thought. He knew that this idea was unrealistic after he calmed down a moment later. First, the Desert Fog Lizard could not exist indefinitely. This wasn't a game. It would not respawn after killing it. Secondly, the Desert Fog Lizard was definitely not the only fog monster in the vast blazing sun desert. The loot that the other types monsters drop might not necessarily include recruitment books. Jojo called the last subject who did not have a profession over and handed him the class change certificate, allowing him to also change his class to a Sword Shield Soldier. Then, he asked his new soldier and Huangshe to search for Bai Yi and Zhang Tsang to deal with the surrounding fog monsters. Time passed quickly. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jojo kept using the newly obtained Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books to summon new soldiers one after another and ask them to help Bai Yi and the others. The result was 6 new Sword Shield soldiers under his command after 2 hours. There were 5 with Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade potential and 1 with Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade potential among them. That brought his total force of soldiers up to 10. Zhang Yun and the others had killed 18 Desert Fog Lizards in 2 hours and had successfully cleaned up all the Desert Fog Lizards within 100 meters of the protective barrier. The territory was temporarily safe. Bai Yi had successfully broken through to the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade since she killed the most monsters. There were a total of 12 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, 5 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Iron and 1 Elite Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Desert Fog Lizards killed. With the help of his Lord Talent, they dropped 52 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Core, 240 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard Flesh, 200 units of Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Desert Fog Lizard Flesh and 100 units of Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Desert Fog Lizard Flesh. A total of 37 kilograms of water bag, 18 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Class Change Certificates, gradeless, 5 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Book, and 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Book, used. The final loot was a Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade skill, Sand Stealth. Skill name, Sand Stealth. Skill quality, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Skill description, controls the sand under your feet and allows you to quickly burrow into the desert. It can be used to quickly travel, hide, and escape under the desert. This skill book was the loot that the Elite Desert Fog Lizard had dropped. Jojo slapped the skill book with both hands. A text notification appeared. Do you want to learn the skill Sand Stealth? Yes. Jojo said. A text notification appeared the next moment. The skill book in his hand turned into countless golden lights and fused into his glabella. Jojo closed his eyes and reopened them again after some time. He looked at the ground under his feet and had a strange feeling that he could control the sand under his feet. I'm in a desert territory, so this Sand Stealth technique will definitely be very useful to me. Jojo was very satisfied with his first skill. He kept the other loot as backup. I'm here to report, my lord. We've already cleaned up all the desert fog lizards within 100 meters of the protective barrier. We have yet to find other types of fog monsters. Should we explore further to kill monsters further away? Bai Yi asked respectfully. Chapter 5. Racial Skill Book. Racial Talent Sphere. Sure. But don't go too far. If you encounter a powerful monster, don't fight it. Come back immediately. Put your own safety first. Remember to bring water bags and roast meat along as supplies. Jojo thought for only a moment before he agreed. He definitely wouldn't let them leave the protective barrier if it was like the beginning where he only had that few professionals under his command. However, he had 10 soldiers now. Even though there were not many of them, they would not be in much danger as long as they did not encounter any green bronze tier fog monsters. In addition to killing monsters, they and, by extension, him, would become stronger as they fought. Therefore, he dared to let them venture out to hunt fog monsters. A moment later. The 10 soldiers including Bai Yi left the protective barrier with water bags and roasted meat to hunt the monsters outside. The Blazing Sun City was protected with the barrier. As long as Jojo and the others didn't court death and leave the protection area, there was no need to leave any soldiers to protect them. I wonder if Bai Yi and the others will encounter other types of monsters. Maybe I can get other types of soldiers if they do. Jojo pondered. The day passed quickly. During this period of time, the corpses of the desert fog lizards were constantly sent back to the territory by Bai Yi and the others. Jojo would then retrieve the loots. If there was a sword shield soldier recruitment book, Jojo would use it directly and let the new soldiers he summoned join Bai Yi and the others to hunt with them. In addition, Bai Yi and the others were very cautious when hunting and never took risks. Over the course of the day, not only did they not lose anyone, the number of soldiers began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Night fell. Jojo, who was eating roasted meat while surfing the World Channel, suddenly trembled. He felt that his physical fitness and mental strength had increased greatly, so he opened his personal information. His strength had already risen to the Black Iron Tier intermediate grade in the strength level column. I've finally advanced. A grin split open on his face. Right at that moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a lot of scarlet fog in the air outside the protective barrier. The scarlet fog has appeared. He immediately stood up with a serious expression. Lines of blood-red notifications slowly appeared in front of him. Warning. Night is about to fall and the scarlet fog will cover most of the high continent. Countless fog monsters will be born from the scarlet fog. Their strength will increase by 500% and they will start hunting indiscriminately. During this time, only the living things in the Novice Lord's protective barrier will be spared. I suggest that the Lords recall all the people in your territory immediately to avoid unnecessary losses. Bai Yi and the others have to come back quickly. Otherwise, they will be in danger when night falls completely. Jojo looked at the warning with a solemn expression. He opened the World Channel. The Lords were also discussing the scarlet fog. This scarlet fog looks so scary. This place is so good, why does it become a terrifying world when it gets dark? It's so terrifying at night. I don't want to be a lord anymore. I want to return to Cerulean Planet. Jojo took a few glances and was no longer in the mood to read. He, who had been looking forward to his subject's return, finally had his wish come true. However, it was not a mere 10 people who returned but 46 of them. 36 of them were the additional troops that Jojo had continuously recruited with the newly obtained Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books. It was unimaginable for the other lords at this stage to have so many professionals. My lord. We're back. No one died. But 7 of us sustained minor injuries. Bai Yi came to Jojo and reported. Get them to rest. Jojo said. Understood. Bai Yi bowed and then got someone to bring the injured to a place to rest. At the same time, she got some soldiers who knew how to build temporary tents to build some tents for the night. Jojo admired Bai Yi's series of commands. It suddenly hit him that Bai Yi and the others did not return with any desert fog lizard corpses. Jojo did not hide his doubts and asked her about it directly. Yes, my lord. This is related to what I am about to report. After we brought back the desert fog lizard's corpse previously, we originally planned to explore further away. However, we did not expect to encounter 6 people of foreign race on the way. At that time, we had already hunted almost all the surrounding desert fog lizards. I wanted to investigate these foreign races for you, my lord. So we gave up looking for other desert fog lizards temporarily. Bai Yi reported. Foreign races. Zhou heart skipped a beat. Do they belong to another lord? Is it another kind of fog monster? He asked with a last glimmer of hope. It was only his first day of development and the conquest of his territory had just begun. He really did not want to encounter the other myriad realm lords at this time. He might be able to loot hundreds or thousands of professionals given enough time. That would be the time when he had the confidence to face the other lords. Their eyes aren't scarlet. I don't think they're monsters born from the scarlet fog. Also, they were fighting 4 desert fog lizards when we found them and they had casualties. The other party seems to have discovered us in the end. They stopped fighting immediately, leaving behind the corpses of their companions before leaving. After Bai Yi finished speaking, she waved her right hand. 2 sword shield soldiers carried a unique-looking corpse over and placed it in front of Zhou. This corpse was completely silver-white and was about 1.2 meters tall. It had slender limbs, but its head was humongous. 2 pitch-black eyes stared blankly at the sky, as if reflecting its tragic death. The fatal injury was a bite mark that ripped a hole in its neck. Zhou looked at the corpse and raised his eyebrows. Why did this corpse look so much like the classic alien in movies? He looked at its information on the interface. Item name, Logger's Corpse. Item level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loot. Item description, a subject under the command of Lord Potts. It failed to control the desert fog lizard and was bitten to death by the enraged lizard. Loot, 2 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 racial enhancement skill book, mental manipulation, drop rate, 0.01%, 1 white platinum tier advanced grade racial talent sphere, drop rate, 0.0001%. Chapter 6. Mental manipulation. Elementary grade mental potential. Zhou's heart sank. It was really from another myriad realm lord. However, he felt slightly relieved when he looked at his soldiers. Fortunately, his forces were not weak either. Zhou thought for a while and looked at Bai Yi. What do you think of their combat ability? He asked. I feel that the close combat ability of the people of this foreign race is very ordinary. They seem to be controlling the desert fog lizards to deal with other desert fog lizards from afar. This method is strange, but we have a huge numerical advantage. I feel that we have a high chance of winning against them. Bai Yi immediately understood her lord's thoughts and replied without hesitation. Zhou nodded, feeling a little more confident. I can't underestimate myself. I have 46 combatants. He reminded himself. He felt that his combat strength was definitely one of the best among all the Cerulean planet lords. The other party might be an unfamiliar foreign race, but they seem to be physically weak and have considerable limitations on their mental abilities. It shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with these foreign races. Get ready. Tomorrow, we'll search for the territory of this foreign race. Then find an opportunity to lure them out and destroy them. There's more. In a moment, the scarlet fog will descend completely. More fog monsters will appear from the scarlet fog. You guys stay in the protective barrier and take turns killing them. Leave the corpses for me to deal with. Zhou said. How could he let someone else snore beside him on the couch? This battle was destined to happen since they were in neighboring territory. He chose to strike first. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi left with the other 45 sword shield soldiers. Zhou placed his hand on the corpse. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. Zhou said. Lord Talent notification, you have obtained the following loots, 2 units of Mist Core, Black Iron Tier, 1 racial enhancement skill book, mental manipulation, enhanceable, and a racial talent sphere, white platinum tier advanced grade. Zhou returned to the Lord's wooden house with these loots. A white rectangular stone tablet with the word territory written on it appeared in his wooden house, showing a stark contrast to his simple furnishing. Name, Territory Stone Tablet. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Durability, 1000/1000. Introduction, the base of the Lord with a territory token stored inside. If any living being other than the Lord captures the territory token, the territory will be considered to be destroyed. The owner of the token will automatically lose his status as the Lord. Current Lord, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Jojo had already seen it before, so he took one look before turning his attention to the loots he had just obtained. Firstly, it was the racial skill book that had a 0.01% chance of dropping. Race skill name, Mental Manipulation. Skill quality, Enhanceable. Skill description, power to invade the consciousness of other living beings and enslave the other party for a short period of time. The level and duration of enslavement depends on the user's mental power. This should be the method those foreign races use to control the desert fog lizards. Jojo guessed in his heart. He chose to learn it directly. After mastering it, he realized that there was a hidden power between his glabella. He could not feel it in the past. Now, not only could he feel it, but he could also control it to enslave others. So this is what it means to be enhanceable. I can only control creatures of the same tier as me. If my mental strength is at the black iron tier, I can control creatures of the black iron tier. If my mental strength is higher, I'll be able to control creatures of the same tier. That's why it doesn't have a fixed rating. Jojo came to a realization. Then, he looked at the loot that had a 0.0001% chance of dropping. A white platinum tier advanced grade racial talent sphere. Treasure name, racial talent sphere, elementary grade mental potential. Treasure grade, white platinum tier advanced grade. Treasure effect, after using it, you can greatly increase your current mental strength and obtain elementary grade mental potential talent. This talent can allow your mental potential to far exceed ordinary living beings. Every time you make a breakthrough in mental strength, you can always obtain a higher upper limit of mental strength. Treasure description, the Korora race's racial talent. You will possess the racial talent of the race after using it. Remarks, this talent breakthrough will last until you break through to the white platinum tier advanced grade. Jojo gasped. He roughly knew how precious treasures at the white platinum tier advanced grade were. According to the facts he learned from the chef couple, most of the human potential in the high continent was at the black iron, green bronze, and white silver tiers. Yellow gold tier humans could already be considered top talents. A white platinum tier human could basically be said to be at the pinnacle of the human race. Which meant this white platinum tier advanced grade racial talent sphere alone could create a top talent of the human race. No wonder my Lord talent is defined as legendary tier. The range of items that can be dropped is too wide. Even racial talents could be dropped. Does that mean if I kill more foreign creatures and absorb their racial talents, I can completely make myself into a terrifying existence that combines the talents of all races in the myriad worlds? I might even be able to build a terrifying army. The more Jojo thought about it, the more he felt that his Lord's talent was too strong. He even felt that his talent could be considered a mythical tier talent. He did not understand why it was only at legendary tier. After a while, he came back to his senses and used this racial talent sphere without hesitation. Jojo felt the spiritual power between his glabella begin to increase at an astonishing speed. This surge in mental strength slowly stopped and finally stabilized only after some time. He opened his personal information and looked at his race talent column. The information in this column has changed. Race talent, elementary grade mental potential, white platinum tier advanced grade. Jojo closed the Lord's personal information in satisfaction. After that, he did not immediately try to use his enhanced mental power. Instead, he sorted out the remaining gains. He quickly tidied up the rest of the kills. Bai Yi and the others had killed an additional 78 desert fog lizards today other than the desert fog lizards they had killed previously. Among them, there were 42 black iron tier elementary grade, 35 black iron tier intermediate grade, and 1 black iron tier advanced grade. A total of 35 black iron tier intermediate grade sword shield soldier recruitment books and 1 black iron tier advanced grade sword shield soldier recruitment book. These had become the 36 sword shield soldiers following behind Bai Yi. There were also 78 class change certificates for sword shield soldiers. They were temporarily useless since there were no subjects without a profession. Lastly, there were 232 units of black iron tier mist core, 2,340 units of desert fog lizard flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, 147 kilograms of water bags, and a black iron tier advanced grade skill book, desert stealth. I can try to upgrade my territory now. Jojo looked at these resources and thought to himself. Chapter 7. Most viewed post. 20,000 units of basic materials. Zhou opened the Cerulean Planet Lord World Channel first. The World Channel was as lively as ever. A large number of Lord's comments had been posted. What the hell is the drop rate of this fog monster? Is it so difficult for me to get a piece of meat to eat? A Lord good in statistics has analyzed that the probability of monsters dropping flesh and blood after being killed is about 20 to 30%. In other words, a unit of flesh and blood would be dropped after killing 5 monsters on average. We can still eat meat if we work hard. This probability makes me vomit. It's not easy to kill these fog monsters. I miss games on Cerulean Planet where 1 slash is 999 points off the enemy and equipment drops randomly. Big shots, please give me some meat. If that's not possible, some wild fruits and vegetables would also be good. My subjects will eat me if I don't have some food soon. Gosh, I suddenly remembered the strange way my 5 starving subjects looked at me just now. F***ck, brother, run. It's fine if you don't be a lord. Staying alive is the most important thing. Don't become someone else's meal. Brothers, can you give me something to eat? This little sister here will send you a good photo. I don't believe you unless you let me see it first. Zhou was stunned. He opened the Cerulean Planet Lord's marketplace. Indeed, there were very few food items on sale. Even if someone sold food, it would be instantly bought by another lord. Currently, more than 80% of the transactions in the marketplace were basic materials like wood, metal, stone, and fine sand. Most of the items they wanted to buy were also food. Meat was naturally the best, but wild fruits and vegetables were fine too. Zhou's expression was strange. Due to the 100% drop rate, nearly 3,000 units of the desert fog lizard's flesh had dropped. Therefore, he never worried about food. He was even worried about them going bad if he were to leave it for too long. He did not expect the other lords to be so miserable because they were lacking food. He suddenly had a bold idea thinking of this. He applied to initiate a deal and then began to set up the content. A moment later, the setup was completed. Trade name, deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Trade goods, 1,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat. Trade requirement, for every unit of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat, trade 20 units of basic materials. Each lord can trade up to 10 units of desert fog lizard flesh. Remarks, you can message me privately for a private transaction if you have a special treasure. Current trading view ranking, 4,212,124,514. It's the early stages of the Lord's development. That's why meat is so valuable and the price of basic materials are so low. This would no longer be the case when the Lords develop in the future and it becomes easy to obtain food. I can use this opportunity to sell a large amount of meat at a high price and obtain a large number of basic materials. It can also increase the level of my building. The more Zhou thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. As for why each lord could only buy 10 units of flesh from him, it was one of his schemes. He did not want the goods he sold to become fuel for growth for other lords and then need to deal with them in the future. However, if he could trade at most 10 units of meat with one party, he would not have to worry too much about them becoming overpowered all of a sudden. In addition, logically speaking, he did not need to buy sand since he was in a desert territory. However, the sand in the desert was not suitable as building materials, so he still had to procure it. At the same time, Zhou's deal had already been discovered by the other lords in the marketplace. It was getting more popular by the second. This caused Zhou's deal viewership ranking to soar at an astonishing speed. Current trading view ranking, 3,554,629,999. Current trading view ranking, 1,126,545,444. Current trading view ranking, 18,556,663th. Current trading view ranking, first. Zhou's deal had already appeared in the highest and most eye-catching position. The World Channel was also discussing Zhou's deal enthusiastically. F***ck. A lord is selling 1,000 units of meat. I'm dumbfounded. Who is this big boss Blazing Sun Desert? Where did he get 1,000 units of desert fog lizard meat? According to the statistics lord, this big shot should have killed at least 5,000 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards to be able to obtain so much ranked meat. Ridiculous. What's this big brother's lord talent? Could he have a dragon army? Or a divine army? The desert fog lizard is so cute. Alright, I won't pretend anymore. I just bought 2 units and am preparing to braise them. I heard that not only does ranked flesh taste good, it can also strengthen one's physique. Isn't this price too ridiculous? 1 unit of meat costs 20 units of basic materials. The highest market price is only 1 for 10 units. As a former businessman, I can understand, but my limited resources make me reprimand such behavior. Profiteer. The meat on the cerulean planet is only used to fill one's stomach. At this stage, not only can it fill one's stomach, it can also improve one's physical fitness. Does anyone really think that this meat is not worth its price? A territory, in a certain wilderness area, stood a Western-style building that looked luxurious and dignified other than the standard lord's wooden house and the summoning gate. At this moment, a young man in knight armor holding a knight's spear but wearing modern gold-rimmed glasses stopped in front of the building frowning as he watched the commotion with Zhou's deal. 1,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade meat. It's impossible to obtain so much monster meat in a day even if I turn all 5 of my subjects into combat spirit knights. How did he do it? Could it be that he has a large-scale lethal weapon? He was puzzled. This person's name was Zhang Ji, the owner of Night Hall, the Diamond Tier Lord Talent. He was a top student who studied abroad when he was on the cerulean planet. He, who yearned for the prosperity of a foreign country, had originally planned to give up on returning to China to stay overseas. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he came to the high continent with billions of earthlings and became a lord? He was immediately overjoyed after discovering that his lord's talent was quite good and felt that he could actually do something here. Until he saw a lord whom he suspected to be stronger than him. This made him very unhappy. It's just a moment of glory. One day, I will lead my army of knights to suppress your territory and find out your secret. Zhang Ji's expression turned cold. The Blazing Sun City, in the Lord's wooden house. Zhou had been watching the marketplace and the World Channel. Therefore, he had also seen the discussion between the lords. He would watch with a natural expression for normal discussions and ignore personal attacks. At that moment, a golden notification appeared. Your private message box is full. Please clear it in time. Current number of private messages, 100 million. Your friend request is full. Please clear it in time. Current number of friend requests, 100 million. 100 million. Zhou's scalp went numb. He opened his friend list and closed all the friend request functions without even looking at the request. Then, he filtered through the system and eliminated most of the worthless harassment private messages, leaving only a few hundred private messages that wanted to make a real deal. The notifications finally quietened down. He heaved a sigh of relief and slowly read the private messages. 2 minutes later, Zhou looked at his trading platform again and realized that the 1,000 units of flesh had been sold out, allowing him to obtain a large amount of resources. The concrete results are as follows. 4,800 units of wood, 7,000 units of fine sand, 3,400 units of metal, 6,800 units of stones. 20,000 units of basic materials. At this time, the basic materials are really easy to obtain. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Then, he ignored the rest of the private messages and walked out of the Lord's wooden house. He looked up at the building in front of him. With a thought, a line of text appeared. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's wooden house? Yes. Zhou said. A text notification appeared the next moment. The upgrade has begun. Chapter 8. Upgraded building. 212 sword shield soldiers. A golden light covered the entire Lord's wooden house momentarily before dissipating again. Zhou looked at it. It looked much better than before even though it was still a wooden house. A series of text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's wooden house has been upgraded to a black iron tier intermediate grade building. There is an additional living room. Your territory has been upgraded to black iron tier intermediate grade territory. Territory token durability increased to 5,000/5,000. The area of your territory has expanded to 1,000 m times 1,000 m times 1,000 m. All fog monsters within your territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Residential Buildings Blueprint, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. A ball of golden light appeared in front of Zhou. After the light dissipated, a blueprint appeared and landed in his hand. Construction blueprint name, residential buildings. Blueprint grade, black iron tier elementary garden. Blueprint effect, basic construction blueprint. An architect can master the construction method of a black iron tier elementary grade residential building after learning it. He will be able to build suitable residential buildings. Construction materials, 100 units of wood, 50 units of fine sand, 50 units of metal, 50 units of stone. Learning requirement, only architects can learn it. When Jojo saw the final learning requirement, he put it away regretfully. There was no architect in his territory yet, so even though this blueprint was very practical, he could not use it yet. Jojo looked at the white light barrier above his head. Its coverage had also expanded many times. Jojo nodded in satisfaction. The scope of their safety has expanded a little. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements for the next level. Construction upgrade, 500 units of wood, 500 units of fine sand, 500 units of metal, 500 units of stone, 500 pieces of black iron tier mist core, 1 black iron tier territory token. Jojo frowned slightly. He had enough basic materials, but he only had 196 black iron tier mist core left. He was still 304 units away from the 500 units required. As for black iron territory tokens, they could only be obtained by conquering the territories of other lords. He naturally did not have any on hand. He shook his head and went to the Gate of Summoning to upgrade it. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a black iron tier intermediate grade building. You can summon 3 additional subjects every day. You are guaranteed a professional every day through your summoning quota. The upgrade did not make many changes to the Gate of Summoning. It only lit up slightly before calming down. However, Jojo was very satisfied with its upgrade. This improvement is not bad. I can summon 8 subjects a day and there will definitely be 1 professional. Let's hope I get an architect tomorrow, otherwise, my soldiers will have to continue living in makeshift tents. He muttered to himself in anticipation. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the Gate of Summoning to be upgraded to the black iron tier advanced grade. Construction upgrade, 300 units of wood, 300 units of sand, 300 units of metal, 300 units of stone, 300 units of black iron tier mist core, territory level upgraded to black iron tier advanced grade. It has become so much harder to upgrade the Lord's wooden house and the Gate of Summoning. Jojo was deep in thought. Roar. Bang. Hiss hiss. Familiar sounds of the desert fog lizards. Jojo walked towards the sounds and arrived at the source in no time. A total of 8 desert fog lizards were hitting the novice lord protection barrier in the scarlet fog as if their lives depended on it. They were totally different from the daytime. Not only were these desert fog lizards' eyes filled with scarlet fog, their bodies were also wrapped in it. Moreover, their bodies had grown larger under the stimulation of the scarlet fog. This made them look like monsters that had crawled out of hell. Jojo glanced at these monsters, 7 black iron tier elementary grade and 1 black iron tier intermediate grade. Moreover, the drop rate of the loots did not change. No wonder the Supreme will reminded us not to leave the novice lord's protective barrier at night. The combat strength of these monsters has increased with the scarlet fog, but the drop rate hasn't increased at all. For most lord players, fighting them now would be completely strenuous and unrewarding. However, it's different for me. It's a time where I can obtain a large number of loots. Greetings, my lord. Bai Yi and the other 46 soldiers who were confronting the 8 desert fog lizards within the protective barrier saluted Jojo immediately. Don't worry about me. Continue with what you are doing. He suddenly saw that there were only 3 arrows left on Bai Yi's back, and it was obvious that they had been used many times. Jojo thought for a moment and opened the Cerulean Planet Lord's marketplace to search for arrows. He made a selection and bought 100 arrows made of iron ore with 5 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat. These arrows looked very standard and were very new. They should have been created not long ago by a lord with a professional. These are for you. Jojo handed the arrows to Bai Yi. Thank you, my lord. I was just running out of them. Bai Yi's eyes lit up and took them immediately. She was smart enough not to ask further. After that, Bai Yi led everyone to fight the 8 desert fog lizards. The sword shield soldier fought fiercely with the desert fog lizards with their swords in front of the protective barrier. Bai Yi took advantage of the opportunity of being behind the barrier and fired a series of fatal arrows. Casualties started appearing among the desert fog lizards. Zhou looked at it for a long time before his gaze finally landed on the black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizard. It was the strongest among the 8 monsters. Zhou willed his thoughts. A text notification appeared the next moment. The spiritual power between his glabella immediately shot out and instantly entered the brain of the desert fog lizard. Mental manipulation. The desert fog lizard froze instantly on the spot. A moment later, it growled and turned to attack the other desert fog lizards. This scene instantly stunned both sides who were fighting. Don't hurt this desert fog lizard fighting the rest of the lizards. It's my thug now. Zhou's voice came from behind Bai Yi and the others. Bai Yi and the others looked at each other in shock. Then, they became even more excited. Kill. Their morale grew even higher, and they swung their swords even more vigorously. Zhou realized that he still had capacity for his mental strength. Hence, his gaze landed on an elementary-grade desert fog lizard. He activated his mental manipulation again. This desert fog lizard had also become his subordinate. Then, it immediately joined the team attacking the remaining desert fog lizards. Controlling a black iron tier intermediate grade and a black iron tier elementary grade monster simultaneously seems to be my current limits. I'm afraid my mental strength will be immediately sucked dry if I control another black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard. I'll probably faint. Zhou rubbed his slightly painful temples and pondered. A moment later, the remaining 6 desert fog lizards were all killed under the joint attack of the inside and outside. My lord. Bai Yi and the others carried the corpses of the 6 desert fog lizards over and placed them in front of Zhou. Bai Yi looked at him with reverence and fanaticism. She was clearly shocked by Zhou's methods just now. Zhou noted the notification that her loyalty had increased before calmly began to retrieve the loot. The cycle repeated again with their search for other desert fog lizards to fight. The night passed in the blink of an eye. As the first ray of sunlight appeared, the scarlet fog dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most of the monsters born in the fog also disappeared with the fog. Only a portion of the fog monsters remained permanently on the high continent. The fog has finally dissipated. Zhou stretched lazily. At this moment, Bai Yi brought all the soldiers over quickly and came in front of him. My lord. All the desert fog lizards around the territory have been eliminated. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou nodded. He looked at the army behind Bai Yi and smiled. A total of 212 sword shield soldiers stood solemnly behind her. Bai Yi had broken through to the black iron tier advanced grade. In addition, Zhang Tsang and the others had broken through to the black iron tier intermediate grade. This was the result of their night of battle. Everyone, go eat and rest for 6 hours. Gather here again after that. Then you will follow my lead in invading the territory of the Lord of the Foreign Race. He said solemnly. Yeah. Everyone roared with gusto, their voices shaking the world. Chapter 9. 60,000 units of basic materials. Yellow gold tier potential subject. After Zhou finished speaking, the soldiers went to eat together. Qin Guang and his wife, the only couple in the territory, quickly brought over the roasted meat and water that they had prepared beforehand and distributed them to the soldiers. I didn't expect our lord to have so many soldiers overnight. I'm just a little tired from roasting meat. Madame Qin Guang could not help but laugh when she saw the soldiers eating happily. I'd sooner die in the territory than to die in the war outside. Moreover, our lord is so good. He shared the rare monster meat with us without reservations. Qin Guang looked at these soldiers with a smile on his face. The lord and the soldiers in front of them were undoubtedly the guardians of peace and security on the high continent that was filled with war. I'll deliver the lord his food. Qin Guang brought a large plate of roasted meat to Zhou. My lord. You've been busy all night. It's time to eat something. This is roasted meat made from the flesh of the elite desert fog lizard. I've also added some special seasonings. I guarantee that it retains its promotion energy and tastes good at the same time. Qin Guang handed over the meat with both hands and said respectfully and gratefully. Zhou was checking the gains from the night's battle when Qin Guang came over. He picked up a piece of roasted meat and ate it in a few bites. This roasted meat made from the flesh of the elite desert fog lizard elite was quickly turned into wisps of promotion energy after he ate it. They fused into various parts of his body and strengthened his physical fitness. The promotion energy obtained from consuming the meat was a lot lesser than from killing monsters. What a pity. Fortunately, it could be eaten and accumulated slowly. If taken over a long period of time, it could also have the effect of water drops penetrating through stone. He immediately decided that from this day forth, all of them would eat food made from advanced grade ranked meat every day. In any case, there was so much meat that he could not finish it all. This is delicious. You guys must be tired after working all night. Go and rest when you've completed your work. Jojo said to Qin Guang. My lord, you're too kind. It's not hard on us. It's harder on the lord and the various professionals. Qin Guang was flattered. Jojo smiled and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Qin Guang took the initiative to leave. Jojo continued to organize his gains from last night as he ate the roasted meat. A moment later, the organization was complete. Last night, they had killed a total of 537 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, 159 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, and 7 Elite Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Desert Fog Lizards. He obtained a total of 1,716 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 17,800 units of flesh, Black Iron Tier Elementary, Intermediate, and Advanced Grade, 1,084 kilograms of water bags, 710 Gradeless Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 166 Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Books which have become 166 Sword Shield Soldiers and 7 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sand Stealth Technique. I'm about to break through to Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Jojo sensed the accumulation of energy in his body. He realized that even though the Lord could use his forces to kill monsters to level up, the amount of promotion energy required for a Lord seemed to be exceptionally high. This was why everyone had advanced after killing more than 600 desert fog lizards in one night. Everyone but him. He opened the world channel. This place was still extremely lively even though it was morning. A large number of lords were communicating here. Good morning, everyone. Don't mention it. The fog monsters outside screamed all night. I didn't sleep well. It's really scary at night. Last night, I boldly went to the protective barrier and found hundreds of monsters surrounding it. I saw it too. No wonder the Supreme will told us not to go out at night. Who would dare to go out? Go out. The Supreme will really thinks highly of me. I only have 2 professionals in my hands now. How can I fight in the Novice Lord test 6 days later? At least you have 2. I only have 1 spearman. Hee, I summoned 3 sword shield soldiers from the Gate of Summoning. Luck is exchanged for lifespan. I'm so hungry. Is the big shot still selling food? So what if he's selling it? They belong to the people with the fastest hand speed. I better get some basic materials. Jojo thought of the nearly 20,000 units of meat in his hands. He opened the marketplace and set up another deal for 3,000 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard meat. He felt that it was better not to release too much meat at once, so he did not sell everything he had. Releasing them slowly would also avoid attracting the attention of too many lords. Even so, the deal became the most viewed deal in the marketplace again. At the same time, the lords in the World Channel were once again discussing the mysterious Lord of the Blazing Sun. Taking advantage of this moment, Jojo looked at the private messages that he had not finished reading yesterday. He was a little disappointed after reading everything. Even though these private messages all desired to trade, they were all lords who wanted him to lower the price of his meat. He didn't reply to any of them and directly deleted their messages. In the current market, meat could be said to be in short supply. Only a fool would lower the price. 3,000 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard meat were sold a mere 10 minutes later. Jojo looked at the results of the deals. Results: 12,500 units of wood, 20,500 units of fine sand, 13,620 units of metal, 13,380 units of stone. Another 60,000 units of basic materials. Jojo was in a good mood. He closed the marketplace interface and went to the Gate of Summoning. It was the second day. He could summon new subjects. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Jojo said. A text notification appeared the next moment. The Gate of Summoning lit up with white light, and 8 people walked out. Greetings, my lord. The 8 of them said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou smiled. Then, he opened their personal information. There were 5 men and 3 women. 6 of them were ordinary people without professions. The remaining 2 people were a man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man with a yellowish face. He was a black Iron Tier intermediate-grade spearman wearing military armor and had a strong body. He held a standard spear that was more than 2 meters long. Subject, Lu Chong. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, spearman. Strength level, black Iron Tier intermediate grade. Ability overview, originally a farmer, he was forcibly recruited into the kingdom's army and became a spearman. From then on, he had the desire to make contributions. Skills, black Iron Tier advanced grade formation spear technique, black Iron Tier advanced grade close combat technique. Loyalty, 80. Potential, white silver tier elementary grade. The woman's face was delicate and was very pretty. She was a black Iron Tier advanced grade tailor. Subject, Bao Xiu'er. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, tailor. Profession class, black Iron Tier advanced grade. Ability overview, from a young age, she had a hobby of mending old clothes. When she grew up, she became an apprentice of a yellow gold tier intermediate grade tailor. Later, she was forced to separate from her master because her hometown was captured by the enemy army. Skills, tailoring technique, repairing technique, black Iron Tier advanced grade, tailoring technique, protective leather clothing manufacturing, black Iron Tier advanced grade, tailoring technique, tiger tattooed hat manufacturing, black Iron Tier advanced grade, tailoring technique, Shuo. Feng Lu tailoring technique, white platinum tier advanced grade, incomplete. Loyalty, 77. Potential, yellow gold tier elementary grade. Chapter 10. Killing Lord Pots. Green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere. Zhou's eyes lit up. These 2 professionals were good. Lu Chong was the first spearman profession in his territory. Bao Xiu'er was not only a black Iron Tier advanced grade tailor, her potential reached yellow gold tier elementary grade. Even though this level of potential was incomparable to a top white platinum tier genius of the human race, this was fine too. She was the person with the highest aptitude in his territory, if he were to exclude himself. The only pity was that he did not summon an architect, but it was fine. The makeshift tents were still usable. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the woman was staring at his clothes. Bao Xiu'er, stare. Zhou subconsciously glanced at his clothes. It wasn't dirty, just a little tattered. Some small tears here and there were normal after fighting so many monsters. My lord. Can I help you mend your clothes? Bao Xiu'er could not help but ask. Zhou, no need, it's just a little torn. Bao Xiu'er, stare. Zhou. Here. Zhou took off his shirt and handed it to her. Bao Xiu'er happily took the clothes and stared at Zhou's abs boldly. Then, she walked to a rock that she could sit on and took out a sewing kit from her waist. She began to sew seriously. Zhou ignored her. He first asked Lu Chong to find Bai Yi and be under her command, then he changed the remaining 4 men to sword-shield soldiers. As for the remaining 2 female subjects, Zhou asked them to help Qin Guang and his wife. With more than 200 subjects in his territory, it was already a little difficult for Qin Guang and his wife to provide food for all the subjects. The 2 of them could use some help from the 2 new female subjects. After that, he returned to the Lord's wooden house to rest. He felt a little tired after working hard for a day and night even though he was already at the black Iron Tier intermediate grade. Zhou woke up naturally in the Lord's wooden house 3 hours later. It seems that my physical fitness and mental state are indeed different from when I was an ordinary person. I've only slept for a little more than 3 hours, but I feel like I've slept for 8 hours. He felt extremely energetic and his mind crystal clear. He did not feel like he hadn't had enough sleep. Zhou stopped thinking about it, stood up and walked out of the Lord's wooden house. He saw a large number of soldiers gathered outside. They were all rested and were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. They stood up and looked at Zhou respectfully when he emerged. Bai Yi was wiping her bow and arrow alone. She immediately walked over when she saw Zhou. My lord. She said respectfully. How was your rest? Did anything happen? Zhou asked. My lord, we are well rested and are ready to fight at any time. As for happenings, it's not a big deal. The new tailor. For some reason, she's been staring at the soldiers' standard equipment. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment before saying. Zhou looked at the soldiers who fought the desert fog lizard and fell into deep thought. Don't worry about her. She doesn't mean any harm. Also, since we're all rested, let's organize the teams immediately. Prepare to leave the territory and fight the foreign race lord. Zhou said in a deep voice. My lord, are you going too? Actually, there aren't many of them. Just leave them to us. Bai Yi hesitated. I have to go. Zhou shook his head. Of course, he knew that staying in the territory was the safest, but he had a reason to go. Moreover, with more than 200 soldiers protecting him and having understood the other party's racial ability, the chances of him being in danger during this expedition were not high. Roger. Bai Yi stopped persuading him, believing that the lord had his own considerations. After that, Bao Xiu'er sent over the repaired clothes and handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Zhou. My lord. These 2 pieces of equipment are for you. They're my previous works and a token of my appreciation. May my lord return victorious. Bao Xiu'er gave her blessings. Thank you. Zhou received the equipment in surprise. It was a blue leather jacket and a blue tiger-striped hat. He looked at them and then raised his eyebrows. Equipment name, protective leather. Equipment grade, black iron tier advanced grade. Equipment effect, hardiness, reduces physical damage by 30% from black iron tier weapons. Black iron tier weapons cannot pierce the wearer's body. Introduction, wear this leather jacket and your skin will become very thick. Equipment name, tiger striped hat. Equipment grade, black iron tier advanced grade. Equipment effect, tiger protection, reduces 30% black iron tier spiritual damage and soul damage. When encountering black iron tier mind control and other abilities, there is a 30% chance of being immune to the corresponding control effect. Introduction, a defensive equipment made from the skin of the phantom fog tiger. It is extremely effective against spiritual and soul type abilities. The effects of these 2 pieces of equipment are quite practical. Zhou was a little surprised. Then, without saying anything else, he led everyone and the 2 desert fog lizards he controlled out of the blazing sun city. More than an hour later, everyone finally found the territory of Lord Potts. The Lord's wooden house and the gate of summoning were clearly visible in the squarish novice Lord protection barrier. There was also a special building that looked like a workshop beside the Lord's wooden house. Someone of Karora race was sitting in front of the building, sunbathing on a chair with 2 black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizards beside it. There seems to be only one. Kararin. The other clansmen are most likely out hunting. So this should be the Lord Potts that the Lord mentioned. This territory would be no different from being destroyed if we can lure it out of the novice Lord's protective barrier and kill it. But the question is, how do I lure it out and kill it? Bai Yi lay beside Zhou behind a sand dune and analyzed. She frowned slightly, unable to think of a solution. I have an idea. Zhou said before whispering something into Bai Yi's ears. I think the Lord's method has a high chance of success. Bai Yi's face was a little red, but her eyes still lit up. No wonder the Lord insisted on coming, only he could carry this plan out. Let's give it a try then. Zhou nodded. Within Potts City, Lord Potts was enjoying the sunlight. As a Kararin, it did not need to eat. They only needed enough sunlight to satisfy the energy needs of their daily movements and physical growth. When I summon more clansmen and control more desert fog lizards, I'll find that foreign race's territory immediately. The great legend of Lord Potts shall begin by flattening the first foreign race lord. Potts thought about the foreign races he had encountered yesterday, and his heart burned with ambition. Bang. Bang. Roar. Potts stood up and looked at the source of the sound. An injured desert fog lizard that seemed to have experienced hundreds of battles was constantly hitting the protective barrier of his territory. Hasn't the desert fog lizards nearby been cleaned up? Is this one new? Potts froze. Then, he could not help but smile when he saw how injured it was. What a stupid fog monster. How dare you come to my territory with such injuries? My analysis was right. This fog monster doesn't have much intelligence. He ordered the 2 desert fog lizards he had enslaved to go to the front of the protective barrier. It's a black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizard. TSK TSK. A mist core that delivered itself to my door. It sighed. Then, it got the 2 desert fog lizards to leave the protective barrier and kill this injured compatriot. The 3 desert fog lizards quickly started fighting. Then, Potts saw the injured desert fog lizard suddenly turn around and escape into the distance. Give chase. Potts had seen this many times yesterday, so it ordered without hesitation. The 2 desert fog lizards gave chase. Potts had to walk out of the protective barrier too, as it had to maintain a certain proximity to control the desert fog lizards. It was not worried that it would be in danger since the surrounding fog monsters had long been cleared by its subjects. At this moment, a rustling sound, like gravel colliding, rang behind it. An incomparably strong sense of danger suddenly appeared in Potts' mind. As soon as it turned around, it saw 4 subjects of foreign races holding swords and shields rushing over from behind. It screamed. A text notification appeared the next moment. Countless blades slashed down and Lord Potts died on the spot. It stared at the sky with wide eyes, as if it did not expect its life to end so quickly. Zhang Tsang boldly walked forward and stabbed it twice more. Then, he said respectfully, "My lord. The foreign race lord has been killed." 3 to 4 seconds later, the gravel automatically caved in and split apart beside Lord Potts' body. A figure surrounded by gravel slowly floated up from the ground. It was none other than Zhou Zhou. He looked at the other party's corpse, and information about the other party's corpse appeared in his eyes. Item name, Corpse of Lord Potts. Item level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loot. Item description, a Korora race lord who was quite accomplished in spiritual cultivation. It was plotted against and killed by the Cerulean planet human lord. Loot, 4 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 bottle of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Health Potion, drop rate, 100%, 1 bottle of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Energy Potion, drop rate, 100%, 1 Racial Growth Skill Book, Mental Manipulation, drop rate, 0. 1%, 1 Racial Growth Skill Book, Mental Perception, drop rate, 0.001%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%. A person from the Korora race. Chapter 11. Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Channel announcement. Zhou Zhou looked at the corpse under his feet and could not help but sigh. It all went too smoothly. He had won his first battle against a foreign race lord just like that. It was so ridiculous that it was like a fantasy. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was understandable. Lord Potts would never have thought that other lords could master their racial skills, and used it to control an injured desert fog lizard to lure it out of the novice lord protection barrier. This was a Black Iron Tier Mist Core that sent itself to his doorstep. Even Zhou Zhou, who thought himself timid, would have been tempted, let alone Potts. In addition, he had used the sand stealth technique to silently cut off its retreat and ambush it from the most unexpected direction. Their means were far superior to Potts. If Lord Potts did not die, Zhou Zhou would even call him the Son of Providence. He came back to his senses and looked at the kill notification. Your subject, Zhang Tsang, has killed Lord Potts of Korora race. Promotion Energy +2. Loot has been condensed. Potts City has become a lordless land. The novice lord protection barrier has disappeared. You can plunder or occupy this territory. He turned to look at Lord Potts' territory. The novice lord protection barrier that covered the territory had already disappeared, leaving only a lord's wooden house and the summoning gate that had lost its light. The special building had disappeared. It seemed like that special building was only a derivative product of the lord talent. Zhou Zhou wondered. That was why it disappeared with the death of the lord. At this moment, thunderous footsteps could be heard in the distance. Zhou Zhou looked up. Bai Yi and the others quickly ran over from a distance away, bringing with them the corpses of 3 desert fog lizards. My lord. This foreign race lord died just like that. She stared at Lord Potts in disbelief, unable to react. Don't overestimate the enemy. We're not weak. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Yes. Bai Yi bowed respectfully. Go search the territory, see if there's anything we can take with us. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes. Bai Yi nodded and led the other soldiers to Potts City. Zhou Zhou squatted down and placed his right hand on Lord Potts' corpse. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained loots, 4 units of mist cores, black iron tier, 1 health potion, black iron tier elementary grade, 1 energy potion, black iron tier elementary grade, 1 racial skill book, mental manipulation, enhanceable, 1 racial skill book, mental perception. Enhanceable, 1 Lord Talent sphere, green bronze tier. Whoosh. The corpse instantly became a mountain of loot. Jojo picked up one of the bottles of pale red potion and a bottle of pale white potion, leaving the mist cores aside. Potion name, life potion. Potion grade, black iron tier elementary grade. Potion effect, it can heal physical injuries after consumption. It is especially effective against anything black iron tier and below. As the damage level increases, the healing effect will gradually decrease. Potion description, basic health recovery potion, a must-have for traveling and adventuring. Potion name, energy potion. Potion grade, black iron tier elementary grade. Potion effect, it can restore the energy in the consumer's body. Potion description, 1 bottle refreshes the mind, 2 bottles will keep you always refreshed, and you'll not grow old with 3 bottles. Good stuff. Too bad there are only 2 bottles. Jojo felt that it was a pity. He was familiar with the mental manipulation, so what interested Jojo was the mental perception skill. Race skill name, mental perception. Skill quality, enhanceable. Skill description, manipulate spiritual power to invade the consciousness of other living beings. You can sense the vague thoughts in the other party's mind. The level of perception depends on the user's spiritual power. This skill is not bad. Jojo chose to learn on the spot. Then, he looked at the last loot. It was a ball of light emitting a green bronze halo. Treasure name, Lord Talent sphere, Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Treasure grade, green bronze tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will obtain the green bronze tier Lord Talent, Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Treasure description, a loot that could not be dropped. It was forced to drop under the drive of some mysterious power. Jojo's eyes widened. Even a Lord's talent could be dropped. Wasn't the drop rate of this thing 0%? Wow. Jojo learned something new about his Lord Talent again. He suddenly had a bold idea. White, silver and yellow gold tier Lord Talents should be able to drop since he managed to make the green bronze tier Lord Talent drop, right? What about legendary tier Lord Talents? Or even a mythical Lord Talents? Could they all be dropped? Jojo once again doubted the tier of his Lord Talent. Is this really not a mythical tier Lord Talent? He entertained the thought for a long time. He did not use the Lord Talent sphere immediately since this place was not safe. He planned to use it when he returned to his territory. After that, Jojo took these loots and strode into Pot City. At the moment, Pot City was completely surrounded by sword-shield soldiers carrying large amounts of basic materials back and forth. At this moment, Bai walked out of the Lord's wooden house and quickly ran over when she saw Jojo. I've something to report, my lord. We have collected all the loot in this territory. After an inventory check, we found a total of 1,000 units of basic materials, including 500 units of stone, 300 units of wood, 100 units of metal, 100 units of fine sand and 20 units of black iron tier mist core. We've also discovered the territory token of the foreign race lord in the Lord's wooden house. Bai reported. Bring all the loot back to our territory. Jojo immediately said. Yes. Bai said respectfully, but she did not leave immediately. My lord, should we set up an ambush outside to wipe out all the subjects of Pot City? The subjects of Pot City out hunting are probably aware that their territory has been destroyed. They could be on their way back to Pot City. The desert is so big so they won't survive for long if they don't have a place to live in. They won't give this place up so easily. Bai deduced. Make the arrangements. Be careful. Jojo immediately agreed. Yes. Bai replied before she led her men to set up an ambush. She had been a hunter before joining the army. Since she hunted for a living and knew how to set traps, she was extremely familiar with ambushes. The remaining sword-shield soldiers were guarding nearby after Bai left. Jojo called over 5 sword-shield soldiers and walked into the lone lord's wooden house with him. There was only a bed, a table, and a chair in the wooden house and the white territory token tablet. It was the standard layout of a black iron tier elementary grade lord's wooden house. Chop this territory token tablet into pieces. Jojo ordered. Yes, my lord. The 5 sword shield soldiers obeyed then. They took out their swords and slashed at the stone tablet. The 1,000-point endurance of the territory token tablet decreased at a visible speed. The territory token tablet shattered a moment later. It emitted a faint black light as it floated in the air. Zhou walked forward and placed his hand on the territory token. Do you want to receive the territory token? Yes. Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating territory token seemed to have lost its power and landed in his hand. Before he could look at the information of the territory token, a line of golden text suddenly appeared in front of Zhou. It also appeared in front of billions of Cerulean planet lords. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first lord to capture the territory of another lord. The reward is the Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Ranking +1. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. The reputation ranking has been activated. Lords, you can take a look. Zhou was stunned. The entire Cerulean Planet World Channel was in an uproar. Chapter 12. Dragon Lady. Undead Lord. There's even such a thing. Zhou was a little surprised as he opened the World Channel. At the moment, the lords on the World Channel were all discussing the announcement of the Cerulean planet. Big Boss Blazing Sun is awesome. Big Boss Blazing Sun actually became the first person to occupy the territory of a foreign race lord. I thought that the Night Lord with the Diamond Tier Lord talent would be the first. I thought the Dragon Lady would be the first. This lord is different. I've long felt that the Big Boss Blazing Sun is very strong. It's not strange for him to achieve such a thing. He's a big shot who can take out 4,000 units of monster flesh to trade for basic materials. That's true. Big Boss Blazing Sun has already faintly displayed his strength a long time ago. It's just that we're not sure. It's confirmed now. He's really a big boss. What do you mean big boss? He has big balls. Big balls is awesome. Shouting with all my might. A tall black mountain stood on a plain. There were all kinds of large nests on the mountain, as if they were specially for some huge creature to live in. A tall and beautiful Western woman in a snow-white dress stood in front of the black mountain. Her name was Suzanne Margaret, Lord title, Dragon Lady. She was once a famous international movie star on the Cerulean planet. At the age of 21, she acted as the female lead in The Epic Tales of the Dragon Lady, and became famous because of her outstanding acting skills. After arriving at the High Continent, she had even awakened the Epic Tier Lord talent, Dragon Blood Queen, not knowing if it was fate or coincidence. She could use the wyvern nest behind her to summon a wyvern every 3 days to become her subordinate. The wyverns were born with green bronze tier level. Their strength could be said to be pretty strong. Therefore, the monsters around her territory had been cleared by the wyverns she summoned in the past 2 days. She had also encountered other foreign race lords. However, she could not do anything to them because the other party had the Novice Lord Protection Barrier. Lord of the Blazing Sun. How did he kill a foreign race lord? What's his lord talent? Could it be that he's like me, able to summon non-human combat strength with his lord talent? What are his soldiers? Elves. Fairies. Giants. Titans. Demons. In Susanna's opinion, he definitely had non-human combat strength and knew how to avoid the protective barrier to deal with a foreign race lord so quickly. Otherwise, how could he do something that even she could not do now? Human soldiers. She knew how weak the human soldiers were. It was extremely difficult for them to even walk out of the protective barrier. How could they attack a foreign race lord? However, she would never have thought that the Lord of the Blazing Sun did use the human soldiers, with more numbers she had expected, that she looked down on the most to win this fight. I have to think of a way to kill the foreign race lord too. Otherwise, all the limelight will go to this Lord of the Blazing Sun. Susanna had extremely strong ambitions for the position of Overlord even though she was a woman. In another place, the eerie aura of undead filled an entire cemetery. In a grave at the center of the cemetery lay a pale young man. His name was Zhang Han, Lord title, the Undead Lord. His Lord talent was an Epic Tier Lord talent, Undead Resurrection. It could ignore strength and realm and transform the dead into his undead servants for him to control, with his mental strength as its own limitation. However, his mental talent was also extremely powerful as an epic tier lord, 10 times that of an ordinary necromancer. He was now at the Black Iron tier intermediate grade, but he could already control 50 Black Iron tier elementary grade undeads or 10 Black Iron tier intermediate grade undeads. This number would continue to increase as his strength increased. At this moment, he was also looking at the world channel with a strange smile on his face. Lord of the Blazing Sun. Interesting. Become stronger. You better become a hell lot stronger. One day, my undead army will officially descend on the entire high continent. You lords would be too weak to deal with them. One fine day, you will become a member of my undead army and I will step on that supreme throne. Whoosh. Zhang Han's eyes suddenly turned into 2 burning dark green undead flames. Zhou naturally did not know that many extremely talented lords were already targeting him. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't be afraid. Instead, he might say excitedly, "Let's see if I can drop all of your lord talents in the future." At this moment, he was looking at the golden treasure chest that had appeared out of thin air in front of him. Supreme treasure chest, a reward personally given by the Supreme Will. Only the Lord can open it. It can allow the Lord to obtain the treasure he wants the most. So this is the Supreme treasure chest. Zhou wanted to open it immediately to see what was inside. However, he temporarily dismissed this thought when he thought about his current environment. Send this treasure chest back to my lord's wooden house later. Zhou said to the 5 sword shield soldiers. Yes, my lord. The 5 of them chimed in unison respectfully. Zhou nodded. Then, he opened the reputation ranking. A virtual golden ranking appeared in front of him. He looked it over. Number 1, Lord of the Blazing Sun, reputation rating, 1. Number 2, none. Number 3, none. Number 100, none. He was the only lord on the list. What's the use of this reputation rating? Zhou was curious. A line of golden text suddenly appeared as soon as he finished speaking. Novice Lord hint, reputation rating represents the lord's reputation on the higher continent. A lord with reputation rating will definitely obtain the loyalty of a talented creature from the higher continent on the next day. Moreover, there will be a higher chance of success when recruiting talents in the future. Hey, this reputation rating is not bad. Zhou's eyes lit up. Then, he looked at the territory token he had just obtained. Treasure name, territory token. Treasure grade, Black Iron tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, the identity and authority of the lord can be used to level up the territory and some special uses. Treasure description, the most precious treasure of the lord. I can go back and upgrade the lord's wooden house. Zhou said before he put it away. After that, he searched the house for a while and walked out of the lord's wooden house after confirming that there was nothing else of good worth. He looked around and came to the gate of summoning that had lost its light. Gate of summoning, effect lost. What a pity. It seemed that the buildings in the territory would lose their effect with the death of their lord. The lone lord's wooden house and the gate of summoning were the same. Then there's no need for me to occupy this territory. Zhou muttered to himself. He couldn't possibly station troops here for an empty house, right? At this moment, he saw Bai Yi walking towards him with a group of soldiers. My lord, I just led my troops to kill 5 Karen clansmen who returned and captured one alive. Bai Yi said respectfully. Then, she waved her right hand. 2 sword shield soldiers, who were detaining a Karen clansman, walked in front of Zhou. My lord. What are we gonna do with it? Zhou said nothing. He looked at this foreign race and knew that it only had the strength of a Black Iron tier elementary grade. Zhou's eyes suddenly flashed. Mental perception. The Karen clansman's body suddenly stiffened as it looked at Zhou in disbelief. Then, its eyes lost their luster. Zhou closed his eyes and reopened them after some time. This is the last pot city subject. Kill it. Zhou said calmly. Through his mental perception, he vaguely sensed that all its companions were dead. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep it. Yes. Bai Yi brought people to deal with it. After that, Zhou and the others didn't stay any longer and led everyone and the loot back to Blazing Sun City. In the Lord's wooden house of the Blazing Sun City, Zhou looked at the supreme treasure chest in his hand. Let's see what's inside. He was filled with anticipation. Chapter 13. Lava Dragon Egg. Upgrade Building. Jojo placed his hand on the treasure chest and gently raised it to open it. A huge red egg stood quietly in the treasure chest. Its surface was smooth and emitted a faint scarlet glow. Waves of violent and scorching energy fluctuated on the surface of the egg, making it look extremely extraordinary. Jojo picked it up and a text notification appeared. Pet egg name, Lava Dragon Egg. Grade, Special Grade. Pet egg description, Overlord race of the world, the dragon race pet egg. After hatching it with a drop of your blood, you can obtain a young pure-blooded dragon race, Lava Dragon. Remarks, bind it to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, unable to drop. Current nurturing energy is very sufficient. It can hatch at any time with your blood. It's actually a dragon egg. Jojo was pleasantly surprised. Of course, he knew about this legendary creature that often appeared in movies, but he did not expect the supreme treasure chest to contain this. He gently bit his right index finger and dripped 3 to 4 drops of blood on the dragon egg. 4 to 5 seconds later. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of eggshells shattering could be heard. Puff. A black dragon head with 2 horns poked out of the eggshell. It looked around with its pure red eyes before its gaze landed on Jojo's face. Roar. It let out an intimate cry and spat out a mouthful of flames. A few drops of magma flowed out of the corner of its mouth. Then, it lowered its head and ignored Jojo as it continued to eat its eggshell. Jojo studied it curiously. The little lava dragon sat obediently on the spot after it had consumed all of the eggshells and looked straight at Jojo. Jojo reached out and tried to touch its head. The little lava dragon did not resist. Instead, it took the initiative to approach Jojo's hand and rub it against it. Jojo grinned when he saw this and looked at it closely. This young lava dragon had 2 black horns with a hint of red on them. Its body was covered in a layer of black and red rough scales. An invisible majesty filled the surroundings. It already had an aura of might and dominance even though it was still young. Pet, does not have a name yet. Race, Lava Dragon. Growth stage, Infancy. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Skills, Magma Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, Draconic Magic Proficiency, Magma Armor, Unawakened, All Things Burn, Unawakened, Magma Explosion, Unawakened, Epic Tier Elemental Immunity, Awakening Level 1%, Epic Tier Physical Immunity, Awakening Level 1%. Potential, Legendary Tier. Loyalty, Dead Loyal. Personality, aggressive, calm, intelligent, likes to sleep and play. Pet description, a pure-blooded dragon with noble bloodline. It has one of the best strengths and potential among the myriad races in the myriad world. Due to its innate lava attribute, its innate destructive power is incomparably powerful. Jojo's eyes widened. It was born with the strength of Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade and it also had Legendary Tier potential. This meant, as long as this lava dragon grew up, it would be able to reach Legendary Tier without any bottlenecks. As expected of a reward personally given by the Supreme Will. So generous. Jojo sang its praises. I'll name you Nazario since you don't have one. Jojo said. Roar. Nazario growled as if pleased with the name. Jojo nodded. Then, he tried to give the little lava dragon 20 units of black iron tier mist core to see if it would eat them. The little blackie immediately started gobbling them up as if it was its favorite food. Jojo smiled at that sight. He walked out of the Lord's wooden house and looked at the simple building in front of him with Nazario happily eating the mist cores. A line of text appeared with a thought. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's wooden house? Yes. He said. A text notification appeared the next moment. 2,000 units of basic materials, 500 black iron tier mist coreas, and the black iron tier elementary grade territory token that he had just obtained instantly disappeared. The familiar golden light covered the entire Lord's wooden house again. The light dissipated a moment later. The Lord's wooden house was much larger and more exquisite than before. A series of text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's wooden house has been upgraded to a black iron tier advanced grade building. There is an additional kitchen. Your territory has been upgraded to black iron tier advanced grade. Territory token durability increased to 10,000/10,000. Your area has expanded to 2000 m times 2000 m times 2000 m. All fog monsters within the expanded area have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received upgrade rewards: Warehouse Blueprint, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Blacksmith Shop Blueprint, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 2 balls of golden light appeared in front of Zhou. It turned into 2 blueprints after the light dissipated. These were the blueprints for the Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Warehouse and the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Blacksmith Shop Blueprint. Warehouses could be used to store items and had a certain preservation function. The blacksmith blueprints could provide the blacksmith with an environment to make armor, weapons, and other metal equipment. However, both needed architects to learn to build them. Moreover, the latter required a blacksmith before it could be used officially. My territory is severely lacking in life professions. Zhou realized the shortcomings of his territory, but he had no choice. He could only hope that he could summon them as his subjects in the future. He looked at the resource requirements to upgrade to the Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Construction upgrade: 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of fine sand, 2,000 units of metal, 2,000 units of stones, 2,000 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Core, 3 Black Iron Tier territory tokens. Zhou memorized these upgrade requirements and came to the Gate of Summoning. Do you want to upgrade the Gate of Summoning? Yes, he said. The Gate of Summoning lit up slightly before calming down. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade building. You can summon an additional 4 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 2 professionals every day amongst these subjects. I can summon 12 subjects at once tomorrow, and there will definitely be 2 professionals. There has to be an architect this time. Zhou prayed in his heart. The feeling of having construction blueprints but not being able to use them was too uncomfortable. He looked at the requirements to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the lower Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Construction upgrade: 800 units of wood, 800 units of sand, 800 units of gold, 800 units of stone, 800 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, territory level upgraded to Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. The basic materials and the mist core are fine. More importantly, there is a need for 3 Black Iron Tier territory tokens. This means that I still have to capture the territories of the other 3 lords to level up. It's a little difficult. I have to continue becoming stronger. Zhou pondered on it for a while before returning to the Lord's wooden house. The current Lord's wooden house had 3 rooms: the master bedroom, the living room, and the kitchen. It would be a fully functional small home with the addition of a bathroom. He placed Nazario in the living room and went to the master bedroom. He sat on the bed and flipped his right hand. The Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Sphere appeared in his palm. He looked at the Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Sphere and took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Then, he willed. A golden text notification appeared. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Sphere, Green Bronze Tier? Yes. A text notification appeared the next moment. This ball of light that emitted a bronze halo instantly turned into countless bronze light spots and quickly surged into his glabella. Zhou closed his eyes and reopened them again after some time. The Lord Talent Sphere in his hand had completely disappeared. He opened his personal information and saw that the Lord Talent column had already been updated. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier. It worked. I have a second Lord Talent. Zhou was delighted. At this moment he suddenly heard a commotion outside, mixed with bewildered voices. Zhou's heart tightened. Did something happen? He immediately walked out of the Lord's wooden house and saw the soldiers gathered not far away for some reason. Zhou frowned. His lordship is here. Make way for the Lord. Could this be a new subject brought back by his lordship? Zhou followed the path made by the crowd until his eyes laid upon a gnome about a meter tall with light green skin and pointed ears. He had 2 antennae on his bald head and was wearing a yellowish-brown cloak. It was the same as the special building Zhou had seen in Pot City. A workshop building. Greetings, my lord. He smiled and bowed elegantly when he saw Zhou arrive. I'm your most loyal subject, the owner of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Greetings from Ashburn Hall. Chapter 14. Building Effect. Mechanostrider. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou extended his hand to him in a friendly manner. I'm honored. Ashburn Hall shook hands and smiled. Jojo looked at him and a text message appeared. Subject, Ashburn Hall. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, alchemy technician. Profession class, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Ability overview, the owner of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. He is good at making interesting and useful alchemy technology products. He has an optimistic personality and likes alchemy technology research. Skills, Alchemy Potion, Life Potion, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Alchemy Potion, Energy Potion, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Alchemy Technology, Mechanostrider, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Loyalty, Dead Loyal. Potential, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Alchemy Technician. There was such a profession. Jojo was surprised. Then, he looked at the building behind him. Building name, Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Building level, Special Grade. Construction function 1, the owner of the workshop, Ashburn Hall, sells some alchemy technology products. If you need anything, feel free to come here and take a look. Currently available for sale, Health Potion, 3 bottles, Energy Potion, 2 bottles, Mechanostrider, 1. Construction function 2, when the Lord or the forces under the Lord go out to hunt fog monsters, they will encounter fog monsters that have a very small chance of dropping alchemy items. This includes but is not limited to alchemy potion recipes, alchemy technology product blueprints, alchemy materials packs, alchemy technology master recruitment orders, alchemy items. Construction upgrade, this building originates from the Lord talent and cannot be upgraded. Building description, welcome to Ashburn's alchemy shop. Jojo raised his eyebrows. So the 2 bottles of potion seized from Lord Potts were indeed from this Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Among the 2 building functions of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop, the first effect was nothing special. There must be other places in the entire high continent that sold the same or similar goods. The second function was the true value of his green bronze tier Lord talent. This green bronze tier talent might be able to unleash an effect that far exceeds the green bronze tier Lord talent when coupled with my 100% drop rate. Jojo's eyes lit up. Ashburn Hall looked around and said in surprise. Our territory is actually in the desert. That's a little tricky. Jojo was about to ask him what he meant when Ashburn turned around and smiled. But I feel that there is hope under my lord's lead. Jojo. My lord, do you want to come into my store? Ashburn asked. Jojo nodded and they walked into the alchemy technology workshop under everyone's curious gazes. Jojo looked at the arrangements in the workshop. The renovation style here was completely different from the Cerulean planets. If he had to describe it, it was elegant, ancient, and wise. These 3 renovation styles seemed to blend perfectly in this building. What do you mean by tricky? Jojo retracted his gaze and asked directly. It's not a big deal. It's the raw materials. My lord, you must have seen that there are not many alchemy technology products in this alchemy workshop. If we want to expand production, we have to have more raw materials such as the blood origin flour and pure iron. This way, I can provide you with more alchemy products. Moreover, my lord's territory is in the desert. Resources are scarce in the deserts. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find these resources. But don't worry too much, I believe that things will get better in the future. Ashburn chuckled. Jojo was speechless. This is a little tricky. If I don't have enough raw materials for you, won't your Gnome Alchemy Workshop be useless when your stock is used up? Leave the raw materials supplies to me. Write down all the ingredients you need later. I'll find them for you. Jojo said. Thank you, my lord. Ashburn bowed elegantly. Then, he took out a piece of paper with the requirements and handed it to Jojo. Oh yes, how much do you sell your alchemy products for? Jojo asked. I was born because of my lord. How can I ask you for money? I will make anything you want in my power and give it to you for free, my lord. But if the other subjects want to buy some goods from me, I will charge some mist cores or other valuable items to complete the transaction. Meat, fur, clothes, ores, anything. I do also need to survive after all. Ashburn replied. Jojo nodded. Show me your Mechanostrider. My lord, please follow me. Ashburn stood up and led Jojo to another room. There were all kinds of tools, medicinal herbs, and potions in this room. It was probably Ashburn's workshop. The most eye-catching thing was a mechanical bird more than 3 meters tall in the middle of the room, completely made of silver-gray pure iron. It looked like an ostrich or a small dinosaur with tail feathers. There were seat cushion pedals and other tools for riding on its back. It was beautiful. Alchemy Technology Product, Mechanostrider. Grade, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Product Effect 1, uses the Mist Core as a power source. It has simple intelligence and can carry out the basic commands of the rider. Its normal speed is 40 km per hour. It can easily travel in plains, wilderness, forests, deserts, and other environments. Product Effect 2, Run, Little Bird. The Mechanostrider accelerates the burning of the mist core in its body and activates overcharge mode. In 10 minutes, its speed will increase to 100 km per hour. After 10 minutes, the Mechanostrider will enter cooldown mode. Its speed will decrease to 10 km per hour and will return to normal after 3 hours. Product Description, a combination of gnome alchemy technology and goblin craftsmanship. It contains the crystallization of both parties' wisdom. It is a cheap and practical means of transportation and is deeply loved by adventurers and travelers. Jojo's eyes lit up. A means of transportation that can be used in the desert. He instantly realized that this was a product he needed very much at the moment. The experience on the road when they had been traveling in the desert when they were searching for the location of Pot City was extremely terrible. It was clearly less than half an hour's journey, but they had to walk for nearly an hour to reach the place. The reason why they walked for so long was because the desert was too difficult to walk in and consumed a lot of stamina. If his soldiers could all be equipped with such a Mechanostrider, their mobility could be increased by more than 10 folds. A round trip might not even take 10 minutes. He would no longer have to be troubled by the desert environment. Unfortunately, I don't have any spray paint here. Otherwise, I can package it up nicely. Ashburn said regretfully. Jojo had a strange expression. You want to beautify the skin. How's the consumption rate of this Mechanostrider? He asked. 1 black iron tier mist core can be used as fuel for about 6 hours. Ashburn said. Jojo became even more excited. I want to take all your goods. Don't worry, I'll take care of your living expenses. He said solemnly. Thank you, my lord. I'll go get them now. Ashburn turned around and went to get the potions without hesitation. A moment later, he returned with 3 bottles of life potion and 2 bottles of energy potion and handed them to Jojo. I'll leave this Mechanostrider with you for now. I'll head back first. Jojo was about to leave when Ashburn stopped him suddenly. My lord, can you arrange 3 apprentices for me? I can teach them and maybe even train them to become alchemy technicians. The efficiency will be too low if I'm the only one doing the work in this workshop. He was a little embarrassed. Is 3 of them enough? Jojo asked. Yes. There are only so many I can teach with my level of skills. Ashburn paused, then answered. I'll send them to you tomorrow. Jojo turned around and left. Chapter 15. Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Monsters Invasion. As soon as Jojo walked out of the workshop, he immediately went to look for Bai Yi. These 4 bottles of life potion are for you. They can heal some physical wounds. Give them to the wounded soldiers. Jojo said. Thank you, my lord. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. About 10 sword shield soldiers in their team were injured after 2 days of battle. However, since there was no doctor, they could only treat the wounds simply and then recuperate. There were no better treatment options, so these 4 bottles of life potions could not have come at the right time. Jojo nodded. However, these 4 bottles of life potion were still not enough. He had to think of a way to let Ashburn create more life potions since he would have more soldiers in the future. My lord, I want to continue exploring further with the soldiers and clear out the fog monsters further away. Please approve, my lord. Bai Yi said. Go on, be careful. Jojo said. Bai Yi nodded and turned to leave. Jojo returned to the lord's wooden house, sat on a chair, opened the exchange, and began to set up the transaction. He wrote down the materials that Ashburn had given him. Actually, it was not much, only 4 or 5 materials. The higher demand quantities were for the 2 main materials, blood origin flour and pure iron. He would probably still trade meat for them. Every 10 units of black iron tier elementary grade meat desert fog lizard would be traded for 1 raw material to make a black iron tier advanced grade mechanostrider. Every 3 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat would be traded for 1 raw material to make black iron tier elementary grade health potions or energy potions. Currently, more than 95% of the lords were paying attention to their combat classes and did not understand the requirements for life professionals. Not to mention an unorthodox life professional like alchemy technology products. Therefore, the raw materials were very cheap. It was more than enough to exchange for them with this meat. Therefore, Jojo set aside a total of 5,000 units for trade and released this transaction. Currently, the name Lord of the Blazing Sun was already very famous among the billions of cerulean planet lords. In addition, Jojo had used an even more astonishing 5,000 units of meat this time. Therefore, his transaction viewership ranking quickly reached first place again. The World Channel was also discussing Jojo's deal. I'm sure that Big Boss Blazing Sun's territory talent is definitely the Desert Fog Lizard Slaughterhouse. 5,000 units is too ridiculous. Desert Fog Lizard, I'm really unlucky to have met the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Pray for the Desert Fog Lizard. Pray for the meat to taste better this time. Slurp. Blood Origin Flower. I think I've seen this before when I went out to look for water. I know about pure iron. On the first day, I recruited a black iron tier intermediate grade. I saw that his skill includes the skill of forging pure iron. It seems like he needs iron ore. There's actually a blacksmith upstairs. He's a hidden big shot. It's not a big shot. Blacksmiths need a lot of tools, and this can only be satisfied by a blacksmith workshop. Otherwise, a blacksmith can't even forge anything. Brothers, let's not talk anymore. I'm going to look for flowers. I'm going to mine some ores. At the same time, Jojo also received private messages from many lords. After filtering through the system and getting rid of a large number of useless private messages, the rest were serious transaction private messages. He began to make deals with these lords one by one. Half an hour later, Jojo frowned. I collected a lot of materials, but the amount of blood origin flowers I received is not even enough to make 5 bottles of life potion. Are there so few blood origin flowers in these lords' territories? A moment later, Jojo, who had opened another lord's private message, was suddenly stunned. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother Blazing Sun, I have 500 blood origin flowers. Do you want them? Jojo looked at the message in disbelief. He had only managed to buy less than 10 blood origin flowers in total. Where did this lord get so many blood origin flowers? He replied immediately without thinking. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I want them. Lord of the Blazing Sun, let's trade directly. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you, Big Brother. The Spiritual Medicine Lord has initiated a trade. Do you agree? Jojo placed 500 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat on it. A moment later, 500 blood origin flowers appeared in front of Jojo. A smile appeared on his face seeing so many blood origin flowers. Ashburn could refine 250 bottles of life potion with so many blood origin flowers and supplementary medicinal herbs. At this moment, the Spiritual Medicine Lord sent another message. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother Blazing Sun, my name is Linger. Can I still trade with you in the future? Lord of the Blazing Sun, all right. But you still have the blood origin flower. Spiritual Medicine Lord, not now, but I'll have them tomorrow. Blazing Sun Lord, degree. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you called me Big Brother. How old are you? Spiritual Medicine Lord, I'm 13 years old. The other party even sent a screenshot with a cute girl holding an old teddy bear. She was wearing a junior high school uniform and looked a little nervous. Jojo was stunned, then he frowned slightly. Even junior high school students were involved in the competition for the throne. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you don't have to address me formally in the future. Spiritual Medicine Lord, all right, Big Brother Blazing Sun. Lord of the Blazing Sun, okay, let's talk next time. Be careful. After that, Jojo did not say anything else. There was a small lonely territory on a plain hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the Lord's wooden house, Linger, who had just completed the transaction, looked at the meat that appeared out of thin air in front of her and her eyes lit up. Now my people and I won't be hungry. He, Lord of the Blazing Sun, is really a good person. Everyone on the World Channel said that the Lord of the Blazing Sun is a fierce person. I don't think that's true, she asked doubtfully. On the other side, in the Blazing Sun City, this Linger probably has some special talent for nurturing medicinal herbs. Jojo thought, but did not linger too long on that thought. Jojo was about to bring the blood origin flower to Ashburn when he suddenly felt a warm energy appear out of thin air in his heart. This warm energy instantly circulated throughout his body, causing his physical fitness and mental strength to suddenly increase by one level. Jojo was delighted. Then, he immediately opened the Lord's personal information. In the strength level column, his strength had shockingly increased to Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. A smile immediately appeared on Jojo's face. Roar. Hiss hiss. Roar. Numerous monster cries suddenly came from outside. My lord. There are so many monsters coming at us. Qin Guang's panicked voice sounded from outside. Chapter 16. Scarlet Lord. Alchemy Potion Recipe. Jojo was stunned. He walked out of the Lord's wooden house and came to the protective barrier. Bao Xiu'er was there too. Greetings, my lord. Bao Xiu'er smiled. Then, she took a closer look at Jojo's clothes and realized that there was no damage. She could not help but look away regretfully. Jojo. He ignored her and looked at the fog monsters outside the protective barrier. They were still the desert fog lizards. However, there were more desert fog lizards this time, about 70 to 80 of them, bearing their fangs at Jojo and the others in the territory, hitting the protective barrier from time to time. It's not night time yet. Why are there suddenly so many desert mist lizards? Jojo did not panic since he had the Novice Lord's protection barrier. He was just a little puzzled. These fog monsters seem to have hatred in their eyes. They must have come here specifically. Has my lord's soldiers killed many of their kind recently? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind Jojo, then came to the spot slightly behind him. It was the Ashburn Hall, the owner of the alchemy workshop. You mean they're here to avenge their companions? Jojo asked. I'm afraid that's not all. My lord has probably provoked the Scarlet Lord behind this group of desert fog lizards. Ashburn said. Scarlet Lord? What's that? Jojo was stunned. My lord, did you realize that you encountered very few types of fog monsters when you killed these fog monsters recently? Ashburn asked instead of replying. Jojo nodded. In fact, he had encountered only one type, the desert fog lizard. Jojo almost thought that this was a world ruled by the desert fog lizards, if not because he saw the other lords chatting about encountering other types of monsters on the World Channel. It's normal. In the higher continent, most of the fog monsters use their race as the basis and designate an area as their living area. Then, they gather together to live. Other than being bloodthirsty, they are also extremely xenophobic. Therefore, there are almost no other monster species in their living area. That's why his lordship has only encountered one type of monster, the desert fog lizard, as my lord's exploration range has yet to leave the territory of the desert fog lizard. Jojo came to a realization. Ashburn went on, and when monsters gather together, it's very easy to give birth to a leader amongst them. A leader-level monster will be favored by the Scarlet Lord and given powerful strength and authority similar to that of a lord. Such lords are the Scarlet Lords. And the so-called Scarlet Lords are supreme existences comparable to the Supreme Will. These two supreme existences have been fighting against each other on the high continent for tens of thousands of years. In general, the Supreme Will is at a slight disadvantage. The arrival of the myriad realm lords would probably become a turning point to the current situation of the high continent. Jojo nodded and didn't think too much about it. The matter between these two was too far away from him, a Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. He pondered for a moment before he handed the 500 blood origin flowers and the other materials he had just traded to Ashburn. Make these materials into potions and mechanostriders as soon as you can. I have a use for them. And get your mechanostrider out. Jojo said. Yes, my lord. Ashburn said respectfully and turned to leave. My lord, what should we do now? Bao Xiu'er asked. We wait. Jojo only said 2 words. Everyone stopped asking. Half an hour later, Bai Yi and the others appeared in the distance. It was only then that they discovered the desert fog lizard monsters surrounding the territory. Bai Yi and the others were stunned before they raged immediately. The home they had worked so hard to protect had actually been invaded. Kill! Bai Yi roared. The 217 soldiers behind her roared and rushed over, kicking up sand and dust as they ran. Lu Chong, who had just joined the team, rushed to the front and was the first to collide with them. With just a few moves, he sent a desert fog lizard that weighed more than 200 kilograms flying. The other sword shield soldiers followed closely behind and joined the battle. Bang! 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 The sound of swords and shields colliding rang out. Bai Yi drew her bow in the distance. Arrows shot out one after another, whistling in the wind. She was already a Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade archer. She could kill a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard with 1 arrow, and Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Desert Fog Lizards could also be killed with 3 arrows. At that moment, their rage actually suppressed this group of Desert Fog Lizards. The Lord's soldiers are still idealistic. However, this newborn calf's fearless spirit is very rare. Ashburn clicked his tongue in wonder within the protective barrier. Zhou's expression was calm. Their courage is commendable. They just got a little carried away, not even using their greatest advantage. Everyone enter the protective barrier immediately while fighting the fog monsters. Towards the end, he roared immediately. His voice contained some mental strength and quickly woke up the furious soldiers. Bai Yi was the first to react. She immediately led the crowd to retreat into the protective barrier as they fought. My lord, your subject is guilty. We didn't completely clear up the fog monsters around the territory. We actually let them approach the protective barrier and put our lord in danger. Bai Yi knelt in front of Zhou with an ashamed expression and did not even dare to look up at him. This is not your fault. Come here. I have something to tell you, Zhou said. Bai Yi was stunned. Then, she obeyed and came to Zhou's side. Zhou whispered something into her ear. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. I will definitely complete the mission, Bai Yi said firmly. Get to know each other. Zhang Song and the others are protected. There won't be any danger, Zhou said. Bai Yi nodded and walked to the back. The battle continued. Facing 70 to 80 desert fog lizards was not something that the 200-odd soldiers on Zhou's side could handle swiftly even if they were within the protective barrier. Zhou was not in a hurry. His gaze swept across these desert fog lizards. Soon, his eyes lit up and his gaze landed on the only elite desert fog lizard in the group. Monster name, Desert Fog Lizard. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Monster description, a monster from the Blazing Sun Desert, born in the Scarlet Fog. It is bloodthirsty and likes to kill all living creatures that appear in front of it. Loot, 8 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 100 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard, drop rate, 20% to 0.1%, 10 kilograms water bag, drop rate, 3%, 2 Gradeless Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, drop rate, 0. 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Book, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sand Stealth Skill Book, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Alchemy Potion Recipe, Golden Corpse Water, drop rate, 0.05%. The second building effect of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop is finally working. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. Chapter 17. The effect of the Golden Corpse Water. The position of the Scarlet Lord. Zhou looked at the drop rates of the other Desert Fog Lizards. Unfortunately, no Desert Fog Lizard other than that elite Desert Fog Lizard had alchemy-related items that could be dropped. He shook his head. It was so difficult to encounter a fog monster that could drop items related to alchemy technology. Moreover, its drop rate was so low. In other words, he could definitely drop alchemy-related items since he had a 100% drop rate. If it was another lord, he probably wouldn't even have an alchemy-related item drop within a year. However, it made sense thinking about it. If it could be dropped so easily, it would at least be Diamond Tier Lord talent instead of a Green Bronze Tier Lord talent. That's exactly why its actual effect is at least comparable to a Diamond Tier Lord talent. These two Lord talents are really a perfect match. Zhou felt even more satisfied. More than an hour later, almost all of the 70 to 80 Desert Fog Lizards were killed by Zhang Song and the others. Only 3 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Desert Fog Lizards escaped. Zhang Song wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Zhou. Someone will go after them, don't worry about it. As soon as he finished speaking, a 3-meter-tall silver-gray mechanical bird instantly ran past him and chased after the 3 fleeing desert fog lizards. It was extremely fast, disappearing into the desert in the blink of an eye. What kind of monster is that? Could it be that the Lord has subdued another bird monster as a fighter? Am I seeing things? Why do I see Sister Bai on that monster? Zhang Song and the other soldiers widened their eyes, then they started discussing. That's Bai Yi. As for that bird, it's an alchemy technology product. You will be rewarded with them as long as you make contributions or advance in strength in the future. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he ignored the excited soldiers and got them to pull in the desert fog lizard corpses outside. After pulling the corpses into the territory, Zhou Zhou was the first to arrive in front of the elite desert fog lizard's corpse. He put his hand on it. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. A text notification appeared the next moment. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained these loot, 8 units of mist cores, black iron tier, 100 units of desert fog lizard flesh, black iron tier advanced grade, 10 kilograms water bag, 2 sword shield soldier class change certificates, gradeless, 1 sword shield soldier recruitment book, 1 sand stealth skill book, black iron tier advanced grade, 1 alchemy potion formula, golden corpse water, black iron tier advanced grade. Whoosh. The elite desert fog lizard's corpse instantly turned into a large amount of loot. Zhou Zhou ignored everything else and picked up the alchemy potion formula. A text notification appeared. Alchemy potion formula, golden corpse water. Formula quality, black iron tier advanced grade. Formula effect, you can master the refining method of the golden corpse water upon use. Each drop of golden corpse water can preserve the corpse for 72 hours without rotting or turning into mist that dissipates in the world. Formula raw materials, blood clotting grass, black iron tier advanced grade, dead water, black iron tier intermediate grade, gold powder, normal material. Formula introduction, commonly used to preserve special corpses of value or special status. Learning requirement, can only be learned by alchemists, technicians, doctors, and other herb-related life professions. The anticipation on Zhou Zhou's face faded. This formula. It works, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. At least I won't have to stay up late to retrieve the loot from the corpse. Zhou Zhou felt a little better at this thought. He had to retrieve loot from the corpses within 2 hours of killing them before they dissipated into thin air. Doing this for a day or two was fine, but he would probably go crazy if it continued every day. The golden corpse water was perfect for him to gather dead corpses during the day and extract the loot. It would allow him to rest normally at night. There were a total of 80 corpses, 65 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards and 15 black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizards, left after Zhou Zhou extracted all the loot from the other corpses. In addition, he had obtained a total of 198 units black iron tier mist cores, 2,000 units of desert fog lizard flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, 120 kilograms of water, 82 sword shield soldier class change certificates, 16 sword shield soldier recruitment books and 1 sand stealth skill book. Zhou Zhou first went to the gate of summoning and used the 16 sword shield soldier recruitment books to summon 16 black iron tier elementary grade sword shield soldiers. He called Zhang Song over and asked him to bring the 16 sword shield soldiers into the group. He then went to the gnome alchemy workshop and found Ashburn Hall, who was refining potions. Greetings, my lord. Ashburn said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded before handing the golden corpse water formula to him. This is the alchemy potion formula I just obtained. I'll take care of the materials. Refine some every day. You don't have to refine too much of it, he said. Ashburn took the formula in surprise, which heightened when he saw that it was golden corpse water. It's actually the golden corpse water formula. This is quite practical. Your lordship is so lucky. He sighed. As the owner of the gnome alchemy workshop, he naturally knew the effect of his own building. He was already prepared that he would not be able to learn new alchemy technology or alchemy potions in a year or so. He did not expect to learn something new on his first day here. Don't worry, my lord. As long as there are materials, I will definitely refine them immediately for my lord's use. Ashburn looked at the golden corpse formula in his hand with a burning gaze. Then, he chose to learn it without hesitation. Zhou Zhou opened its interface. His skill bar already had the words, Alchemy Potion, golden corpse water, black iron tier advanced grade, ... Then I'll leave it to you. Jojo said no more and left under Ashburn's respectful escort. In the Lord's wooden house, Jojo opened his marketplace again and set a trade for the raw materials required for the golden corpse water. He set the trade at 10 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat in exchange for each set of materials to refine the golden corpse water. It was the same price as the materials for the Mechanostrider. Roar! Nazario's cry came from the living room. Jojo, who was about to think about his future development, had no choice but to walk out of the master bedroom, into the living room. It was already a mess. Jojo looked at Nazario, who was playing happily, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch a few times. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed the back of Nazario's neck, which was spraying the chair with dragon breath. Are you a husky? Jojo looked at it helplessly. Fortunately, the Lord's house was a product of the supreme will. This place would have been burned down by Nazario if it was not immune to such attacks. Nazario looked at Joe with innocent eyes and called out again. Jojo immediately understood what it meant. I'm bored and hungry. Jojo's anger dissipated a little. He first took out 10 black iron tier mist core and gave them to it. Don't worry. Master will bring you out to fight monsters. Jojo said seriously. Nazario's red eyes lit up. My lord. Subordinate Bai Yi requests an audience. Bai Yi's voice came from outside. You're back so soon, Jojo was a little surprised. He put Nazario down and walked out of the room. Bai Yi was waiting respectfully for him at the door. My lord. I've found the Scarlet Lord behind the desert fog lizards. Bai Yi said in a low voice. Chapter 18. New Fog Monster. New loot. Did you see that Scarlet Lord? Jojo asked. The reason why he deliberately left the 3 desert fog lizards alive was to let them lead Bai Yi to the nest of the desert fog lizards and the Scarlet Lord. I saw it. It's a green bronze tier desert fog lizard leader which seems to have a certain level of intelligence. After they discovered me, they tried to capture me. However, the Mechanostrider that my lord lent me was extremely fast. They couldn't surround me at all, and I escaped successfully. Bai Yi said. Her words were simple but Jojo could hear the danger inside. How many desert fog lizards do they have? About 200. Jojo frowned. Previously, they had killed more than 600 desert fog lizards overnight because they were invincible with the Novice Lord's protection barrier. However, if they left the Novice Lord protection barrier, even if Nazario could deal with the other party's desert fog lizard leader, the remaining desert fog lizards would probably cause huge losses to his soldiers. That was not what Jojo wanted to see. He made his decision after pondering a while. I will continue growing stronger before I find trouble with them. Continue to clear the surrounding fog monsters, but let's avoid the territory of the Scarlet Lord for now. It's going to be a busy night. Bring the people back early and get ready. Also, you've done a good job in finding the enemy. This Mechanostrider is yours. Jojo said. Bai Yi had made many contributions, so it was appropriate to reward her with a Mechanostrider. Thank you, my lord. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the Mechanostrider. She had ridden this thing once, so she naturally knew its advantage in mobility. She could maintain a certain distance between the enemy and her. This allowed her, an archer, to completely transform into a more mobile and lethal bow cavalry. My lord, why don't we leave some soldiers in the territory? Bai Yi hesitated for a moment before saying. Jojo wanted to refuse, but he suddenly thought of something and nodded. 10 of them will do. Bai Yi left. Jojo was also busy since he wanted to buy a batch of daily necessities. As the number of people in the territory increased, the number and types of daily necessities needed also increased. Pots, bowls, ladles, basins, clothes, beddings, salt. Even though these resources were very ordinary, they were really necessities in life. He needed them more than ever since his territory was lacking in basic infrastructure. He opened the Cerulean Planet Lord's marketplace and began to search. Soon, he discovered that there were many lords selling these basic supplies. In order to survive, these lords had done their best to do everything to earn some food and other living supplies. Lords who made their own pots and pans were the most ordinary. Some ridiculous lords even published some scientific papers in the marketplace. Some even tempted Jojo, for example. Encyclopedia of Survival Knowledge in the Wild. The Memoirs of a Barefoot Doctor. Simple Trauma Management Method. How to concoct local gunpowder. Postpartum care for sows. Muay Thai introduction and burial. Jojo had 20,000 units of desert fog lizard's meat now. He bought all the goods that he was interested in without reservation, spending only a little more than 200 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat. These things were currently being sold at extremely low prices. However, these goods that represented civilization on Cerulean planet might not be so cheap in the future when survival was no longer a problem. After that, Jojo spent another 1,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard's meat to buy basic necessities that could allow about 5,000 people to live. Then, he called over the 10 sword shield soldiers that Bai Yi had left behind and asked them to build a temporary tent to store these daily necessities. When Bai Yi and the others returned, they would each receive a free set. More than an hour later, Jojo saw that the transaction of 5,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard's meat had been completed. 5,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat, a total of 300 sets of raw materials for making mechanostriders, 600 sets of raw materials for making life potions, 300 sets of raw materials for making energy potions, and more than 50 sets of raw materials for making golden corpse water. In addition, Jojo also bought some scattered materials. After receiving the materials, Jojo's soldiers transported them to Ashburn. Ashburn was dumbfounded when he saw so many materials. Then he said solemnly, "My lord, I'm not an alchemy technology life form. I'll die from overwork, then my lord will lose me. I'm not asking you to make it all in a day." Jojo protested. "But I do need more help." Ashburn pouted. "I thought you could only teach 3 apprentices." "Well, some of the dirty work is not hard and doesn't need any teaching." "All right then." Jojo readily agreed. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, there were only about 3 hours left before night fell. Bai Yi and the others had also returned. Again, no soldiers died, but 5 soldiers sustained minor injuries. They would recover completely by the next day with the grace of the life potion. Bai Yi and the others had returned a total of 7 times, bringing back a total of 156 desert fog lizard corpses. Among them, there were 124 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards, 30 black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizards, and 2 black iron tier advanced grade desert fog lizards. They obtained a total of 384 units of black iron tier mist cores, 3,880 units of meat, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, a total of 234 kilograms of water bags, 158 gradeless sword shield soldier class change certificates, 34 sword shield soldier recruitment books, and 2 black iron tier advanced grade books of sand stealth technique. Unfortunately, no alchemy items dropped. He now had 262 sword shield soldiers, 1 archer, and 1 spearman under his command. Moreover, 12 soldiers had broken through to black iron tier intermediate grade. However, this was naturally not enough. Jojo planned to have at least 400 professional soldiers under his command before challenging the Desert Fog Lizard leader. This would depend on whether the Desert Fog Lizards born from the Scarlet Fog tonight were strong enough. "My lord, we discovered a new fog monster when we were hunting the fog monsters." After Bai Yi finished speaking, she asked 10 soldiers to bring over the corpses of 5 monsters that were 3 to 4 meters long. They were giant black scorpions. Jojo was a little surprised and took a closer look. A text notification appeared. Item name, Black-tailed Fog Scorpion. Item level, Black Iron Tier Elementary, Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, Fog monster killed by the soldiers of Blazing Sun City. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn at a certain time in the future. Loots, 2 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 20 units of black-tailed fog scorpion flesh, drop rate, 20% to 0.5%, 1 black-tailed fog scorpion poison sac, drop rate, 5%, 1 bottle of black iron tier elementary grade antidote, drop rate, 2%, 1 gradeless poison crossbow soldier class change certificate, drop rate, 0.1%. Chapter 19. Bai Yi's advancement. Poison crossbow soldier's skill. Jojo's gaze landed almost immediately on the final loot. Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificate. He immediately became excited. A new soldier type. Where did you find these black-tailed fog scorpions? Zhou looked at Bai Yi. We encountered this monster in the opposite direction of the desert fog lizard leader, about 20 to 30 kilometers away. We were looking for the desert fog lizard to hunt when two black-tailed fog scorpions suddenly emerged from the ground and wanted to attack us. Fortunately, we're wearing military equipment, so these two black-tailed fog scorpions were unable to break through our armor defenses. We ganged up on them and killed them. We encountered the other three later. After that, we were worried that the corpse would dissipate, so we came back. Bai Yi said. Zhou nodded. He squatted down and placed his right hand on the corpse of a black-tailed fog scorpion. Seeing the Lord's action, everyone immediately stuck their heads out and looked over with anticipation. Here it comes. The Lord's big golden hand. A text notification appeared the next moment. Whoosh. This black-tailed fog scorpion immediately turned into a large number of loot and scattered on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. Even though it was not the first time they had seen such a scene, they still felt shocked and envious every time they saw it. My lord must be a man blessed by the goddess of fortune. I've decided that I must pray to my lord 10 times in my heart whenever I go on an expedition in the future. This way, I will definitely turn misfortune into fortune no matter the danger I encounter. In the future, I have to pray to my lord when I go on blind dates. This way, I will definitely meet a good wife in the future. The soldiers discussed in low voices. Zhou also looked at items in the loot with the exception of mist cores and the black-tailed fog scorpion's flesh. Material name, black-tailed fog scorpion's poison sac. Material level, black iron tier elementary grade. Material description, it contains about 1 kilogram of black-tailed fog scorpion biotoxin. It can be applied to weapons or used to make related potions. Potion name, antidote. Potion grade, black iron tier elementary grade. Potion effect, after consumption, a small portion of the poison in the poisoned person's body can be removed. Potion description, basic antidote, a necessary antidote against poisons. Item name, Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificate. Item level, gradeless. Item effect, Beginner Soldier Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become a beginner soldier class, Poison Crossbow Soldier. You will also have a set of black iron tier elementary grade equipment, 3 years of combat experience as a poison crossbow soldier, and the initial strength of black iron tier elementary grade. Item description, Beginner Soldier Profession Change Certificate. Possess more combat methods and stronger combat potential than basic soldiers. Beginner soldiers. A troop type stronger than a basic troop type. Zhou was delighted. At this moment, a line of golden text suddenly appeared. Novice Lord hint, the quality of conventional soldiers is divided into basic, beginner, intermediate, advanced, special, kingdom, empire, divine kingdom, high/scarlet. Zhou noted down the quality of these soldiers. Then, he extracted the loot from the remaining 4 black-tailed fog scorpion corpses and obtained 4 poison crossbow soldier class change certificates. It's a pity I don't have anyone free now. Otherwise, I can change their class and see what's special about this poison crossbow soldier. At this moment, a light flashed across Zhou's mind. He immediately looked at Bai Yi, causing her to shiver. Bai Yi, come with me. Zhou thought for a few seconds and said to Bai Yi. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi still said respectfully even though she did not know what the lord wanted to do with her. She followed Zhou to a corner. I have a beginner poison crossbow soldier class change certificate here. Can you use it? Zhou asked directly. I can. As long as the types of soldiers are not too different, soldiers of different levels can be converted and upgraded. There's not much difference between archers and poison crossbowmen. I can definitely use it. Bai Yi said in surprise. Use it then. Zhou handed the poison crossbow soldier class change certificate to Bai Yi. Bai Yi took it and used it in front of Zhou without hesitation. A green light enveloped Bai Yi. A moment later, the green light disappeared. A brand new Bai Yi stood in front of Zhou. Her gaze was sharp and her face was heroic. She was wearing light green military equipment, carrying a green crossbow and 20 green arrows on her back. She had a short knife and a venom bottle hanging from her waist. There was an indescribable sense of danger just by looking at her. A line of text appeared. Your subject Bai Yi's loyalty has increased to 100. She has become your dead loyal subject. Subject, Bai Yi. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier name, Poison Crossbow Soldier. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Ability overview, stayed with a female hunter when she was young. Joined the army and became an archer when she grew up. She's good at archery. Later, she joined Blazing Sun City and served the Lord of Blazing Sun City. She was promoted to a beginner soldier type, Poison Crossbow Soldier as a reward from the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Skills, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Archery Skill, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Trap Arrangement, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Crossbow, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Charge Shot, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Poison Making, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Poison Distinguishing, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Detoxification Knowledge. Loyalty, Dead Loyal. Potential, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade. Jojo looked at her skill list and could not help but click his tongue. A Poison Crossbowman Class Advancement Certificate actually gave her 5 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade skills. Beginner soldiers were already so strong, how much stronger would the higher level soldiers be? Thank you, my lord, for promoting my profession. Bai Yi immediately said gratefully, feeling her change. You don't have to be so polite with me. You can have these 2 items too. He took out another white platinum tier advanced grade racial talent sphere and a mental manipulation skill book. These were from the loot extracted from the 5 subjects of Pot City. Jojo told Bai Yi what these 2 things were. When Bai Yi understood what they were, she was so grateful that she did not know what to say. If the previous Poison Crossbow Soldier class change certificate allowed her to grasp even stronger combat power, these 2 items were almost equivalent to her breaking through her White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade aptitude. It gave her a brighter future. Jojo was also very satisfied with her reaction. Originally, he did not plan to reward these 2 things easily. However, it was different for loyal citizens like Bai Yi. The dead loyal citizens would never betray him. She was someone he could truly entrust his back to. Jojo was naturally at ease to allow such a subordinate to become stronger. Bring it back and digest it. There's a tough fight waiting for you tonight. Jojo said in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi replied. Chapter 20. Great increase in strength. White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Architect. 3 hours later, night fell. Scarlet fog appeared out of thin air and enveloped the Novice Lord protection barrier of Blazing Sun City. Roar. Hiss hiss. Bang. Desert fog lizards were born one after another. They roared and rushed to Blazing Sun City to besiege it. In the Novice Lord's protective barrier. Start fighting. Bai Yi, who had already absorbed the racial talent and the racial skills, looked at the desert fog lizards outside the protective barrier and calmly ordered. Yes. All the soldiers roared in response as they began to fight these desert fog lizards through the protective barrier. Jojo was also involved. However, he did not deal with the loot since Ashburn had already refined 10 bottles of Golden Corpse water in the afternoon. Each bottle of Golden Corpse water contained about 200 drops of the formula. It was enough to maintain the corpses of 2,000 fog monsters for 3 days and 3 nights. Jojo handed them all to Bai Yi to be used in this battle. Jojo was involved because he was using his mental manipulation ability to control 2 elite desert fog lizards at the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade to fight among themselves. After leveling up to Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, he could already control 2 fog monsters of the same level. His combat strength could be said to have increased greatly. The same went for Bai Yi. She could also use her poisonous arrows to kill these desert mist lizards. Time passed quickly. The desert fog lizards fell one after another while more desert fog lizards were born from the scarlet fog. These monsters surrounded the Blazing Sun City in an endless stream. Even though Jojo and the others had already killed them very quickly, there seemed to be no end to them. In the blink of an eye, the latter half of the night arrived. At this moment, Blazing Sun City was already filled with a large number of desert fog lizard corpses. Moreover, because they had been drizzled with Golden Corpse water, their corpses were now glistening in a faint golden light. Jojo controlled 2 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade desert fog lizards which bit 4 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade desert fog lizards to death before he finally felt a trace of fatigue. As for Bai Yi, not far away, she had long given up on controlling the monsters and only used her crossbow to kill the desert fog lizards. Jojo did not forcefully persist. He gave one last order. He had the 2 elite desert fog lizards under his control launch a suicide attack on the other desert fog lizards. After they died in battle, Jojo turned around and returned to the master bedroom in the Lord's wooden house. He fell asleep in less than 10 seconds. The next day, the sun had just risen. In the master bedroom of the Lord's wooden house, Jojo woke up. He was full of energy, eyes twinkling. He did not look tired at all. After getting up, he immediately walked out of the Lord's wooden house. He saw Bai Yi standing at the door. Behind her were 263 soldiers. Bai Yi had already broken through to the green bronze tier elementary grade. Amongst them were 32 black iron tier advanced grade professionals. There were even 106 black iron tier intermediate grade professionals. This was the result of their night of battle. "I've something to report, my lord. All the newborn desert fog lizards around the territory have been killed," Bai Yi said respectfully. "Good work. Go eat something first, then go back and rest." Jojo calmed down and gave his first order of the day. "Yes." Bai Yi brought the soldiers to rest. Jojo came to the place where the golden corpses of the desert fog lizards were placed. At a glance, they were a sea of golden desert fog lizard corpses. There were more than 1,000 of them. He clicked his tongue in wonder and began to retrieve the loot. 2 hours later, all the loots of the desert fog lizard had been extracted. They killed a total of 1,246 desert mist lizards with the strength of 264 soldiers. Among them were 911 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards, 330 black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizards, and 5 black iron tier advanced grade elite desert fog lizards. He obtained a total of 3,182 units of black iron tier mist core, 31,940 units of meat, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade. A total of 1,951 kilograms of water bags. 1,251 gradeless class change certificates for sword shield soldiers. 335 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 5 black iron tier advanced grade sand stealth techniques. Great harvest. A smile appeared on Jojo's face. Then, he came to the gate of summoning and threw all 335 sword shield soldier recruitment books directly into it. Soon, black iron tier elementary grade sword shield soldiers walked out of the gate of summoning one after the other and stood respectfully behind Jojo. A moment later, 335 sword shield soldiers walked out of the gate of summoning. "I now have 599 soldiers under me." Jojo looked at these soldiers, his heart filled with ambition. "It is time to look for the Scarlet Lord," he thought to himself. 599 professional soldiers coupled with the green bronze tier lava dragon Nazario. They would definitely win with such a force to crusade against the Scarlet Lord's faction, as long as nothing unexpected happened. He let the 335 sword shield soldiers rest for a while and prepare for battle first, then he prepared to summon today's subjects. A text notification appeared in front of the gate of summoning. Prompt: "Do you want to summon immediately?" "Yes," Jojo said. A text notification appeared the next moment. The gate of summoning suddenly lit up with white light, and 12 people walked out. "Greetings, my lord," the 12 subjects said respectfully. "Welcome to the Blazing Sun City." Jojo nodded slightly. Of these 12 people, 10 were men and 2 were women. 8 of them were ordinary people without jobs. The other 4 were 1 black iron tier intermediate grade doctor, 1 black iron tier elementary grade architect, 1 black iron tier advanced grade sword shield soldier, and a black iron tier intermediate grade crossbow soldier. 2 of the professionals were guaranteed by the gate of summoning. The other 2 professionals were probably summoned by luck. When Jojo saw this black iron tier elementary grade architect, he almost wanted to go over and give him a hug. The architect had finally arrived. Just as he was about to say something, the crossbowman, Sun Can, suddenly narrowed his eyes and pointed into the distance. "My lord, there seems to be someone over there." Jojo was stunned. Then, he looked in the direction he was pointing towards. He saw a white-haired old man standing outside the protective barrier, looking at Jojo and the others with a curious expression. Jojo looked at him and frowned slightly. "I don't know him." "A stranger." Why would a stranger suddenly appear in this desolate desert? The next moment he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Could he be a talent attracted by the reputation rating? Thinking of this, he immediately led the 12 people over to the old man. Hello, Elder One. I am the Lord of the Blazing Sun. May I ask why are you here? Zhou asked politely. My lord, you're too kind. My name is Zhao Changshou. I heard that a very famous lord has suddenly risen in this barren desert. I was curious and came over to take a look. I don't have a place to stay these days. Even though the resources here are poor, there's no one to disturb me here. It's a good place to enjoy my later years in peace, so I want to live here. Don't be fooled by this old man's age. I do have some ability after living for so long. If my lord is willing to let me join your territory, I'm willing to use my meager ability to serve my lord. I wonder if my lord is willing. Zhao Changshou chuckled as he looked at Zhou. A line of text appeared. Zhao Changshou requests to join your territory and become your subject. Do you agree? Elder Zhao, you're too kind. My territory has just been built and I need talents. This junior is naturally more than willing since Elder Zhao is willing to join this junior's territory. Zhou was basically certain that this senior Zhao was a talent attracted by his reputation rating. After he agreed to let the other party join the territory and opened the other party's attribute panel, he was even more certain of this. Subject, Zhao Changshou. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, architect. Profession class, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Ability overview, Honorary President of the Aurora Kingdom Architecture Association. He has been involved in the design and construction of many important buildings throughout his life. He is a top expert in the Aurora Kingdom's construction industry and is revered by countless architects in the industry. Skills, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Architecture Theory, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Architecture Aesthetics, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Architecture Planning, Basic Construction, Dormitory, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Basic Construction, Warehouse, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Basic Construction, Medical Hall, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, Basic Construction, Blacksmith Shop, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Basic Construction, Wall, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Kingdom Level Construction, Aurora Tower, White Platinum Tier. Intermediate Grade. Loyalty, 85. Potential, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Chapter 21. Aurora Tower. Ashburn's Results. White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. A White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Architect. A top talent of the human race. Zhou looked at Zhao Changshou's interface and could not help but sigh. This old man had almost reached the limit of the human race's potential. He looked at the other party's skill panel. There were dozens of construction skills. This is someone whom you call a real professional. Previously, he had obtained the blueprints for the residence, warehouse, and blacksmith shop from the upgrade of the Lord's wooden house which he could not use. This big shot had all his skills and more. He would give these 3 blueprints to the Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Architect. Zhou thought. Then, his gaze landed on the last skill in the skill column. Kingdom Level Building, Aurora Tower, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. It was also the only Kingdom Level building in the opponent's skill bar. He opened it curiously. Building name, Aurora Tower. Building level, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Building function 1, Light Energy Reserve Device. Absorb light elements and store them in the Light Energy Reserve Device of the Aurora Tower to collect attack energy for the Aurora Cannon. Building effect 2, Aurora Cannon, Ray Mode. Activate Aurora Cannon and continuously release light elemental energy, forming an extremely penetrating Aurora Ray that sweeps through all enemies in range. Building effect 2, Aurora Cannon, Polarity Mode. Activating Aurora Cannon, instantly releasing all the light element energy in the energy storage device. Concentrate on one point to kill the enemy. It can kill anything below the extraordinary tier. Remark, the Aurora Tower has a range of 100,000 meters. Building upgrade, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of fine sand, 100,000 units of metal, 100,000 units of stone, 100 units of white platinum tier Aurora crystals, 50 white platinum tier mist core. Architecture description, a building of the Aurora tribe. It is also the only kingdom-level building in the Aurora Kingdom. It plays an indelible role in the establishment and expansion of the Aurora Kingdom. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. It could kill any enemy below the extraordinary tier. What a powerful and exclusive kingdom-level building. However, he frowned slightly when he saw the materials he needed. Aurora crystals. He had never heard of such a material. It was probably some high-level material. He made a mental note to ask the World Channel later to see if any lord had it. Then, Zhou Zhou brought everyone around the territory and communicated the basic situation in Blazing Sun City. The others were responsible for listening and occasionally asking questions. After he finished speaking, everyone immediately started discussing. It seems that my lord's territory lacks a lot of basic building facilities. Zhao Changshu stroked his white beard and said. Exactly. We'll have to depend on Elder Zhao now. Don't worry about the materials and mist cores. There are a lot of them in the territory. Zhou Zhou said. He now had more than 70,000 units of basic materials and 5,664 black iron tier mist cores in his territory. It was enough to build these basic buildings. Leave it to this old man. However, I need the Lord to arrange some people for me. Zhao Changshu nodded in agreement. Okay. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he handed the 4 unemployed male subjects to Zhao Changshu. My lord, Senior Zhao. Can I be an understudy to Senior Zhao? Qian Du, a black iron tier elementary grade architect asked nervously. He was only 18 years old, still giddy from both nervousness and excitement. He originated from the Aurora Kingdom and was an unorthodox architect without a master. He had long heard of this honorary president of the building association and had admired him. Therefore, when Zhao Changshu appeared in front of him, he immediately had a bold idea. If he could learn from this old senior and even acknowledge him as his master, then he would no longer have to explore the path of an architect alone. This was undoubtedly crucial to his career path. Zhou Zhou and Zhao Changshu looked at each other and smiled. Both of them could tell what this person was thinking. However, they were not disgusted. That will depend on the Lord. Zhao Changshu smiled. Qian Du immediately looked at Zhou Zhou nervously. You can be Elder Zhao's assistant. He has no use for these 3 building blueprints. Take them. Zhou Zhou handed the blueprints of the residence, warehouse, and blacksmith shop to Qian Du. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Senior Zhao. Qian Du was extremely excited. Elder Zhao, what are you going to build first? Zhou Zhou asked. Don't worry about the residences. Those tents still work. Let's build a black iron tier intermediate grade medical hall first. Even though we have life potions, the production rate is low at the moment. Moreover, life potions can only heal and not treat illnesses. It just so happens that we have a black iron tier intermediate grade doctor here. A doctor and a medical hall are the true methods of treating and saving people. After the clinic is built, we'll start building warehouses, homes, and other buildings. Zhao Changshu pondered for a moment and suggested. Zhou Zhou nodded, feeling very comfortable. Normally, if he wanted to build a medical center, he needed a medical center blueprint. If he just relied on killing monsters to obtain the blueprint of the medical hall, he did not know when he would be able to obtain it. Everyone was fine now, he did not have to worry about the blueprint with Zhao Changshu around. He could directly build it. In the foreseeable future, he would save a lot of building blueprints because of Elder Zhao. After that, Zhou Zhou stopped chatting and brought the remaining 4 subjects without profession to the gnome alchemy workshop. Ashburn, I brought you the helpers you wanted. When Zhou Zhou entered, he realized that there was no one in the shop. He told the 4 of them not to walk around casually, then walked to the door of the nearby studio. When he opened the door, he saw Ashburn working on a half-finished mechanostrider at the workbench. He called out to him twice before realizing that Ashburn did not respond at all. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows, then he came to the opposite side. Ashburn's eyes were red, and his gaze was focused on the mechanostrider in front of him. He kept assembling the mechanostrider, as if he had not slept for a long time. Zhou Zhou frowned. Ashburn. He raised his voice and used some mental power. Ashburn, who was in a state of concentration, trembled. Then, he raised his head and looked at Zhou Zhou. My lord. When did you arrive? He was surprised. How long has it been since you slept? Zhou Zhou looked at his bloodshot eyes and said. I haven't slept since the last time we met. If you don't sleep, you're going to die. Don't work anymore. Go to sleep. Jojo said solemnly. I won't die so easily. I can still. Are you going against my orders? Jojo glared at him. Ashburn's tone faltered, then he said helplessly. Yes, my lord. I'll go to sleep after handing over the potions and mechanostrider I've made during this period to you. Jojo nodded slightly. Then, Ashburn brought Jojo to an underground warehouse. This is my alchemy warehouse, specially used to store alchemy items I have yet to sell. My lord, take these with you. Ashburn pointed at the boxes of potions and rows of mechanostrider in front of him. He was both tired and proud. Jojo went forward to check. A moment later, the inspection was complete. A total of 40 health potions, 10 energy potions, and 10 mechanostriders. Jojo found it hard to imagine that this was created by a lone gnome in less than an entire day. These potions will be very useful in conquering the Scarlet Lord. I'll remember your contribution. Still, Ashburn. I know you want to share my burden, but our territory is doing well. I don't need you to work so hard for the time being. Our territory will have a wonderful future. I hope that both you and I can see that future. But you will not be able to see it if you collapse from exhaustion halfway down the road. Jojo said. Ashburn froze, then, a smile appeared on his face and he nodded vigorously. Jojo did not say much. He placed the white platinum tier advanced grade racial talent sphere and a skill book on mental manipulation on the table. Then, he told him that the helpers he needed were in the shop before leaving. Chapter 22. Linger's Lord Talent. Prepare for battle. After Jojo returned to the Lord's wooden house, he opened the marketplace and set up a deal for 20,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat. 10,000 units of meat were used to purchase 4 basic materials. The other 10,000 units were used to purchase materials to make aurora crystals, life potions, energy potions, mechanostrider, and golden corpse water. A total of 20,000 units worth of deals, ranking first in the number of transactions. It instantly caused a heated discussion among many lords. World Channel. F***CK. Did you see Big Boss Blazing Sun's new deal? This time, it's 20,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat. Every time I see the transaction volume of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, I feel that it's ridiculous. Is there a possibility that the Lord of the Blazing Sun is cheating? The person above, can you post a link? Should I open one too? Do you think the Supreme Will is blind? Why would the Supreme Will allow cheating? I can eat meat again. Thank you, Big Boss Blazing Sunday. To be honest, it's precisely because Big Boss Blazing Sun sold enough meat that a slow-moving person like me can snatch it to fill my stomach. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I love you. It'll get better. I see more lords selling meat in the marketplace now. Speaking of which, what are aurora crystals? Jojo was also reading the comments in the World Channel. It's the third day. There are more lords selling monster meat now. Their prices will probably drop soon. Jojo thought. However, he was not too worried. There were billions of cerulean planet lords. No matter how much the price of meat dropped, he did not have to worry about not being able to sell his monster meat. He, who controlled most of the meat transactions, would always be the one who made the most money. He had just closed the trading panel when the Spiritual Medicine Lord from yesterday sent him a message. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother Blazing Sun, do you have time to trade? Linger has the blood origin flower and the blood clotting grass. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you have blood clotting grass again. I want them all. How many do you have? Spiritual Medicine Lord, 800 units of blood origin flowers, 200 units of blood clotting grass. Lord of the Blazing Sun, 0.0. Lord of the Blazing Sun, may I ask if your Lord talent is related to medicinal herbs? You can choose not to answer. It's fine, it won't affect our deal. Spiritual Medicine Lord, it's alright, Big Brother. Linger's Lord talent is to grow herbs. A text notification appeared the next moment. The other party sent a screenshot of her Lord talent. Jojo was stunned. However, he could not help but look over curiously. Lord talent, Divine Herb Garden, Legendary Tier. Divine Herb Garden, your territory has a special building, the Divine Herb Garden. The herbs planted in the divine herb garden will automatically form the most suitable growth environment around the herbs, and greatly reduce the growth time of the herbs. The time reduction for each quality medicinal ingredient is as follows. Black iron tier medicinal herbs, reduces growth time by 99.9%. Green bronze tier medicinal herbs, reduces growth time by 89.9%. White silver tier medicinal herbs, reduces growth time by 79.9%. Yellow gold tier medicinal herbs, reduces growth time by 69.9%. White platinum tier medicinal herbs, reduces. Legendary tier medicinal herbs, reduces growth time by 69.9%. Jojo's mouth fell open. Wasn't the effect of this Lord talent too ridiculous? No wonder the spiritual medicine lord could bring out so many blood origin flowers and blood clotting grass in a day. She planted them by herself. Moreover, this was the second legendary tier lord talent he had seen other than himself. She was indeed very strong, as expected of a legendary tier lord talent. However, Jojo still felt that his lord talent was stronger comparatively. After all, his 100% drop rate could drop the talent of other lords. In the future, he might even be able to possess mythical lord talents. At this moment, Jojo suddenly had an idea. He thought for a moment and typed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, your lord talent is very strong. Don't casually expose your lord talent to others in the future, or it will attract great danger. Spiritual medicine lord, Linger knows, but I think you're someone I can trust, so I told you about my lord talent. Lord of the Blazing Sun. That's the same. No matter who you meet in the future, don't tell others about your lord talent so readily. Even if you're already very strong in the future, you have to keep your lord talent a secret. I won't tell anyone. Spiritual medicine lord, thank you, big brother Blazing Sunday. Linger understands. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I also want to make a deal with you. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I might need many types of medicinal herbs in the future, so I want to have a long-term working relationship with you. You'll be in charge of providing me with medicinal herbs, and I'll be in charge of paying you. Spiritual medicine lord, all right. Linger also wants to have more interactions with big brother Blazing Sunday. Spiritual medicine lord, even though Linger already has 15 subjects, Linger still wants to talk to the people of the Cerulean planet. Spiritual medicine lord, but the other lords don't pay much attention to me. Only big brother Blazing Sun, not only do you pay attention to me, but you also care about Linger. Spiritual medicine lord, anyway, thank you, big brother Blazing Sun. Jojo. Who would dare to ignore you if you tell them about your lord talent? Lord of the Blazing Sun, I'm fine. By the way, how many professionals do you have now? Spiritual medicine lord, not a single one. The subjects summoned by Linger are all without professions. Lord of the Blazing Sun. Isn't this too unreasonable? Jojo was speechless. However, he also had a thought. Such a rare legendary tier lord talent holder shouldn't die in the novice lord test 4 days later just because she didn't have the strength of a military profession, right? He thought for a moment and typed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you shouldn't be lacking in food with the transaction yesterday, so I'll exchange something else with you this time. Then, he took a screenshot of the item information of the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate and sent it to Linger. Lord of the Blazing Sun, how about this? Hundreds of millions of kilometers away in the spiritual medicine city. Linger looked at the information on the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate and could not help but widen her cute eyes. Even though she was young, she was not stupid. Naturally, she knew that this class change certificate could save her and her subjects' fates in the novice lord test 4 days later. She hesitated for a moment, then typed. Spiritual medicine lord, I really want it, but big brother Blazing Sun also needs it, right? Lord of the Blazing Sun, don't worry, I'm not lacking in this kind of class change certificate. Not only that. During this period of time, the number of Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates in his hands had reached 2,298. Therefore he had no use for it for the time being. It was not a problem to take out a portion of it to trade. Moreover, they now had a working relationship. Jojo could not bear to see a child die in the mouth of the fog monsters 4 days later. That was why he took the initiative to use the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate as a bargaining chip. 800 units of blood origin flowers and 200 units of blood clotting grasses. Jojo exchanged 20 medicinal herbs for 1 sword shield soldier class change certificate and used 50 sword shield soldier class change certificates to trade with her. The transaction was completed and both sides were happy. Another half an hour passed. In the marketplace, Jojo's 20,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat had all been traded for the corresponding materials. A total of 44,000 units of wood, 36,000 units of fine sand, 40,000 units of metal, and 80,000 units of stone. In addition, there were 560 sets of materials for making mechanostriders, 850 sets of medicinal herbs for making life potions, 750 sets of medicinal herbs for making energy potions, and 100 sets of medicinal herbs for making golden corpse water. These materials came easily. Jojo looked at the transaction results and felt very happy. The only pity was that he did not receive any aurora crystals. It seemed that this thing was indeed quite rare. Even billions of cerulean planet lords had yet to obtain it. 3 hours later, Bai Yi and the others ended their rest. Jojo did not waste any time. He led all the soldiers, Nazario, and the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Doctor to the location of the Desert Fog Lizard Leader. Chapter 23. The Scarlet Lord also has a Lord talent. Half an hour later, more than 600 soldiers stood in the desert with 9 mechanostrider and 9 homemade simple wooden carts. The leader was a handsome young man riding a mechanostrider. A black and red dragon half the height of a human stood beside him. The 601 soldiers behind the young man looked unto him with respect. When they saw the black and red dragon, they could not help but look surprised. Is this the legendary dragon race? It looks so domineering. His lordship is really powerful. He can even subdue the dragon race. Silence. Bai Yi said sternly to the soldiers. Then, she rode on the mechanostrider towards Jojo. My lord, this is the territory of the Scarlet Lord, she said respectfully. Jojo nodded and looked into the distance. A simple and crude territory stood a kilometer away. He could vaguely see a few buildings with different styles. About 200 desert fog lizards were densely packed around these buildings, just as Bai Yi had reported. There's no cover. Looks like we can't launch a sneak attack this time. However, this desert fog lizard leader's territory doesn't have a novice lord protection barrier. There's probably no need for a sneak attack. Jojo pondered. Then, he turned to look at the soldiers behind him. Is everything ready? Yes. The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. It even alarmed the distant desert fog lizard territory. The desert fog lizard seemed to have smelled something bad and crawled over with hostility. Jojo did not mind. He had wanted to attack head-on anyway. Then I won't waste my breath. You've slaughtered these reptiles countless times. You should be confident that they are not your match. Charge. And destroy them. Jojo shouted. Kill. Kill them. Destroy these reptiles. The soldiers roared and rushed out. Only 5 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade soldiers and the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Doctor remained beside Jojo. Jojo jumped down from the mechanostrider and patted Nazario's head. Nazario had doubled in size in less than 2 days to his surprise. He wondered what Nazario would be like when it reached its peak. Don't be impatient. Wait for their leader to emerge. That's when you hunt. Jojo said. Nazario nodded excitedly and expectantly. However, its body still emitted wisps of red steam that smelled of sulfur. In the distance, the soldiers led by Bai Yi had already encountered the desert fog lizards that had run over to check on the situation. These desert fog lizards were crushed by the soldiers and died without knowing how they died. At the same time, the desert fog lizards in their own territory looked at the torrent of soldiers rushing over from afar and were instantly stunned. However, they were bloodthirsty by nature and did not know what fear was. Hence, they stuck out their tongues and glared at the charging soldiers. At this moment, in the center of the territory, bang, bang, bang. In a wooden house with a savage and bloody style, a scarlet desert fog lizard that was 3 to 4 meters tall and more than 10 meters long slowly crawled out. It looked at the soldiers rushing over from afar and was suddenly furious. Roar. What an angry roar. All the desert fog lizards, which seemed to have received an order, waved their limbs and charged fearlessly at Jojo's soldiers. In the distance, Jojo narrowed his eyes and looked at the desert fog lizard leader. A text notification appeared. Monster name, Desert Fog Lizard Leader, Xue Cha, Scarlet Lord. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, one of the 3 Scarlet Lords of the Blazing Sun Desert. It has many Desert Fog Lizard subjects under his command. He has obtained powerful strength after gaining favor with the Scarlet Lord. Loots, 10 units of Green Bronze Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 100 units of Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard Leader's Flesh, drop rate, 20% to 0.1%, 100 kilograms of water bags, drop rate, 3%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Sand Trap Technique Skill Book. Drop rate, 0.1%, 5 Gradeless Sword Shield Warrior Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%, 3 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Sword Shield Warrior Recruitment Book, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Alchemy Potion Formula, Blood Eye, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%. There were many loots that could be dropped. Among these loots, the one that attracted Jojo the most was undoubtedly the last one. When he saw the last loot, Jojo was stunned. Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. The Scarlet Lord also had a Lord Talent. At the same time, Nazario, which was originally beside him, was nowhere to be seen. In the distance, the main forces of both sides quickly collided. An intense battle was about to break out. The Desert Fog Lizards pounced, bit, hissed, crashed. All kinds of barbaric combat techniques were used. On the other side, the Sword Shield Soldier used the Sword Shield combination technique to defend and counterattack in an orderly manner. Lu Chong brandished his spear like a dragon, slaughtering his way through the monsters. The crossbowman stood not far away and drew his crossbow. One arrow could seriously injure a Desert Fog Lizard. Bai Yi's performance was the most eye-catching. She dotted around the edge of the battlefield like the wind on her Mechanostrider. She was like a green god of death, reaping the lives of the Desert Fog Lizards. She relied on her mount's mobility, accurate crossbow skills, and powerful strength. Even those who were lucky enough to survive were quickly poisoned to the ground by the poison from the crossbow bolts or killed by other soldiers. Roar. Bang. Bastard monster. I'll kill you. Hiss hiss. The sounds of weapons entering the body, the roars of monsters, curses, collisions. All sorts of chaotic sounds could be heard. The center of the battlefield had become a bloody meat grinder. However, Jojo still had the advantage. There were more of them, and they were also wearing military equipment that could effectively defend against most of the sharp claws and teeth of the Desert Fog Lizards. It could even withstand the impact of some monsters' collisions. Desert Fog Lizard Territory. The Desert Fog Lizard leader narrowed its eyes. Its gaze fell on the crowd, then it suddenly stomped on the gravel under its feet. A few hundred meters away. The soldiers who were fighting hard suddenly realized that the desert under their feet was quickly sinking into a huge pit 4 to 5 meters deep. Unable to maintain their balance, they fell one after another and more than 10 soldiers were injured immediately. The Desert Fog Lizard leader raised its claws, wanting to do the same thing again. Suddenly, it felt heat above its head. It looked up only to see a 1-meter-long dragon swooning down from the sky. Boom. An invisible and terrifying pressure emitted from this dragon and instantly descended on the body and soul of the Desert Fog Lizard leader. Dragon's might. At this moment, the leader of the Desert Fog Lizards trembled. It couldn't even escape. Its eyes were filled with fear while excitement flashed in Nazario's eyes. It suddenly swooped down. This scene was like a world-famous painting. There was clearly a world of difference between their sizes. Nazario was like a hunter, while the huge Desert Fog Lizard leader was like a helpless rabbit. In the face of the impending life and death crisis, it could do nothing other than tremble. The next second, the moment the two sides approached each other, Nazario suddenly stopped in midair and suddenly opened its mouth. A faint red light appeared from its throat. The surging hot magma dragon breath spewed out of its mouth and covered the head of the Desert Fog Lizard leader in the blink of an eye. 3 to 4 seconds later there was a loud bang. The Desert Fog Lizard leader fell to the ground weakly. The part of its head had been burned away by the magma dragon breath, leaving only drops of lava dripping from its neck. 2 lines of text appeared in front of Jojo not far away. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the Desert Fog Lizard leader, Scarlet Lord, Xue Cha. Promotion energy plus 20. Loots have been condensed. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. Chapter 24. Organizing the loots. The announcement reappears. Nazario didn't seem to have had enough fun after killing the Desert Fog Lizard leader. It flew back into the sky and surveyed the intense battle below. Then, it joined in without hesitation and helped the soldiers deal with the Desert Fog Lizard monsters. With the addition of a green bronze tier dragon like Nazario, the soldiers' morale was boosted, and they fought even harder. Half an hour later, more than 200 Desert Fog Lizards were killed. Almost all of the corpses were made up of Desert Fog Lizards. However, there were also scattered corpses of soldiers. After Zhou saw the corpses of these soldiers, the feeling of jubilation for defeating the Scarlet Lord faded. Zhang Qianjing, heal the wounded soldiers. I've already given you the life potions. Don't be stingy when you need to use them. Ask me for more if you need them. Zhou said to the Black Iron Tier intermediate grade doctor beside him. My lord is merciful. Zhang Qianjing bowed respectfully to Zhou and immediately walked quickly in the direction of the injured. My lord, don't be too sad. We are mortal enemies with these fog monsters and foreign lords. They'll attack us sooner or later even if we don't attack them. A small number of casualties to avoid greater casualties or even destruction in the future. My lord, please don't doubt yourself. None of our soldiers are afraid of war, and all of us agree with the lord's decision. Bai Yi came in front of Zhou and said seriously. She was very worried that her lord would not want to fight again just because he had seen some casualties. A lord who dared not fight was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered on the high continent. Even though she would still be loyal to her lord, she did not want her lord to die at the hands of other lords or fog monsters one day. Zhou said nothing while he looked at the battlefield in front of him. His eyes gradually became firm. Only by becoming stronger would there be fewer casualties. He thought firmly. If he could bring 1,000,000 soldiers with him and each of them threw a stone in this battle, he could also bury this territory of the Scarlet Lord. I'm still not strong enough. I need more soldiers and even more lord talents. He thought. Take me to see the corpse of the Scarlet Lord. Zhou suddenly said. Yes. Bai Yi heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face again. Then, she brought Zhou to the corpse of the Desert Fog Lizard leader. Roar. Nazario flew in front of Zhou and rubbed its head against Zhou's arm. Then, it looked at Zhou with sparkling eyes. Praise me. Praise me. My Nazario did well. You will take the main credit for this battle. Zhou praised. The casualties would probably be at least 10 times more for this battle if it weren't for the fact that Nazario had killed this Desert Fog Lizard leader and then helped the soldiers deal with the other Desert Fog Lizards. Thus, it was no problem for Nazario to take the credit. Then, Zhou placed his hand on the corpse of the Desert Fog Lizard leader. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained these loots, 10 units of Mist Cores, Black Iron Tier, 100 units of Desert Fog Lizard Leader's meat, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, 100 kilograms Water Bag, 5 Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, No Grade, 3 Sword Shield Soldier. Recruitment Books, Low Bronze, 1 Sand Trap Skill Book, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Alchemy Potion Formula, Blood Eye, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Whoosh. The huge corpse of the Desert Fog Lizard leader instantly exploded. There were so many loots that it looked like a small mountain. Bai Yi was already mentally prepared. However, he could not help but widen his eyes. Nazario, on the other hand, drooled as it stared at the meat and the green bronze tier mist cores. Zhou also checked the loot. The first item he looked at was the Sand Trap Technique Skill Book. Skill name, Sand Trap Technique. Skill quality, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Skill description, Advanced Sand Stealth Skill. Controls the ground, turning the ground within a certain range into a quicksand pit. The area and depth of the quicksand pit depends on the amount of energy output from the user. Zhou learned it on the spot. This was a rare skill that could change the terrain. Zhou had already witnessed its power in the battle just now. In a one-on-one fight, the effect might not seem obvious. However, if it was used on a battlefield where there were many people, it would definitely produce an astonishing effect that could be worthy of being called a battlefield killing machine. It would not be impossible to sink a city into quicksand with a wave of his hand when he became stronger in the future. Next was the alchemy potion formula, Blood Eye. Alchemy potion formula, Blood Eye. Formula quality, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Formula effect, after using it, you can master the refining method of the Blood Eye. Apply the Blood Eye on the eyelids and you can observe the warm-blooded creatures within your field of vision. It will also have a certain effect of improving your vision. Material formula, Blood Pupil Flower, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Blue Ice Leaf, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, 3-leaf grass, common material. Formula description, any creature with blood can't hide from the Blood Eye. Learning requirement, can only be learned by alchemists, technicians, doctors, and other herb-related life professions. Jojo looked at the formula thoughtfully. This Blood Eye seemed to be useful in restraining invisibility skills. Other than that, Jojo could not think of any other uses for it. He did not think too much about it and prepared to get Ashburn to learn it. Jojo's gaze landed on a ball of light that emitted a silver-white halo with a wisp of blood inside. Treasure name, Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, unknown. Treasure grade, White Silver Tier. Treasure effect, after being purified by the Supreme Will, the Lord can absorb it and obtain an unknown White Silver Tier Lord talent. Treasure description, a loot that could not be dropped. It was forced to drop under the drive of some mysterious power. Do you want to purify it? Jojo did not purify it immediately. Who knew what would happen in the process? It was better to return to his territory first. After that, Jojo entered the Lord's wooden house and saw the territory token tablet. Moreover, it was a Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade token. The Scarlet Lord also has a territory token tablet. Jojo clicked his tongue in wonder. He called 5 sword shield soldiers over and began to destroy this territory token tablet. It took them an entire 15 minutes to break the 5,000 points endurance tablet to reveal the territory token inside. Jojo stepped forward and placed his hand on the territory order. Receive the territory order. Yes, he said. Click. The territory order landed in his hands. At this moment, a line of golden text suddenly appeared in front of Jojo. It also appeared in front of billions of Cerulean Planet Lords. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, on becoming the first Cerulean Planet Lord to capture the territory of a Scarlet Lord. The reward is a Supreme Tier Treasure Box +1, Reputation Rating +1. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. 3 announcements rang in the ears of all the Cerulean Planet Lords. Jojo was stunned. I'm the first Cerulean Planet Lord to occupy the territory of a Scarlet Lord. Chapter 25. White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Monster Ranch. Jojo was a little surprised. Did the others not obtain this achievement yet? He would often dive in the World Channel and watch the other Lords' chats when he was bored. Therefore, he already knew that the Dragon Lady had a green bronze tier elementary grade wyvern under her command through the conversation of others. Even though it was not as strong as his Nazario, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a Scarlet Lord of the lowest level, right? She actually didn't get this achievement. He thought for a while. The wyvern naturally had no problem dealing with the lowest level Scarlet Lord. However, there were also a large number of fog monsters around each Scarlet Fog. No matter how strong the Dragon Lady's wyvern was, it could not deal with the Scarlet Lord while dealing with the monster subjects under its command. He suddenly realized. Not everyone was like him, who had high-end combat power like the pure-blooded dragons and had the combat power of hundreds of military professionals. He stopped thinking about it. Jojo opened the World Channel and started watching. At this moment, the billions of Cerulean Planet Lords on the World Channel were discussing the announcement. 2 firsts in the entire channel. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is actually so terrifying. What is a Scarlet Lord? A foreign race lord? Can any big shot explain? I've heard from my subjects that the Scarlet Lord is the Lord of the Fog Monsters. It's our archenemy. Oh my god, I find the Fog Monsters difficult enough to fight. Big Boss Blazing Sun has already gone to deal with their leader. Are we really in the same version? This wave is a version upgrade. If only I could get to know Big Boss Blazing Sunday. That way, I can cozy up to him. From another perspective, I'm a woman that Big Boss Blazing Sun can't have. I'm the man that Big Boss Blazing Sun will never get. *T that no one cares about isn't precious. The dragon lady was silent as she looked at the discussion on the World Channel on her planes. For the past 2 days, she had been planning to occupy the territory of a foreign race lord. She had already thought it through. She would launch an official attack after she summoned another wyvern the day after as her subordinate. She could publicize her lord talent as long as she succeeded. She believed that with her fame on the Cerulean planet, she would definitely be able to obtain a reputation that was not inferior to that of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. At that time, she would use this reputation to get the other lords to work for her. She would use this as a springboard to develop faster and stronger. This cycle would continue and she would definitely be able to fight for the position of the Overlord in the future. However, in less than a day, this Lord of the Blazing Sun had actually conquered another territory of the Scarlet Lord and once again appeared on the entire channel. What exactly could his Lord talent be? Could it be a legendary tier Lord talent? Or a mythical tier Lord talent? Susanna Margaret was puzzled. Then, she calmed down. It's just a temporary lead. I'm in no hurry. I am the Dragonblood Queen appointed by the Supreme Will. It won't be long before I catch up to him and surpass him. Elsewhere, in a cemetery. Undead Lord Zhang Han narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the chat content in the World Channel. He actually took down the territory of a Scarlet Lord before me. There was also a Scarlet Lord's territory near his territory. Originally, he planned to slowly weaken the other party's strength while waiting to advance to the Green Bronze tier elementary grade. After he could enslave the Green Bronze tier undead, he would officially attack the other party's territory. He didn't expect the Lord of the Blazing Sun to get the first so quickly. I have to speed up my development. Otherwise, all the benefits will go to this Lord of the Blazing Sun, he said as he began to plot. Jojo chuckled and turned off the World Channel in the territory of the Desert Fog Lizard leader. Then, he opened the reputation ranking. He was still ranked first with the advantage of his 2 firsts. The rankings after that were not even occupied by any other lords. I'll get another loyal subject tomorrow with this reputation rating. Jojo was looking forward to it. Then, he closed the reputation ranking and looked at the golden treasure chest that appeared out of thin air in front of him. He resisted the urge to open it and asked the 5 sword shield soldiers around him to bring it back to his territory and send it to his lord's wooden house. Half an hour later, Bai Yi came to report after sorting out the loot. My lord, the loot here has been reorganized. We found a total of 3,000 units of stone, 1,500 units of wood, 500 units of metal, and 1,000 units of fine sand here. I also found 357 black iron tier mist cores and 6 green bronze tier mist cores. Put them all in a simple wooden cart pulled by a mechanostrider and transport them back together. If it doesn't fit, the soldiers will transport it. Jojo said. The 9 simple, homemade wooden carts that he had brought today were purchased from a lord who claimed to have a professional carpenter. It was not expensive either. A small wooden cart only required 3 units of black iron tier elementary grade meat. Jojo immediately had an idea to use the combination of mechanostrider plus simple wooden cart to create a convoy to transport supplies. In the future, not only would he be able to transport more resources and monster corpses, but he would also be able to free up his soldiers' combat power, so he gave it a try. It seemed to be working quite well. How many casualties on our side? Jojo asked Bai Yi. In this battle, we lost a total of 12 soldiers. There are 22 with major injuries and 76 with minor injuries. Bai Yi answered. When we get back, tell these injured soldiers not to participate in the battle for the time being. Let them recuperate first. Let them come back only after they have recovered their ability to fight. Arrange an easy job for those who can't continue fighting after they recover. Blazing Sun City will be responsible for the rest of their lives if they become unable to fight. Jojo said. With his 100% drop rate, it was naturally easy for him to raise these injured people. Moreover, when he became stronger in the future, the 100% drop rate would be more effective. He could completely nurture more injured people. Moreover, when he had the talent of a healing lord in the future, it was not impossible to turn these injured people into healthy people again. Therefore, he was very confident. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Bai Yi looked at Zhou gratefully and went to make arrangements. Soon he heard waves of cheers from the soldiers in the distance. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. He walked out of the Lord's wooden house and looked at the lonely building, feeling a little strange. He seemed to remember there was more than one building here when he arrived. Could it be that the Lord Talent of the Desert Fog Lizard Leader also has a special building which disappeared when it died? Zhou thought. He looked around again, then shook his head. There were no special resources here, so there was no need to occupy it. A moment later, the army reformed before bringing the loot back to Blazing Sun City. In the Blazing Sun City, the Lord's wooden house. Zhou took up the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Do you want to purify it? Purify? Zhou said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed from the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. After the golden light disappeared, Zhou suddenly realized. The blood-colored light on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere had actually disappeared. Its information has also been updated. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere, Monster Ranch. Treasure grade, White Silver Tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Monster Ranch. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a White Silver Tier Lord Talent. Chapter 26. Monster Rancher, Mugu. Monster Ranch. What kind of Lord Talent is this? Zhou was puzzled. He did not think too much about it and chose to use it. A golden text notification appeared. Do you want to absorb this Lord's Talent Sphere, White Silver Tier? Yes. Zhou said. The next second. The White Silver Tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless silver light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou opened his eyes again after some time, then immediately opened his Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent had already been updated. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier. My third Lord Talent. Superb. Zhou looked excited. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier. Monster Ranch, your territory has the ability to build a special building Monster Ranch. When you place a kind of fog monster in the Monster Ranch, the Monster Ranch will absorb the scarlet fog at night and nurture a different number of fog monsters of the same race on the second day. He almost wanted to use this Lord Talent immediately upon seeing it. Raising Desert Fog Lizards. The Scarlet Lord was gone, so the Scarlet Fog would not give birth to new Desert Fog Lizards, so he was worried about what to do with the source of Sword Shield soldiers in the future. Everything was solved with this development. He could totally use the Monster Ranch to rear the Desert Fog Lizards. Killing the newborn Desert Fog Lizards every day would steadily provide him with water, flesh, blood, mist core, Sword Shield soldiers, and promotion energy. Such a perfect plan. My lord, I have something to report. At this moment, Bai Yi's voice came from outside the door. What is it? Zhou asked. There's an unfamiliar human here who claims to be a monster rancher and your subject. However, I've never seen him before, so I came here to confirm his identity. Bai Yi said. Monster rancher. Zhou's expression changed. He stood up and walked to the door. When he pushed it open, he saw Bai Yi standing in front of him and a young man stood behind Bai Yi. He had an ordinary face and a strong body. He wore a silver shirt and had a silver whip hanging from his waist. He looked a little fierce. However, when he saw Zhou, his expression became extremely respectful. I'm Monster Rancher, Mugu. Greetings, my lord. Zhou looked at him and his personal information appeared. Subject, Mugu. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, Monster Rancher. Profession class, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Battle class name, Monster Shepherd. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Ability overview, the Monster Rancher of the Monster Ranch is also a Monster Shepherd who is good at fighting fog monsters. He is proficient in communication, taming, and controlling fog monsters. There is a chance to upgrade a normal fog monster to an elite fog monster or even a leader fog monster. Skills, Special Building, Monster Ranch, Fog Monster, Communication, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Fog Monster, Taming, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Fog Monster, Control, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Fog Monster, Berserk, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Fog Monster, Appease, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Loyalty, Dead Loyal. Potential, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the other party's ability description. A dual profession talent. Moreover, not only could the other party build a monster farm, but it could also turn normal fog monsters into elite fog monsters or even leader fog monsters. This was a talent that could increase the chances of loot dropping. He came back to his senses and said to Bai Yi. He is indeed our subject, but he's kind of new, so you haven't seen him before. I see. Bai Yi looked at Mugu and apologized. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It doesn't matter. Mugu smiled. Then, he looked at Zhou. My lord, the monster ranch is ready. Do you want to take a look? Bai Yi, come with me. Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi nodded. Then, the three of them walked out of the novice lord's protective barrier. They had just walked about 100 meters when they saw a vast ranch entrance appear in front of them, with a wooden sign on the entrance with the words, Monster Ranch, written on it. Building name, Monster Ranch. Construction level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade/Special. Building effect 1, it can nurture 300 Black Iron Tier fog monsters of the same race by absorbing the scarlet fog at night. Building effect 2, the Monster Ranch can be upgraded as the territory levels up. After leveling up, the ability of the Monster Ranch Master will increase, and the number of fog monsters that the Monster Ranch can nurture will also increase. Building range, 2000 m x 2000 m. Current fog monster race, nothing yet. Current number of fog monsters that can be cultivated per day, 300. Building upgrade, upgradable with territory upgrade. Prompt, this building cannot nurture dragons, titans, angels, elves, fairies, deities, and other monsters with superior bloodlines. Building description, this place only breeds monsters. Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This special building could actually be upgraded. As expected of a white silver tier lord talent. Monster Ranch. What does this mean? Bai Yi's eyes were blank. Zhou thought for a moment and told her the function of this building. Bai Yi was confused. It was not easy for them to eliminate the desert fog lizards. Why did he want to nurture them? The desert fog lizards can become our stable source of water, meat, sword shield soldiers, mist cores, and promotion energy if we do things this way. It's killing two birds with one stone. Zhou explained about his idea of obtaining loot every day through the Monster Ranch. That's why I want to protect the desert fog lizards. I even want to nurture them. There might only be a few desert fog lizards in the entire hot desert now. We can't keep killing them. After you're done resting, go catch one or two and put them in the Monster Ranch to nurture. From now on, as long as the desert fog lizards in the scorching desert don't become plentiful and attack us, try not to hunt them. Think of them as endangered species, but if they come to us to court death, then so be it. Zhou said solemnly. Bai Yi, understood, my lord. She was about to leave and catch two desert fog lizards when Zhou seemed to have thought of something else. If you see a black-tailed fog scorpion, capture it. We can put the black-tailed it in the second Monster Ranch after it is built. But we've never taken the initiative to attack the black-tailed fog scorpion. There should still be a lot of them, right? Bai Yi said blankly. Cage them up first. Zhou waved his hand. Bai Yi was speechless. Chapter 27. Emperor of Sand Spatial Ring. The idea of a scout team. Bai Yi left and Zhou opened Mugu's personal information again to see what materials were needed to build a monster ranch. Occupation skill name, special building, Monster Ranch. Skill grade, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade/Special. Skill description, special construction skill. It originates from the white silver tier lord talent, Monster Ranch. It can build a monster ranch specially used to nurture monsters. Construction materials, 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of fine sand, 3,000 units of metal, 3,000 units of stone, 1,000 black iron tier mist cores, 1 origin crystal. Zhou frowned slightly. The other materials were easy to obtain, but he had never seen materials like origin crystals on sale, even though he had long heard of this material. Origin crystals had long been listed as a resource in the Lord's personal information, which meant that it was also an extremely important resource to the Lords. Mugu, do you know where we can get the origin crystal? Jojo asked Mugu directly. I do, they are extremely rare. Usually, only regional Scarlet Lords and some ordinary Scarlet Lords will drop it. Some special monsters will occasionally drop origin crystals too. Mugu said. Regional Scarlet Lord? What's that? Jojo was stunned. A regional Scarlet Lord refers to the Scarlet Lord that occupies the entire regional territory. There will be a regional Scarlet Lord who will rule this area in any ownerless regional territory. For example, the scorching desert we are in now should be ruled by a regional Scarlet Lord. Mugu said. This triggered Jojo's memory. Previously, when he saw the introduction of the Desert Fog Lizard Leader, he had indeed discovered that it was written as one of the 3 Scarlet Lords of the Blazing Sun Desert. Which meant one of the other 2 Scarlet Lords was the regional Scarlet Lord that Mugu mentioned. Jojo's thoughts started taking root, but he came back to his senses in no time. How many monster ranches can you manage at the same time with your current ability? He asked again. I can currently manage 3 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade monster ranches. Mugu said respectfully. Jojo nodded. He chatted with Mugu for a while before returning to the Lord's wooden house. In the living room. If I want to develop in the hot desert, these 2 Scarlet Lords are a hurdle I have to get past. Also, I wonder if there are other foreign race lords in the Blazing Sun Desert. I need a complete understanding of the Blazing Desert as a Cerulean planet lord who wants to develop in the coming days. Jojo pondered but did not think too much about it. He took the supreme treasure chest that was rewarded by the entire channel and opened it. A yellowish-brown crown-like ring lay quietly inside. Jojo picked it up. A text message appeared. Equipment name, Emperor of Sand Spatial Ring. Equipment grade, Special. Equipment effect 1, Summon Sand Soldiers, control the energy of the sand and materialize a sand soldier equivalent to your own strength. The sand soldier has unparalleled loyalty, powerful combat power, and simple intelligence. It can carry out the simple orders of the ring owner. Transmogrification arms type, Spearman, Bowman, Sword Shield Soldier, Crossbowman, Cavalry, Saber Soldier. Equipment effect 2, 500 cubic meters of storage space. Introduction, it was once the storage ring of the Emperor of Sand. He tried to replace the sun and finally died under the sun. Remarks, currently bound to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Jojo's eyes lit up. This equipment is good. Not only could he summon the sand soldiers, what Jojo valued the most was the storage space of 500 cubic meters. As a transmigrator, he finally had his first spatial ring. In the future, he would not have to travel with so much baggage when he heads out to battle. Jojo put on the spatial ring happily and he immediately sensed a vast spherical space in the ring that was 500 cubic meters in size. At the same time, he sensed that there was a skill mark engraved on the ring. Jojo thought. The energy in his body quickly surged into the skill mark. At the same time, the Emperor of Sand spatial ring began to emit a faint yellow light. The yellow sand light quickly condensed in front of him. In less than a second or two, it formed a sand cavalry wearing gorgeous yellow sand armor, holding a spear, and riding a sand horse. After it appeared, it immediately half-knelt on the ground, silently exercising the highest level of reverence towards Jojo. Jojo looked at it curiously. Name, Cavalry of Sand. Soldier type, Cavalry. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Ability overview, a sand soldier summoned from the Emperor of Sand spatial ring. Has 10 years of cavalry combat experience and an undying sand transformation ability. He is the perfect choice for a personal guard. Skills, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Horsemanship, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lancemanship, Sand Body, Sand Revival, Sand Stealth. Loyalty, Dead Loyal. Potential, none. Jojo looked at the sand cavalry in front of him and clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he sensed the consumption in his body. Summoning a cavalry consumes about 30% of my energy. It should be similar for the other types of soldiers. That means I can summon up to 3 sand soldiers at once. Jojo was very satisfied. The 3 sand soldiers, together with their ability to turn into sand, were comparable to 10 human soldiers above Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. They were enough to guarantee his personal safety. The rewards of this supreme treasure chest never disappoints. Jojo thought. This sand cavalry instantly disintegrated into bountiful sand energy and quickly dissipated into the air. After that, he opened the marketplace and used another 2,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat to set up a transaction to buy materials for the blood eye. Then, he walked out of the Lord's wooden house and went to the gnome alchemy workshop. He saw Ashburn assembling a mechanostrider with his 4 disciples as soon as he entered. "Greetings, my lord." The 5 of them chimed. "How was your rest?" Jojo nodded and looked at Ashburn. "I'm fully rested. Also, congratulations, my lord, on your first victory against the Scarlet Lord." Ashburn laughed. His eyes were bright and his movements were strong. He looked like he was indeed resting well. "Your potions were very useful. We would have lost a lot of people if it weren't for your life potions." Jojo shook his head. "That's my duty." Ashburn bowed elegantly. Jojo smiled. "I have something to tell you." Ashburn immediately looked like he understood. Then, he got his 4 disciples to leave the studio and closed the door. "Please give me my instructions, my lord." Ashburn said seriously. "It's not a big deal. It's just that I obtained another alchemy potion formula. When the ingredients arrive, you can make some." Jojo handed the alchemy formula for the blood eye to Ashburn. Ashburn took it with a click of his tongue. Even though he already knew about his lord's golden hand, he hadn't expected that the lord would be able to make use of his building effects to obtain 2 alchemy potion formulas in just 2 days. It's also a very practical alchemy potion. Ashburn was surprised. Jojo nodded. "And I have something else to tell you. I plan to form a scout team that is in charge of exploring the surrounding environment of the territory. That would include the area where the fog monsters are, the resource area, the terrain of various places, and so on. We'll need a bunch of mechanostriders as a means of transportation. From now on, just focus on the mechanostriders and make a small amount of other potions. Can you make, say, 20 mechanostrider a day?" "I need 100 for now." Jojo asked. "Absolutely. I have 4 disciples now. Even though their skills are still a little rough, we can make more than 30 mechanostriders a day. I can definitely make 100 mechanostriders in 3 days." Ashburn promised. "Let me know if you need anything." Jojo trusted Ashburn very much. After saying that, he turned around and left. Half an hour later, Bai Yi was back with some bad news. Chapter 28. Use of the Blood Eye. Establishment of the medical hall. After Jojo received the news, he immediately walked out of the room and found Bai Yi. The situation on her side was not so good. A black and purple-faced black iron tier intermediate grade soldier was lying unconscious on a simple wooden cart. Bai Yi and the others were anxious, but they could not do anything about this situation. "His lordship is here. Make way for the lord. My lord must have a way to save Brother Zhang." When the soldiers saw Jojo arrive, they were immediately excited. Then, they quickly made way for Jojo. Jojo quickly arrived in front of the poison person. "My lord, I was careless. We were accidentally ambushed by the black-tailed fog scorpion hidden under the sand in the process of capturing them. We killed all the black-tailed fog scorpions in the end, but this comrade was still accidentally poisoned by a low-level black-tailed fog scorpion during the battle. I did some emergency treatment to suppress the spread of the poison in his body, but there was still no way to neutralize the poison. He passed out on the way back. My lord, please punish me." Bai Yi looked ashamed. Poisoned. Jojo did not waste his breath. He took out the black iron tier elementary grade antidote he had obtained earlier, opened the cork, and poured the entire bottle into the poisoned soldier's mouth. The next second, his tense expression relaxed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his dark purple face gradually returned to its normal color. His face returned to normal and he opened his eyes in confusion in no time. Jojo opened the soldier's personal information and realized that his condition had returned to normal. All right. All right. He's awake. As expected of the Lord. I knew his lordship would have a way. The soldiers were pleasantly surprised. Bai Yi also heaved a sigh of relief. However, she did not dare to look into Jojo's eyes. There is no need to blame yourself for that. It's clearly because of the black-tailed fog scorpion's attack methods that are impossible to guard against. It's normal for you to get hit by accident. Just be careful next time. Jojo looked at Bai Yi and shook his head. The black-tailed fog scorpion is proficient in sneak attacks underground. It's very difficult for us to discover it in advance, Bai Yi said helplessly. Jojo also frowned slightly. Bai Yi was right. However, how could he be willing to avoid the area where the black-tailed fog scorpions were just because of that? It would be impossible for him to avoid the black-tailed fog scorpion's living area when his territory expands in the future. Moreover, the poison of this black-tailed fog scorpion was a little stronger than he had expected. A black iron tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpion almost poisoned a black iron tier intermediate grade sword shield soldier to death. At this moment, Jojo suddenly thought of an item. "Come with me," he said. The two arrived at the gnome alchemy workshop and found Ashburn. "Ashburn, can the blood eye enable us to see the fog monsters hidden underground?" Jojo asked directly. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment before her eyes lit up. "The blood eye can detect them as long as they aren't hiding more than 10 meters underground." Ashburn laughed. "No problem. The black-tailed fog scorpion wouldn't hide so deep beneath the ground. Erupting out from the ground would take too long otherwise and the commotion would be too big. I estimate that they are generally about 3 to 5 meters beneath the surface." Bai Yi said excitedly. "No problem at all." Ashburn smiled and nodded. With that, he turned around and walked to the workbench. He took 3 blood-red potion bottles and returned to Jojo. "I have just grasped the refinement method of this blood eye, so I couldn't help but make 3 bottles. This potion is very simple to refine. I can refine about 10 bottles in an hour. You can use it now if you need it. If it's not enough, I'll refine it again." Ashburn laughed. "Thank you." Bai Yi thanked him. "You're too kind, Madam Bai. We're all working for the Lord." Ashburn laughed. Bai Yi looked at Jojo with burning eyes. Jojo touched his nose and did not say anything. After taking the blood eye potion, he led her out of the gnome alchemy workshop. "You want revenge for your poisoned brother?" Jojo asked directly after coming out. "I'll go wherever my lord tells me to go," Bai Yi said respectfully. "It's okay. I want to attack the territory of the black-tailed fog scorpion too. But before that, we need to understand the range of black-tailed fog scorpion survival methods and their exact numbers. There's a saying in my hometown, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles." Jojo said. "I understand." Bai Yi also calmed down. Jojo nodded and he told her about the scout team. "There are now 9 mechanostriders used in the territory. Pick out 9 smart soldiers and get them to master the piloting of the mechanostriders. Then, you can bring them to explore the black-tailed fog scorpion's territory first. Obtain intel on the enemy so that we can beat them. I will lead you to destroy this group of black-tailed fog scorpions then." Jojo said seriously. "Yes, my lord. I'll carry it out now," Bai Yi said excitedly. Then, she left with the 3 bottles of blood eye potion that Jojo had given her. Jojo watched her leave. There was nothing to worry about. With the blood eye, even the monsters hidden underground could not escape their observation. It would be difficult for them to encounter danger as long as Bai Yi and the others did not deliberately bump into the monster's face when they were on these fast mechanostriders. "I wonder if there's a Scarlet Lord behind the black-tailed fog scorpion," Jojo pondered. "My lord. I have something to report." Zhao Changsho walked over. "Elder Zhao, just tell me," Jojo said politely. He was very respectful to old people, especially talented old people. Courtesy must not be abandoned. Zhao Changsho seemed to take note of this and said, "My lord, the clinic has been completed. I'm also supervising the construction of the warehouse. It should be ready by tonight. As for the residences, I handed them over to Qian Du. He completely grasped the blueprint of the residences that his lordship gave to him. He has already established 2 residences. There shouldn't be any problems with the remaining construction." Jojo's eyes lit up. The clinic was completed. A medical center was too important to stabilize the loyalty of the subjects. Moreover, it was even more important to the injured soldiers. It could greatly reduce their casualties. The 2 of them arrived at the newly built medical hall. It was not big, just a 2-story tall white ordinary building with the word, "Medical Hall," on it. Jojo looked at it. A text notification appeared. Building name, Medical Hall. Territory level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Building effect, basic building of the territory. After a doctor moves in, he can research, sell medicine, and treat patients. It can also slightly increase the loyalty of his subjects. Note 1, this building can be upgraded by higher quality blueprints, but the corresponding materials need to be replenished. Note 2, the level of researching medicine and treating patients, the economic benefits of selling medicine, and the extent of increasing the loyalty of the people depends on the level of the clinic and the life profession level of the doctor. Building description, I'd rather the medicine hall be covered in thick dust than have a patient in the world. I established this Black Iron Tier intermediate grade medical hall because the best doctor in our territory, Zhang Qianjing, is at this level. I will upgrade this building when Physician Zhang's profession level increases in the future or there are higher level doctors in the territory. My lord, you don't have to worry about higher level blueprints. There's no need for blueprints at all as long as we don't build anything above the white platinum tier intermediate grade. I can build them directly with enough resources and manpower. Zhao Changshu smiled. Zhou, very satisfied. Having a high-level architect by his side would save money and trouble. After that, Zhou went to see the 2 residences that Qiandu had built. It had to be said that even though Qiandu was an unorthodox architect, with the help of the blueprint and Zhao Changshu's guidance, the houses built were still quite standard. A residence that could accommodate up to 4 people could be built with fewer resources even though it could not be upgraded. As long as Zhou's territory was large enough, it was not a problem for everyone to have a residence of their own. On the other side, Bai Yi quickly found 9 suitable candidates and began to teach them how to pilot the mechanostriders. It was not difficult to learn how to pilot the mechanostriders. Given their intelligence, they mastered the method in less than an hour. She brought them away from the territory in a mechanostrider after cautioning them on the things to take note of. Time passed, night gradually fell. Bai Yi and the others finally returned safely before the scarlet fog appeared with the results of their investigation. Chapter 29. In the living room of the Lord's wooden house. My lord, we found the nest of the black-tailed fog scorpion. There are about 400 of them. They're about 25 kilometers southwest of Blazing Sun City. Furthermore, we discovered that there was a green bronze tier advanced grade leader among them. It is also a Scarlet Lord. Bai Yi, who had just returned, reported. It is really a Scarlet Lord. Zhou's expression also became serious, however, he was not afraid. It was just a green bronze tier grade Scarlet Lord, not even strong enough to face off with his green bronze tier advanced grade lava dragon, Nazario. Pure-blooded dragons were the overlord race of the myriad worlds. With Nazario's current abilities, it might even have a high chance of killing even a white-silver tier Scarlet Lord. Are you guys in some kind of trouble? Zhou asked. No, we can detect monsters hiding in our surroundings in advance with the Blood Eye potion. The mechanostriders given to us by my lord allows us to use high movement speed to avoid them. None of them could catch up to us. Bai Yi replied excitedly. The experience of using the mechanostrider and Blood Eye combination was extremely good. This was the first time she had experienced such a strange feeling. Zhou nodded, feeling a little strange. He did not expect the effect of the Blood Eye to be so useful. What do you think our chances are if we go up against them? Zhou asked. The black-tailed fog scorpion's greatest threat lies in its poison and its ability to ambush. But we don't have to worry about sneak attacks with the Blood Eye potion and we have the antidote. As long as we can resolve these 2 threats, I think we have an 80% chance of winning. If we have a way to deal with the green bronze tier advanced grade black-tailed fog scorpion leader, I think we have a 100% chance of winning. Bai Yi said after thinking seriously. She was loyal and would not lie to him. Therefore, Zhou did not hesitate to make a decision upon hearing that. Get ready then. Tomorrow, we'll deal with these black-tailed fog scorpions and their scarlet lords. Understood. Bai Yi said respectfully. One more thing. I've already used the newly obtained Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books to recruit another 36 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sword Shield Soldiers. They're at the residences now. Bring them along when you are going back. Zhou said. They killed a total of 212 Desert Fog Lizards during the battle with the Desert Fog Lizard leader during the day. Among them were 178 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizards, 27 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Desert Fog Lizards, 6 Elite Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Desert Fog Lizard, and 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard Leader. Other than the loot mentioned before, he also gained 5 12 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 16 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 5,240 units of flesh, Black Iron Tier Elementary, Intermediate and Advanced Grade. 100 units of Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, 37 kilograms of Water Bag, 222 Gradeless Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 36 Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Books which had all become 36 new Sword Shield Soldiers and 6 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sand Stealth Techniques. In addition, this battle cost him 12 soldiers. However, it also gave him 40 more Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Soldiers and 122 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Professionals. His strength could be said to have increased instead of decreasing. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi nodded before leaving. At night, the scarlet fog quietly descended. The world was covered in a strange scarlet fog, invoking fear. Zhou stood inside the protective shield and looked at the quiet scarlet fog outside of the novice lord's protective barrier. For a moment, he was not used to it. There really won't be any new fog monsters. Never mind, so be it. It'll give the soldiers a good night's sleep. It won't be good for them to fight monsters all day and night. I have a monster ranch anyway, so I won't lose much even if no new fog monsters are born at night. Zhou thought. He looked in the direction of the monster ranch outside of the protection barrier and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he returned to the Lord's wooden house and brought Nazario along. It's cold. Zhou felt a bone-chilling cold as the scarlet fog surrounded his body. It seemed to have a consciousness as it tried to burrow into Zhou's body. With a thought, the energy in his body immediately circulated and the bone-chilling cold gradually disappeared. Mugu also noticed Zhou. Greetings, my lord. Mugu was a little surprised. After some hesitation, he said, My lord. Forgive me for being rude. The scarlet fog is extremely strange, and it will reach its peak at night. It's better for you to tread carefully at this time. It's okay. Didn't I bring it out with me? Zhou pointed at the curious baby, Nazario, which was looking around. The tension in Mugu's face eased when he saw the baby dragon. I overstepped my boundary. Zhou did not blame him. Instead, he looked at the small fence beside him. This small fence was only about 20 square meters, and there was an elite Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Desert Fog Lizard lying inside. It was the one that Bai Yi and the others had captured earlier in the day. They also caught a black-tailed fog scorpion that was at the Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. However, since there was no second monster ranch, its limbs and tail were temporarily cut off and tied up. How does the monster ranch work? Zhou retracted his gaze and asked curiously. My lord, why don't you wait for a while? You'll know when the time comes. Mugu smiled. Zhou nodded. A moment later, the bored Zhou suddenly saw a scarlet fog descend from the sky and charge straight into the body of the elite desert fog lizard. The elite desert fog lizard's body trembled, then a scarlet light shot out of its lower body. In the blink of an eye, that light landed in the large fence and turned into a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard. It looked around blankly and then got up. Soon, it saw Zhou and Mugu. The Desert Fog Lizard immediately roared and rushed towards them aggressively. Zhou was just about to control it with mental control when Mugu rushed over at an extremely fast speed and reached out to touch its head. The Desert Fog Lizard became still. Zhou had elementary grade mental potential, therefore, when Mugu touched his head, he could sense that this subordinate seemed to have released a mental perception that had the ability to pacify. Is this the unique ability of a monster rancher? Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. In the next hour, more than 100 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizards were nurtured. However, they were all ordinary Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizards. At this rate of birth, the monster ranch can produce at least 1,000 Desert Fog Lizards a night. Can this hold? Zhou asked. It really can't. Therefore, I will let them fight among themselves and devour each other. This way, not only can we reduce their numbers, but we can also use this method to give birth to elite tier, leader tier, and even lord tier fog monsters. However, there won't be any scarlet lords amongst them. The lord tier monster that would only have the strength of a lord, but doesn't have the rank of a scarlet lord. Mugu said. Zhou nodded in realization. So this is how high-level monsters were born. Why can't a scarlet lord be born? He asked. Because my Lord's monster ranch originates from the Lord's talent and is protected by the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will not allow the Scarlet Lord to invade this place. Naturally, there's no way for the Lord of Scarlet to be born here. Mugu said. Jojo felt that it was a pity he could not artificially create the Scarlet Lord. After that, he returned to Blazing Sun City with Nazario. The next day, Jojo woke up in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he found Nazario licking his face. Go, 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 Jojo stuffed a mouthful of black iron tear mist cores into its mouth and sent it away. He wanted to go back to sleep, but lazed around in bed when he realized that he couldn't fall back into slumber. Instead, he lay on the bed and turned on the World Channel, wanting to dive for a while. Then, Jojo saw a large number of Lord's comments appear on the World Channel. At the top of the World Channel, there was a blood-red announcement that he had never seen before. Cerulean Planet's Lord announcement: there are only 3 days left until the Novice Lord test. All Lords, please work hard to develop in the remaining 3 days. Otherwise, you will be eliminated by the fog monsters. Prompt: in this Novice Lord test, the Lords who pass the test will receive a reward. The better the performance of the Lord, the richer the rewards. The Lord who performs the best will receive the highest reward personally given by the Supreme Will. Please work hard to develop and seize this opportunity. Countdown: 95 hours, 32 minutes, 46 seconds. Jojo raised his eyebrows. Chapter 30. Summoning the Subjects. Cartographer. He looked at the other Lord's opinions on this announcement as he processed the information. I thought the Novice Lord test was just a simple test. I didn't expect a reward. I have a yellow gold tier Lord talent. I will definitely stand out in this test. The Blazing Sun Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Azura Lord, and Undead Lord haven't even spoken yet. Why are you with a yellow gold tier Lord talent making noise? I don't want to compare to those freaks. With my yellow gold tier Lord talent, it shouldn't be a problem for me to scoop up some soup that the big shots don't want, right? I still want to fight for it even though I don't have a Lord talent. The ultimate reward belongs to me, the Son of Heaven. My Falcon Core is ready to be tested at any time. I've only summoned 6 professionals over the past 4 days. Do you think I can pass this Novice Lord test? If you feel that you can't pass, find a way out as soon as possible. Give up your status as a Lord and find a local faction to be an ordinary person. It's not that I want to hurt anyone's feelings, but your lives are the most important. Don't you think so? I'm tempted. There seems to be a local faction near my territory. A bunch of cowards. A real man should treat this test as his chance. The test isn't here yet and you want to escape already. Not everyone has the heart to fight for supremacy. That's right, who wants to be a Lord? I was dragged forcefully here, okay. This Novice Lord test will determine if you are a dragon or a worm. The World Channel displayed all kinds of human emotions. Some were tempted, some were wavering, and some were already thinking of retreating. However, most of the Lords were still filled with ambition and anticipation for this Novice Lord test. Jojo was no exception. I have the legendary tier Lord talent. There's no reason not to fight for this supreme reward. I can't underestimate the other Lords since my Lord talent will grow stronger in later stages. Perhaps some other Lord can obtain a greater advantage than me now. I can't relax for the last 3 days. I have to accumulate strength with all my might. Only then can I have a chance to obtain the supreme reward in the Novice Lord test. Jojo rationalized it. He did not become egoistic with the achievements and fame of the past 3 days, nor was he in the mood to continue sleeping in. He simply got up and walked out of the Lord's wooden house. Bai Yi and the others had already woken up and were eating breakfast. Jojo washed up quickly and joined in. Everyone rested for a while before they cleaned up the desert fog lizards in the monster ranch. Jojo then came to the gate of summoning and prepared to summon his subjects on the 4th day. A golden text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Jojo immediately said. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with white light, and 12 people walked out. Greetings, my lord. When the 12 new subjects saw Jojo, they immediately said respectfully, Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Jojo said as usual. Then, he began to check the attributes of the 12 new subjects. These 12 subjects were 6 men and 6 women. 10 of them were ordinary people without any profession. As for the other two, one of them was a Black Iron Tier intermediate grade female chef. The other person was a cartographer, a young boy who was only 15 years old. He looked delicate and young, but his eyes were quite determined. Subject: Wu Tu. Territory: Blazing Sun City. Life profession: cartographer. Profession class: Black Iron Tier intermediate grade. Ability overview: he has a image memory talent. He could record the scenery he saw with his brush. Later, he took the initiative to join the army for the sake of his family's livelihood and became a military cartographer. He was good at drawing all kinds of terrain distribution, natural resource gathering points, mountains and rivers, and the territory of monsters. Skills: talent, image memory, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade graphic skill, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade terrain recognition, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade monster recognition, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade medicinal herb recognition, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade mineral recognition, Black Iron Tier elementary grade Maple Town, Black Iron Tier elementary grade Maple Town, Black Iron Tier elementary grade Fish Spring Town, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade Maple Town, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade Gobi Desert, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade Raven Forest. Loyalty: 75. Potential: Yellow Gold Tier advanced grade. Zhou was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen a human with talent and skills. Moreover, it was not a racial talent like the elementary grade mental potential. His person's potential was also higher than average since he actually had Yellow Gold Tier advanced grade potential. He was almost a top talent of the human race. What surprised Zhou the most was, this child was clearly not very old, but he had unexpectedly mastered many skills. His caliber was second only to Elder Zhao Changshou among the people he knew. He put away the surprise in his heart and began to distribute these people. Zhou used the 4 poison crossbowman class change certificates that he had obtained previously to turn 4 men into beginner-level poison crossbowmen. Zhou assigned the other 2 men to Zhao Changshou. Zhao Changshou and the others were building new buildings every day, but they were very short of manpower. Zhao Changshou, this old man, sometimes had to personally build mud walls. The soldiers could help them when they were free, but their main profession was still going out to conquer monsters. It was impossible for them to do construction work all day. Therefore, it was still necessary to assign construction personnel to Zhao Changshou and Qian Du. As for the remaining 4 female subjects, they were assigned to Qin Guang and his wife immediately. There were more than 600 people in the territory. It was not possible for Qin Guang and his wife to provide food to so many people every day by themselves. It was better for them to have more help. Finally, Zhou looked at Wu Tuesday. Wu Tu was still a child after all. Under Zhou's gaze, he quickly became a little nervous. Don't be afraid of me. I'm not going to eat you. Go to the Gnome Alchemy Workshop later and apply for a Mechanostrider from the workshop owner, Ashburn. After you get it, get familiar with it. When you have completely mastered it, follow my scout team in the exploration of the surrounding information of the territory. Draw a map for me. This mission is important. Can you do that? Zhou pondered for a moment before saying, I can. That's what I did in the military. I'm already familiar with it. Wu Tu said confidently. Okay. I like how confident you are. Since you're so confident, I will entrust you with a heavy responsibility and make you the vice captain of my scout team if you can satisfy my conditions. How about that? Zhou said seriously. Wu Tu volunteered to serve in the army so that his family could survive, so Zhou believed that he was not a brat who knew nothing. Therefore, he did not look down on him because he was young and wanted to give this child a chance. In any case, he would only be the vice captain. The captain and the other soldiers could also look out for him and prevent him from doing anything wrong. When Wu Tu heard Zhou's words, his eyes could not help but light up. When he was in the army, no matter how much knowledge he learned or how many skills he mastered, he did not gain the trust of many soldiers because of his tender age. He did not expect this lord to trust him so much after he came here. My lord seemed to be different from the others. The young man thought. Then, he nodded vigorously. I'll definitely become the vice captain. The lord in front of him smiled and ruffled his hair before turning to leave. Chapter 31. Gains from the Monster Ranch. Huge increase in military strength. Your subject Wu Tu's loyalty has increased to 87. Zhou, who was walking on the road, suddenly saw this notification. He winced then smiled. Half an hour later, the soldiers were done resting. Jojo gathered everyone together and called for Nazario. Then, they headed to the monster ranch together. Unbelievable. Is this still the same monster ranch I saw yesterday? I see elite desert fog lizards, so many of them. The soldiers looked at the monster ranch in front of them in shock. In just one night, the monster ranch had undergone a complete facelift. At this moment, the monster ranch in front of them was already crawling with desert fog lizards of all sizes. There were even some at elite tier. What surprised everyone the most was that they were no longer as fierce as before. These desert fog lizards were either crawling slowly or lazing around like domesticated livestock. Big Brother Mu is really amazing. I can't believe he made them so docile. Bai Yi said in surprise. Jojo shared her surprise, but he was already mentally prepared, so his expression did not change. My lord. Mugu walked out of the ranch and said respectfully. How was the result from last night? Jojo asked. It's been a normal night. There are a total of 500 desert fog lizards. Among them are 256 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards, 220 black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizards, and 24 elite black iron tier advanced grade desert fog lizards. It's a pity that the monster ranch hasn't reached the green bronze tier yet. Otherwise, I can create a leader tier or even lord tier desert fog lizard. Mugu said. Jojo's eyes flashed with excitement. This was not just 500 desert fog lizards. In his eyes, these were clearly 520 Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates and 244 Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books. Jojo did not care about what Mugu said after that. The ranch would level up sooner or later. Mugu, release them in batches. Bai Yi, get the soldiers to kill them one by one. Jojo said. Yes. Mugu and Bai Yi said in unison. My lord, this is the official opening of the monster ranch. It means a lot. Please have the honor of choosing the first batch of desert fog lizards to meet their death. Mugu asked. Sure. Jojo thought for a moment and nodded. He walked to the ranch fence and looked at the 500 desert fog lizards. After looking at them for a while, he chose 10 of them that were lazing around on the ground. These 10 desert mist lizards have been lying motionless on the ground for so long. I must have seen too many of the same kind kill each other. I have decided to end their suffering. Just get them out and kill them. Jojo said. Desert fog lizards. We're just F***king stuffed and don't want to move. My lord is right. Mugu nodded seriously and walked to the entrance of the monster ranch. He opened the door and used the ability of the monster rancher to call the 10 desert fog lizards out. Bai Yi looked at the soldiers behind her. Who feels like they're about to break through? Stand up and kill these desert fog lizards yourself. Don't try to take advantage of the situation. I know where your strengths are. She glared at everyone. Whoosh. More than 50 people stood up. They looked at each other and charged at the 10 desert fog lizards and took care of them in less than 10 seconds. One of the soldiers looked pleased in no time. Officer Bai. I've broken through. I've broken through to black iron tier intermediate grade sword shield soldier. The others looked at him enviously. Go back to the group. Bai Yi smiled and nodded. The soldier chuckled foolishly and turned back to the group. For the next hour, everyone repeated this process in eliminating the desert fog lizards in the monster ranch. Jojo was not idle either. He got someone to move the desert fog lizards' corpses over while he collected the loot. More than an hour later, all 500 desert fog lizards were eliminated. 16 people had broken through to the black iron tier intermediate grade, 3 had broken through to the black iron tier advanced grade, while Zhang Tsang and another subject who had followed him the earliest had broken through to the green bronze tier elementary grade. Other than that, Jojo also obtained loots from 500 desert fog lizards. 520 Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates and 244 Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books had been obtained. There were also 1,584 black iron tier mist cores. 16,320 units of flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade. A total of 1,156 kilograms of water bags. 24 black iron tier advanced grade sand stealth technique. Jojo asked Bai Yi to call all the black iron tier advanced grade and green bronze tier elementary grade soldiers over. Then, he took out 44 sand stealth techniques from his spatial ring and distributed 1 to 44 of them. It was all accumulated over this period of time. He decided to release them at this point in time. This is the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Sand Stealth. Consider it a reward for your advancement. I'll treat you well when your strength advances to a higher level and you make more contributions. In addition, we will go and suppress the Scarlet Lord faction where the black-tailed fog scorpion is. You should be able to use this sand stealth technique. Zhou said. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Everyone was extremely excited. Skill books were very precious treasures to most professionals since the drop rate of monsters was too low on the high continent. Even kingdom-level forces had very strict jurisdiction over skill books. The adjective, a skill worth 1,000 gold, was not wrong at all. They did not expect their lord to be so generous as to reward them with the skill book. At this moment, their loyalty to Zhou had increased. Zhou saw the system notification on that but said nothing about it. After that, he brought everyone back to Blazing Sun City. Then, he went to the Gate of Summoning and threw in the 244 Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books he had just obtained. Sword Shield soldiers walked out of the Gate of Summoning like a tide. Under Bai Yi's guidance, they joined the rest of the soldiers and Zhou's troops expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soldiers who saw this scene sighed with emotion. I walked out of the Gate of Summoning this morning. I didn't expect to see someone else walk out of here today. If it weren't for the desert fog lizards, would I have met my lord? We're so lucky that the desert fog lizards exist. His lordship's golden hand is also the key. Now that you mention it, I want to go to the monster ranch later and burn some incense for the desert fog lizards. Let's go together. Even though the desert fog lizards are our mortal enemy, they also provide us with food and upgrades. Why are there no female soldiers? A moment later, all 244 sword shield soldiers walked out of the Gate of Summoning. At this point, the number of soldiers under Zhou's command had reached 869. Let's do it again tomorrow. The number of soldiers under my command will officially break through to 1,000. Zhou's heart was burning with ambition. Following which, Zhou asked Ashburn for potions before bringing the soldiers, Dr. Zhang Qianjing, Nazario, and the Mechanostriders convoy to the territory of the black-tailed fog scorpion. Chapter 32. Begin the attack. Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow. Half an hour later, Zhou brought his subordinates to the vicinity of the black-tailed fog scorpion's territory. A lone lord's wooden house stood in the vast desert. Other than that, there was nothing. Not even a shadow of a black-tailed fog scorpion. Zhou and the others were not surprised at all. Use the blood eye. Bai Yi said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone said in unison. A total of 50 bottles of blood eye potion were passed on to all 869 soldiers. Each of them poured out a bit of the portion and smeared it on their eyelids. There were still 5 bottles of potions left after everyone applied some. Zhou also took out a bottle of blood eye potion and poured out 1/20th of it to smear evenly on his eyelids. After applying it, he quickly blinked. A magical scene happened. The scene in front of him gradually changed. Balls of blood-red chi that looked like black-tailed fog scorpions hidden under the desert gradually appeared in his vision. They surrounded the surrounding desert with the Lord's wooden house as the center. There were more than 400 of them. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Prepare to attack. He ordered after observing for a moment. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully. Then, she led 4 poison crossbowmen and 1 archer forward. They drew their bows and aimed at the 6 black-tailed fog scorpions closest to them. Shoot! Bai Yi shouted. The 6 of them shot their arrows in unison. Whoosh! 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 The bows were like thunderbolts. 5 poisonous arrows and an iron arrow shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination and shot straight into the ground. The next second, a kill notification appeared. Your subject, Bai Yi, has killed an Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Black-tailed Fog Scorpion. Promotion Energy +2. Loot Condensed. Your subject, Zhao Anmin, has killed a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Black-tailed Fog Scorpion. Promotion Energy +1. Loot Condensed. Your subject, Zhang Zicheng, has killed a Black Iron Tier elementary grade. Energy Black-tailed Fog Scorpion. Promotion Energy +1. Loot condensed. 6 screams sounded. Of the 6 black-tailed fog scorpions that were targeted, 3 were immediately killed, while the other 3 sustained injuries. Pooh. 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 When the black-tailed fog scorpions realized that they could not hide, they broke out of the ground one after another and charged towards the humans. However, there were also many black-tailed fog scorpions that did not rush out from the ground. Instead, they advanced at a relatively slow speed underground and launched a sneak attack on Zhou and the others. Kill. All the soldiers rushed out in full strength and roared as they rushed towards the group of black-tailed fog scorpions accompanied by a furious roar. On the other hand, the poison crossbowmen and archers stood where they were and drew their bows, killing the black-tailed fog scorpions that were charging over from afar. Pay attention to the black-tailed fog scorpions. Soldiers who have mastered the sand stealth technique, remember to use your skills to rescue soldiers swept underground. Bai Yi yelled. Then, she immediately boarded the Mechanostrider and began to wander around the edge of the battlefield. She began to kill these black-tailed fog scorpions one by one with the long-range attack advantage of the poison crossbow soldiers and the speed advantage of the Mechanostrider. At the same time, Zhou, who was at the back of the battlefield, suddenly noticed through his blood eye that there were 3 elite black-tailed fog scorpions above the Black Iron Tier advanced grade rushing towards him. Nazario was eager for some action. It was born with a powerful perception as a dragon. It could see the black-tailed fog scorpions hiding underground clearly and could even sense how many hairs were on the surface of their bodies. Zhou knew that it wanted to attack, but he stopped it. You don't need to do anything for monsters below the green bronze tier unless they are a threat to me. Zhou said. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? With a thought, the energy in his body quickly flowed into the spatial ring on his right index finger. Faint yellow sand light gradually appeared on the surface of the ring. Then, 3 black iron spearmen wearing gorgeous yellow sand armor and holding yellow sand spears condensed in front of him. They charged at the 3 elite black-tailed fog scorpions under Zhou's silent command. Their speed was extremely fast, and they quickly arrived more than 20 meters away from the elite black-tailed fog scorpion. Then, they jumped high into the air, holding long spears in their hands. The tips of their spears were pointed downwards, and they stabbed at the ground with all their might. Pooh. 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 A dull piercing sound rang out. The long spear sank into the 2 black-tailed fog scorpions under the desert. They died on the spot. There was also an elite black-tailed fog scorpion that had no choice but to crawl out of the ground after being injured. However, as soon as it stuck its head out, it was killed by the sand spearmen. After killing the 3 elite black-tailed fog scorpion, the sand spearmen dragged their corpses back to Zhou and stood guard. Zhou looked at the corpses of the 3 elite black-tailed fog scorpions. Item name, Elite Black-tailed Fog Scorpion. Item level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, fog monsters killed by the soldiers of Blazing Sun City. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn at a certain time in the future. Loots, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 100 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Meat, drop rate, 20% 0.1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Poison Sac, drop rate, 5%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Antidote Potion, drop rate, 0.5%, 2 Gradeless Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Advancement Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Poison Crossbow Recruitment Book, drop rate, 0.05%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Potion Recipe, Antidote Potion, drop rate, 0.05%. Equipment dropped. Zhou's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had seen a monster that could drop equipment. Zhou quickly turned them into loot and searched around for this equipment. It was a black crossbow that was more than 40 centimeters long. It also came with a quiver that contained 100 black scorpion poison crossbows. Its external form was like that of a black-tailed fog scorpion. When it fired an arrow, this crossbow was like a black-tailed fog scorpion accumulating strength, preparing to stab its poisonous stinger. Equipment name, Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow. Equipment grade, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment Effect 1, Strong Crossbow. The Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow will give the crossbow bolt double the strength, speed, range, penetration, and lethality. Equipment Effect 2, Black Scorpion Poisonous Crossbow. The Black Scorpion Poisonous Crossbow is equipped with 100 Black Scorpion Poisonous Crossbows. Each poisonous crossbow has strong black-tailed fog scorpion poison attached to it. It can poison anything from green bronze tier elementary grade to death. Introduction, equipment produced by the elite black-tailed fog scorpion. With it, even ordinary people can become terrifying killers. This is top-grade equipment. Jojo looked at this ferocious and domineering weapon with burning eyes. 2 equipment effects, both were to his liking. Then, he looked at the black-tailed fog scorpions in the distance as if he was looking at treasures. Jojo only had one thought in his mind. Protect them. They have to be protected. After the second monster ranch was built, these black-tailed fog scorpions would become his personal weapon factory. Chapter 33. Killing the black-tailed fog scorpion leader. Jojo's side undoubtedly had the advantage judging from the situation. Jojo had twice the forces of the black-tailed fog scorpion and they were forcing most of the scorpions to appear above ground. The black-tailed fog scorpion's forte was in sneak attacks. When above ground, they had less combat power than the desert fog lizards. Therefore, the black-tailed fog scorpions on the ground were basically beaten up by Jojo's soldiers. The black-tailed fog scorpions which stayed underground were also at a disadvantage since the soldiers had blood eye, which allowed them to see them even when they were underground. The soldiers could, therefore, often discover and dodge any sneak attack in advance, making the success rate of the black-tailed fog scorpion's sneak attack extremely low. Their only threat was their black-tailed scorpion poison. Even though the soldiers were wearing military armor that could cover most of their bodies, there were still some places that could not be protected. Jojo had already seen many soldiers accidentally being stung by the black-tailed fog scorpions and showing signs of being poisoned. Jojo pondered for a moment before his gaze landed on his 3 sand spearmen. With a thought, the 3 sand spearmen immediately transformed into 3 sand cavalry. Then, Jojo ordered them to charge into the battlefield and bring the poisoned soldiers and the dead black-tailed fog scorpion corpses to him. The sand cavalry were extremely fast, coming and going like the wind. The poisoned soldiers and the corpses of the black-tailed fog scorpions were quickly delivered to Jojo. Then, he began to extract the loot from the monsters' corpses and used the antidotes in the loot to neutralize the poisoned soldiers. Every black-tailed fog scorpion had an antidote in their loot. Therefore, Jojo was not lacking in them at all. Moreover, the antidote worked extremely quickly. These poisoned soldiers were quickly cured of the poison and regained their combat strength. After thanking Jojo gratefully, they returned to the battlefield without hesitation. Time passed. Poisoned soldiers were brought to Jojo who cured them. They would then return to the battlefield. This scene became a wonder on the battlefield. The soldiers no longer had anything to worry about. Their morale soared and became even more fearless when killing the enemy. At the same time, their loyalty to Jojo began to increase collectively. Jojo also devoted himself to saving people. I, Jojo, am the strongest battlefield medic. Zhang Qianjing, who was beside him, looked at the scene with hesitation. I'm the actual doctor here. Fortunately, Jojo quickly remembered him. He gave the sand cavalry a new job, bringing back seriously injured soldiers back and handing them to Zhang Qianjing. I know how to deal with this. Zhang Qianjing immediately perked up. Thus, the two of them began to get busy. With their efforts, the number of injured soldiers on the battlefield began to decrease at a visible speed. The number of black-tailed fog scorpions' deaths was also increasing at a visible speed. Half an hour later, more than half of the 400 black-tailed fog scorpions died. Just when the soldiers thought that victory was imminent, an accident suddenly happened. The ground suddenly shook. A huge mound appeared in the desert. Then, like a bulldozer, it rushed towards the soldiers at an extremely fast speed. The soldiers were knocked down one after another. Immediately, many people suffered injuries of varying severity. Boom. The ground cracked open. A huge black shadow jumped out from the ground and landed on the desert ground with a bang. It was a huge black-tailed fog scorpion that was 5 to 6 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Its scarlet eyes looked at the soldiers as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Not far away, Jojo also looked at the black-tailed fog scorpion. He looked a little surprised. Logically speaking, he should be able to discover such a huge black-tailed fog scorpion through the blood eye. However, he had never seen the figure of this huge black-tailed fog scorpion in the vision of the blood eye. What is going on? He looked at it. A text message appeared. Monster name, Black-tailed Fog Scorpion Leader, Black Spike, Scarlet Lord. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Monster description, one of the 3 Scarlet Lords of the Blazing Sun Desert. He has many black-tailed fog scorpion subjects under his command. He likes to live under the desert, avoid the blazing sun, and is good at ambushing other creatures. Loots, 40 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 2 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 500 units of Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Black-tailed Fog Scorpion Leader's Flesh, drop rate, 20% 0. 5%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Black-tailed Fog Scorpion Leader's Poison Sac, drop rate, 5%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Blood Cleansing Pill, drop rate, 0.5%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Deadly State, drop rate, 0. 1%, 20 Gradeless Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%, 10 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Poison Crossbow Soldier Recruitment Book, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Black-tailed Scorpion King Crossbow, drop rate, 0. 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Potion Recipe, Blood Cleansing Pill, drop rate, 0.05%, 8 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Nazario let out an excited cry next to Jojo. Jojo did not stop at this time. Nazario quickly flew above the black-tailed fog scorpion. Roar. Accompanying the roar was an immature yet incomparably dignified dragon might. The suppression from the top-notch dragon bloodline immediately made the black-tailed fog scorpion leader realize that it could not move in horror. Nazario's red dragon eyes looked at it and suddenly opened his dragon mouth. A faint red light appeared in its mouth. The next second, the scorching magma dragon breath spewed out and directly rushed towards the black-tailed fog scorpion leader. The black-tailed fog scorpion finally broke free from the influence of the dragon might. It crawled into the sand in a panic and disappeared from the ground at an extremely fast speed. Regardless, the magma dragon breath still melted a quarter of its body into magma, causing it to be severely injured. That excited Nazario. It was the first time it had seen a monster that could break free from its dragon might. It was about to give chase when it suddenly froze on the spot. Jojo narrowed his eyes slightly. In its vision, after the black-tailed fog scorpion leader drilled into the ground, its blood energy disappeared again. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. It seems to be able to hide its blood energy and even other information that can expose its location, Jojo speculated. At the same time, Nazario landed on the ground as well. It looked at the ground under its feet and observed for a moment, but it could not find any traces of the other party. However, its powerful perception could sense that the other party was still nearby. Jojo and Nazario shared telepathy, so he knew this information as well. He thought for a moment. He got the 3 sand cavalrymen to protect him. Then, he walked into the battlefield and used mental manipulation to control the 2 elite black-tailed fog scorpions. Then, he controlled them to dive underground to find their previous boss. Jojo closed his eyes, switching his perspective to the 2 black-tailed fog scorpions. A moment later, from the perspective of the 2 black-tailed fog scorpions, a huge black-tailed fog scorpion leader was lurking in the sand. A quarter of its body had already disappeared. Its remaining body was hidden in the sand and did not move. Its entire body smell and vital signs were completely in a dead state. It also saw the 2 black-tailed fog scorpions. After a glance, it quietly sent a message. Shoo. The 2 black-tailed fog scorpions looked at each other and quietly came under it. They aimed at it and used their stingers ruthlessly. Ready. Aim. Sting. Nazario was still searching the ground for the location of the black-tailed fog scorpion leader. After it found it, it planned to use the magma dragon breath to spit out a hole in the ground and melt it in the sand. Its master had high hopes, it could not disappoint him. Boom. The black-tailed fog scorpion, which only had 3/4 of its body left, suddenly jumped out of the ground. It jumped more than 10 meters high and let out a piercing scream. Nazario opened its mouth and spat out another magma dragon breath in surprise. The black body burned in scarlet hot dragon breath. Not far away. A kill notification appeared in front of Jojo. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the black-tailed fog scorpion leader, Scarlet Lord, Black Spike. Promotion energy plus 80. Loot had condensed. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. Chapter 34. The shocking effect of the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Jojo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the black-tailed fog scorpion leader submerged in Nazario's lava dragon breath. He quickly stopped Nazario so that the corpse did not burn away. Nazario understood immediately and stopped releasing its dragon breath. Rumble. The corpse of the black-tailed fog scorpion leader, which had already been roasted to a black-red color, fell heavily onto the desert, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Nazario looked at it for a moment, then lost interest. It turned around and flew away to help the soldiers deal with the other black-tailed fog scorpion. Jojo heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the corpse was not done burning. Otherwise, the loot inside would also be burned away. He did not immediately go over to retrieve the loot. Instead, he continued to stand where he was, waiting for the war to end. With Nazario's help, the remaining 100 or so black-tailed fog scorpions were all wiped out in less than 15 minutes. The battlefield was silent for a while before the soldiers ruptured into a cheer. Jojo and Zhang Qianjing walked into the soldiers to heal the poisoned and injured soldiers. After the situation of these soldiers stabilized, Jojo came to the charred corpse of the black-tailed fog scorpion leader. The fragrance of meat tickled his appetite. This will be my dinner. He placed his hand on its corpse after confirming that it was not of unbearable temperature. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. The next second, a text notification appeared. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained 40 mist cores, green bronze tier, 500 units of black-tailed fog scorpion flesh, green bronze tier advanced grade, 1 unit of black-tailed fog scorpion leader's poison sac, green bronze tier advanced grade, 1 bottle of blood cleansing pills, green bronze tier. Advanced grade, 1 skill book, deadly state, black iron tier advanced grade, 20 poison crossbowman class change certificates, gradeless, 10 poison crossbowman recruitment books, green bronze tier advanced grade, 1 black scorpion king crossbow, black iron tier advanced grade, 1 potion formula. Blood cleansing pills, black iron tier advanced grade, 2 origin crystals, 8 Lord Talent crystal fragments, black iron tier advanced grade. Whoosh. A huge drop. Envy appeared on some of the faces of the surrounding soldiers, but most of them looked up at Jojo with even more admiration. Jojo was already used to such scenes. He began to inspect the loot calmly. There was naturally no need to mention the green bronze tier mist cores, the flesh of the black-tailed fog scorpion leader, the poison sac, and the poison crossbow soldier class change certificates. The effect of the poison crossbow soldier recruitment book was the same as the sword shield soldier recruitment book. They could summon professionals from the gate of summoning. However, these recruitment books would recruit higher-level beginner soldiers, the poison crossbow soldiers. Then, there was the green bronze tier advanced grade skill book, Dead State. Skill name, Dead State. Skill quality, green bronze tier advanced grade. Skill description, conceal your scent, gaze, voice, breathing, mental activity, blood energy fluctuations, energy aura, and other traces that might expose you to the greatest extent. Allow you to enter a dead state and become like a corpse, thereby reducing the possibility of other living beings discovering you. Jojo raised his eyebrows. No wonder they couldn't find any traces of the other party the moment it entered the desert. They couldn't even see it with their blood eyes. So it was the effect of dead state. Good stuff. Jojo learned it on the spot. With a 100% drop rate, he was destined to obtain countless treasures and lord talents in the future. The closer he got to the later stages of the overlord competition, the stronger he would become after grasping many treasures and overlord talents. Therefore, this kind of survival skill was what he needed the most. After learning it, he looked at the next loot. The formula for the blood cleansing pill and the medicine bottle containing 20 blood cleansing pills. Potion recipe name, blood cleansing pill. Recipe quality, green bronze tier advanced grade. Recipe effect, you can master the refining method of the blood cleansing pill after using it. The blood cleansing pill can remove most poisons below the white-silver tier. It can also relieve and control some white-silver tier blood-infecting toxins. Recipe material: clear spirit flower, green bronze tier advanced grade, purple leaf grass, green bronze tier intermediate grade, black crow ginseng, green bronze tier intermediate grade, blood clotting grass, black iron tier advanced grade. Formula description: beginner level antidote. It can heal and control most low-level poisons below the white-silver tier. Learning requirement: it can only be learned by physicians, herbalists, pharmacists, alchemists, and other herb-related life professions. He had also read the formula for the black iron tier advanced grade antidote he had obtained from the elite black iron tier advanced grade. The effect was similar to the blood cleansing pill, however, the level of detoxification was different. The black iron tier advanced grade antidote could only cure most black iron tier poison, while this blood cleansing pill could cure most poisons below the white silver tier. No doubt, the blood cleansing pill had a wider healing range, but it was also more expensive to make. He did not think too much about it as he continued to look at the next loot. Equipment name: Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow. Equipment grade: Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect 1: Power of the King's Crossbow. When shooting the arrow, the Black Scorpion King's Crossbow will give the arrow 5 times the strength, speed, range, penetration, and lethality of the arrow. It will also carry the poison of the black-tailed fog scorpion, which is above Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. It can poison ordinary monsters below white silver tier to death. Equipment effect 2: Arrow of Death. When the user shoots a crossbow bolt, the Black Scorpion King crossbow will automatically hide all the user's physical characteristics and shoot a silent arrow, killing the enemy. Introduction: the rare equipment dropped by the black-tailed mist scorpion leader, Black Spike. It is a top-grade equipment that Green Bronze Tier crossbow soldiers dream of. Good equipment. Jojo's eyes lit up. Equipment effect 1 was equivalent to providing an unlimited number of black scorpion poisonous arrows. Moreover, it was a black scorpion poisonous arrow with Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect 2 even had a deathly silent skill. The effects of the two equipment were both top grade. I can give this to Bai Yi. Jojo thought. Even though he liked this equipment very much, he did not need to go out to fight personally as a lord. Also, he was not a crossbow-type soldier. Keeping it would only cause this treasure to be covered in dust. He might as well give it to Bai Yi and let it play a greater role. It would also allow Bai Yi to serve him better. Then, he looked at the origin crystal he had seen for the first time. This was a thumb-sized hexagonal golden crystal that emitted a faint warm heat when held in his hand. Item name: Origin Crystal. Item level: Special. Item effect: one of the necessary resources to upgrade the territory. Only some Scarlet Lords and special fog monsters can drop it. Item description: a rare and indispensable promotion resource for a lord. Do we actually need this to upgrade our territory? Jojo was a little surprised. He valued this resource even more. He solemnly put it into his spatial ring and looked at the last loot. They were 8 cube-shaped crystals that emitted a black iron glow. Treasure name: Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Grade: Black Iron Tier. Treasure ability 1: gather 10 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and fuse them into a complete Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. It can awaken an unknown Black Iron Tier Lord Talent. Treasure ability 2: gather 10 Black Iron Level Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals and fuse them into a Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. It can allow a Lord with a Black Iron Level Lord Talent to upgrade his Lord Talent to a Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent. The subsequent fusion effects, and so on. Introduction: the treasure that lords dream of. Jojo's eyes widened. Chapter 35. Organizing the Harvest. Thousands of soldier professionals. Jojo was completely stunned. Not only does this Lord Talent Crystal Fragment awaken the Lord Talent, it could also upgrade the Lord Talent. Jojo had another bold idea. If he obtained 1 billion Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, wouldn't he be able to fuse a mythical Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal directly? If he used it again, wouldn't his legendary Tier Lord Talent evolve into a mythical Tier Lord Talent? Wait. No. If I had the mythical Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal, why would I level up the 100% drop rate? Wouldn't it be better to directly awaken a brand new mythical Tier Lord Talent? Jojo suddenly realized the error of his ways and started fantasizing before coming back to his senses. He looked at the 8 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments in his hand and sighed. 1 billion of them. So far away. He might not even be able to afford it even after the Battle of the Overlords. It was better not to think so far ahead. There are billions of cerulean planet lords and many of them haven't awakened their lord talents. Could it be because they didn't form a complete lord talent crystal in their bodies? Zhou suddenly thought of this problem. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He then called 5 sword shield soldiers and walked into the lord's wooden house. He checked it and found that there was nothing good to take away with them. He then turned his attention to the territory stone tablet and realized that it was a black iron tier advanced grade territory stone tablet. Smash it, Zhou ordered. The 5 sword shield soldiers went forward to swing their swords. They took half an hour to break the stone tablet with an endurance of 10,000 points, revealing the territory token inside. Zhou stepped forward and placed his hand on the territory token. Receive the territory order. Yes, Zhou said. The black iron tier advanced grade territory token immediately fell into his hands the next second. Zhou looked at the territory token with a smile on his face. He had 2 territory tokens in his possession. He just had to obtain another piece and his territory could be upgraded again. We've to continue fighting, Zhou thought. My lord, I have something to report. At this moment, Bai Yi's voice came from outside. Come in, he said casually. Bai Yi walked in. I've something to report, my lord. The soldiers couldn't even find a unit of basic resources after searching for so long. It's like there are no resources here. Her expression was a little ugly. Zhou was stunned. Surely not. It was the territory of a green bronze tier advanced grade Scarlet Lord after all. It should have developed for a period of time since it could upgrade its territory to black iron tier advanced grade. How could it not have any basic resources? Did you search the underground? Zhou suddenly said. Bai Yi immediately reacted and joy appeared on her face. That's right. There is indeed a high chance that they will place their development resources under the desert with their habits. I am a fool. I'll send people to search for them again right away. We'll definitely find all the loot here even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Catch a black-tailed fog scorpion alive and let me question it. Zhou possessed the racial skill, mental perception, where he could vaguely sense the thoughts of living creatures. It would be all too easy to get information from the enemy when coupled with the mental manipulation skill. Roger. Bai Yi left and a moment later, an elite black-tailed fog scorpion with its legs and tail severed was sent over. After Zhou used mental manipulation and mental perception on it, he found where the territory's treasure trove was. Bai Yi immediately led soldiers who knew the sand stealth technique to the location and successfully retrieved all the loot from underground. They obtained 2,000 units of wood, 1,500 units of stone, 800 units of fine sand, 500 units of metal, 156 black iron tier mist cores, and 25 green bronze tier mist cores in total. They even found a green bronze tier intermediate grade medical hall blueprint, even though it was of little use to Zhou. With Zhao Changshu, a white platinum tier intermediate grade architect, around, he no longer cared about ordinary blueprints below white platinum tier intermediate grade. However, he could give this blueprint to Qian Du as a reward when he was promoted to a green bronze tier intermediate grade architect. 2 hours later, in the Lord's wooden house, Zhou was sorting out the gains and losses of this battle. They had killed a total of 465 black-tailed fog scorpions in this battle. Among them was a green bronze tier advanced grade black-tailed fog scorpion leader, Scarlet Lord, 2 elite green bronze tier intermediate grade black-tailed fog scorpions, 5 elite green bronze tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpions, 29 elite black iron tier advanced grade black-tailed fog scorpion, 118 black iron tier intermediate grade black-tailed fog scorpions, and 310 black iron tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpions. On Zhou's side, it was a miracle that only 3 soldiers died in battle. 12 were seriously injured and 56 were slightly injured. Their battle damage ratio was terrifyingly high. It was because of 4 key reasons. First, they had more troops on their side, double the number of black-tailed fog scorpions. Second, the success rate of the black-tailed fog scorpion's sneak attacks were greatly reduced because of the blood eye. Third, Zhou and Zhang Qianjing were constantly healing and neutralizing poisons on the battlefield, reducing the casualties. Last but not least, Nazario had eliminated the black-tailed fog lizard leader and its green bronze tier black-tailed fog scorpions with higher combat power. Jojo had also obtained a large number of rewards from this battle that surprised him. This included 83 green bronze tier mist cores, 1,324 black iron tier mist cores, 13,820 units of flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 150 units of green bronze tier elementary grade, 100 units of green bronze tier intermediate grade, 500 units of green bronze tier advanced grade, 465 portions of the black-tailed fog scorpion's poison sac, black iron tier and green bronze tier, 389 bottles of antidotes, black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 8 bottles of blood cleansing pills. Green bronze tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 540 poison crossbowman class change certificates, 175 poison crossbowman recruitment books, 29 black iron tier advanced grade black scorpion crossbows, 5 black iron tier elementary grade black scorpion crossbows, 2 black iron tier intermediate grade black scorpion crossbows and 7 sets of blood cleansing pill potion formulas, 5 sets of green bronze tier elementary grade and 2 sets of green bronze tier intermediate grade. Jojo stored all the loot into the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. Then, he walked out of the Lord's wooden house and came to the Gate of Summoning, once again throwing all 175 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books in. The next second, poisonous crossbowmen filed out of the Gate of Summoning one after the other. After bowing respectfully to Jojo, they lined up behind him until no one else emerged from the gate. A total of 175 poisonous crossbowmen appeared. The number of soldiers under my command has officially broken through to 1,000. 1,041, to be precise. A smile appeared on Jojo's face. Chapter 36. Purchasing Materials. Linger's Opportunity. Jojo was very satisfied with the gains from this expedition against the Scarlet Lord. The fragment of the Lord's talent crystal did not disappoint him even though he did not obtain a new Lord talent. Jojo opened the marketplace and frowned slightly. More lords are selling black iron tier elementary grade meat. Its price has begun to decline. More lords would be able to be self-sufficient and can even sell excess meat in the marketplace as time goes by. Jojo muttered to himself as he began to set up a new deal. The content of this deal was different from before. This time, he would release a total of 30,000 units of flesh, 15,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat, 5,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpion meat and 10,000 units of black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizard. At this stage, there were still very few lords who sold black iron tier intermediate grade meat and not a single lord was selling meat from black iron tier advanced grade monsters. The higher the level of the meat, the more promotion energy they contained after all. Which lord would be willing to sell the meat of rare high-level monsters to others unless he had excess which could not be preserved for a long time? Most did not even have enough for themselves. The reason why Jojo did this was because the ingredients he wanted this time were ingredients to make the antidote and the blood cleansing pill that he had just obtained today. These 2 potions were both high-level potions. The medicinal herbs needed to make them were mostly black iron tier advanced grade or even green bronze tier medicinal herbs. That was why Jojo took out higher-level meat to trade. Soon, the deal he announced attracted the attention of countless lords again. As the number of views increased rapidly, his deal once again topped the list of deals viewed. The other lords on the World Channel were also having a heated discussion. Oh my god, 30,000 units of monster meat. Did Big Boss Blazing Sun destroy another monster kingdom? 10,000 units of black iron tier intermediate grade monster meat. Good lord, Big Boss Blazing Sun shocks me every time he attacks. The Great Desert Fog Lizard has made an indelible contribution to the development of the Big Boss Blazing Sun. Desert Fog Lizard, thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons have been warmed. Am I the only one who noticed that there's an extra type of meat called the black-tailed fog scorpion this time? Desert Fog Lizard, welcome, new members, to the development of Big Boss Blazing Sun. The price of this meat is too expensive. The other lords have already lowered their prices, so how can he still maintain such high prices? Everyone, stand up and boycott this profiteer. Don't buy from him. That's right. We can't let the profiteers be so arrogant. Profiteer. Jojo could not be bothered with such comments. Meat was still in short supply in the market even though there were more lords selling them now. It was far from reaching an equilibrium between supply and demand. If these people did not buy his high-priced flesh, other lords would. He did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. He could actually also use the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate to buy these materials, but he was unwilling to do so. What if he were to have a large population one day? When the time comes, these Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates could be quickly converted into real military strength. Suddenly, he saw some different news on the World Channel. 2 or 3 lords were discussing the Dragon Lady. This morning, the Dragon Lady had used the World Channel's live broadcast function to broadcast the entire process of her taking down a foreign race lord's territory. It had broadened the horizons of all the lords. It made her even more famous. At the same time, it also alerted all the lords. The Novice Lord Protective Barrier is not invincible. No matter how strong the Novice Lord Protective Barrier was, if a lord were to court death, it would not be able to protect him. Jojo was a little surprised by the Dragon Lady's situation, but that was all. He had already conquered 3 territories. The Dragon Lady's conquest was not too shabby, but her epic tier lord talent was indeed worthy of his attention. At the same time, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in the spiritual medicine city, Linger, who was in the Divine Herb Garden, was dumbfounded when she saw the new deal initiated by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. She bought some medicinal ingredients to create the Blood Eye yesterday. She wanted to be able to provide her big brother Blazing Sun with an endless supply of medicinal ingredients to create the Blood Eye from now on. A day had barely passed and big brother Blazing Sun needed new medicinal ingredients. Linger suddenly smiled. Looks like big brother Blazing Sun has become stronger again. She immediately opened the marketplace and bought some medicinal herbs to make antidotes and blood cleansing pills. As long as she had the seeds and the ability of her Divine Herb Garden, having a steady stream of mature medicinal herbs every day was not a dream. She wanted to be big brother Blazing Sun's only supplier of medicinal herbs. Not to monopolize him, for she did not know anything about monopolies. She just wanted to be closer to this big brother who was willing to chat with her. She opened the Lord of the Blazing Sun's chat and sent a message to him nervously. Spiritual Medicine Lord, is big brother Blazing Sun here? The reply came after a short while. Lord of the Blazing Sun, yes, the herbs are ripe again. Spirit Medicine Lord, yep. This time, Linger prepared 1,000 sets of medicinal ingredients for big brother Blazing Sun's life potions, 300 sets of medicinal ingredients for the energy potion, and 300 sets of medicinal ingredients for the Blood Eye potion. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I want them all. Let's discuss the price. Spiritual Medicine Lord, is 10 sets of potion for 1 Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate all right? Lord of the Blazing Sun. Yes. It was more than all right. This pricing was no different from the price of cabbage. Jojo did not want to take advantage of the child, but when he thought about the ridiculously effective Divine Herb Garden, he suddenly felt that he could accept such a price. Nonetheless, he secretly decided that he would help Linger to the best of his ability in the future. He suddenly thought of something and immediately typed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, all the people in your territory have changed their professions to Sword Shield soldiers, right? Spiritual Medicine Lord, yes. My subjects dare to go out and explore during the day now. They even dare to fight the monsters head-on. Thank you, big brother. Lord of the Blazing Sun, in that case, you won't be able to use the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate even if I give you more, right? Why don't I trade something else with you? Jojo definitely could not be bothered to say these words if it was someone else. Who cares if you can use it or not? However, Jojo asked out of concern since Linger was willing to trade herbs with him at such a good price. He was willing to respond to Linger's kindness with his own kindness. However, the Spiritual Medicine Lord's next words stunned Jojo. Spiritual Medicine Lord, it's all right. There's an indigenous forest called Green Valley City near my territory. Refugees have been coming to my place every day for the past 2 days. 8 people came yesterday, and another 14 people came today. They're all willing to become Linger's subjects. Spiritual Medicine Lord, there should be more refugees coming tomorrow, so big brother Blazing Sun doesn't have to worry that Linger won't be able to use them. Jojo was confused on the other side of the chat. How could this be? He was short of non-military professionals. Zhao Changsho even needed to build houses himself. She had people going to her for free. Jojo completed the transaction with Linger with mixed feelings. He had obtained 1,600 portions of medicinal herbs that Linger had specially cultivated for him. On the other hand, Linger obtained 160 Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates. Zhou was about to ask for the details when Bai Yi's voice came from outside. "I've something to report, my lord. There's a gnome outside. He said that he heard of my lord's reputation and yearned to become your subject. He specially came from afar to join the Blazing Sun City. He doesn't seem simple. My lord, do you want to take a look?" It sounded familiar to Zhou for some reason. Then it clicked. This was a talent attracted by the reputation rating. He immediately walked out of the Lord's wooden house. Chapter 37. Talent with extraordinary potential. You call this a repair? Zhou found the gnome which looked similar to Ashburn with a white robe. That gnome was studying Zhou and the territory behind him curiously. "Greetings, my lord." The gnome retracted his gaze and said respectfully. His voice was tender, revealing that he was a young gnome. "Hi, I heard that you want to join my territory." Zhou asked curiously. "Yes. I've just finished my apprenticeship. I originally wanted to stay in the Aurora Kingdom and appreciate the local customs around me while looking for a lord worthy for me to submit to. I heard that you conquered a foreign lord territory and a Scarlet Lord's territory in just 3 days upon arriving in the High Continent. In the eyes of many living beings, including myself and my teacher, this is extremely unbelievable, but it's precisely because of this that my lord's strength and potential shines. That's why I came to see my lord. If possible, I want to submit myself to my lord. I wonder if my lord is willing to accept a newly minted blacksmith like me." Carter Jim asked expectantly. A line of text appeared. "Carter Jim requests to join your territory and become your subject. Do you agree?" Blacksmith. Zhou was stunned but delighted. Coincidentally, the soldiers had been fighting non-stop recently, and many of their armor and weapons were damaged. They could only continue using the damaged armor and weapons because there were no blacksmiths. That solved everything. The damaged weapons and armor could be repaired with this new gnome blacksmith. "Welcome to Blazing Sun City." Zhou agreed readily. After calming down, he looked at the other party's delicate figure and suddenly hesitated. This size. No matter how he looked at him, he did not seem to be the size of a blacksmith. He looked at the other party, and his message appeared in his eyes. Subject, Carter Kim. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, blacksmith. Professional class, yellow gold tier advanced grade. Ability overview, a genius in the path of blacksmithing, the last disciple of the master military craftsman, Gibbon Vela. His body contains the bloodline of the mountain giant. Under his gentle and shy appearance, there is a burning heart that swings a sledgehammer. Skills, mountain giant bloodline, talent, earth elemental affinity, extraordinary tier Gilburn forging technique 36 forms, incomplete mastery, yellow gold tier advanced grade equipment repair skill, yellow gold tier advanced grade equipment carving skill, yellow gold tier advanced grade equipment. Military aesthetic theory, pure iron forging skill, steel forging skill, equipment manufacturing, archer equipment, yellow gold tier advanced grade, equipment manufacturing, crossbowman equipment, yellow gold tier advanced grade, equipment manufacturing, cavalry equipment, yellow gold tier. Advanced grade, equipment manufacturing, sword shield soldier equipment, yellow gold tier advanced grade, equipment manufacturing, spearman equipment, yellow gold tier advanced grade, equipment manufacturing, Pudeo soldier equipment, yellow gold tier advanced grade, equipment manufacturing. Firearm soldier equipment, yellow gold tier advanced grade. Loyalty, 88. Potential, extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect this young gnome's potential to be extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Even though he was currently inferior to Elder Zhao. This was a future extraordinary tier blacksmith. Moreover, Zhou was very satisfied with the other party's skills. They were all forging skills related to military equipment. To any lord, a blacksmith with so many standard equipment forging skills was undoubtedly the most practical. Moreover, the other party had his own talent and bloodline. As expected of a talent attracted by reputation rating. My lord, do we have a blacksmith shop in our territory? Carter Kim asked curiously. Not at the moment, but you can have it tomorrow if you want one. Zhou smiled. He then called over a soldier and asked him to bring Zhao Changshu and Elder Zhao over. Zhao Changshu came over in no time. My lord. You were looking for me? He asked. Zhou was about to speak when a surprised voice sounded from the other side. Teacher Zhao, you're here too. Carter Kim looked at Zhao Changshu in surprise. Zhou was stunned. Zhao Changshu's gaze also fell on him. Then, he said in surprise, Little Carter. Shouldn't you be at Master Gibbon's place? Why are you here? I've finished my apprenticeship. Carter Jim said shyly. Not bad. You didn't let your teacher down to be able to graduate at such a young age. Oh yes. How's your teacher doing? Zhao Changshu clicked his tongue in wonder. Teacher has been in good health recently. Just that she talks about you all day long. Carter Jim said politely. I'll visit her when I'm free. Zhao Changshu smiled. So you know each other? Zhou said in surprise. This little guy's teacher and I are good friends in the Aurora Kingdom. I designed her residence myself. We became even closer after we retired because we see each other a lot. So I got to know her precious disciple. Zhao Changshu smiled. Zhou nodded and then became thoughtful. It seemed that the Aurora Kingdom was very close to his territory. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that both of the legendary tier talents came from the Aurora Kingdom. Elder Zhao, Carter has already become a subject of Blazing Sun City. I asked you to come over this time because I want you to help him build a yellow gold tier advanced grade blacksmith shop. Zhou said. Does my lord have yellow gold tier mist cores? Zhao Changshu was stunned. No, why? Zhou replied. Building a yellow gold tier advanced grade blacksmith shop requires 100 yellow gold tier advanced grade mist cores. Zhou. I think the black iron tier advanced grade blacksmith shop is good enough for now. Zhao Changshu and Carter immediately agreed. The awkward atmosphere quickly disappeared amidst laughter. My lord, this female general's armor seems to be damaged. Would you allow me to repair it? Carter looked at Bai Yi's armor and said to Zhou. It was more than just being damaged. Bai Yi was still wearing the black iron tier elementary grade poison crossbowman armor that came with her class change, which was completely incompatible with her current strength. Go and change it out. Zhou nodded. Bai Yi thanked him and went back to change her clothes. When she returned, she had her standard armor folded in her hands as she was wearing her own casual clothes. Carter Jim took out a simple forging platform from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. Then, he lit it up. Then, the other party picked up the hammer that was 3 times his height. The size of the hammer did not match his height at all. Zhou was afraid that he would not be able to handle it. Lord, please be mentally prepared. At this moment, Zhao Changshu leaned over and whispered. Zhou did not know what he meant until he saw Carter Jim in action. Carter Jim took a deep breath. Gwar. A tangible white circular airflow spread out from under his feet accompanied by a suppressed growl. The ground shook slightly. Gravels trembled and floated from the ground. Carter Jim's body began to grow at a visible speed under Zhou and Bai Yi's dumbfounded gazes. Soon, his entire body had become 5 to 6 meters tall with his muscles bulging. The white robe he was wearing earlier now looked like a scarf wrapped around his neck. The hammer that was nearly 2 meters long looked like a wooden stick in his hand. Zhou and Bai Yi's expressions froze for a few seconds. Carter Jim began to forge. The loud sound of hammers being swung echoed throughout the entire territory, and almost everyone looked over. Even Ashburn, who was always in the gnome alchemy workshop, came out to watch the giant forge armor. During the forging process, he would occasionally throw a few ores into the armor. It's done. The time is tight, so I only repaired the original armor, which is why I couldn't maximize the effect of the equipment. I hope you don't mind. Carter was embarrassed as he handed the armor to Bai Yi. Thank you so much for fixing it. Bai Yi took it and thanked him. Zhou also looked at it. Equipment name, Poison Crossbow Soldier Standard Armor, Strengthened. Equipment grade, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect, Standard Armor of the Poison Crossbow Soldiers. It can withstand 30% of the impact from the outside world and effectively prevent sharp weapons from attacking. After being repaired and upgraded by a blacksmith, it can slightly resist white silver tier elementary grade damage from the outside world. Introduction, the standard armor of the poison crossbowman. It was reforged by an outstanding blacksmith and its defense was strengthened. Zhou and Bai Yi's mouths fell agape. Then, they looked at the shy Carter gym. Good God. It was directly upgraded from a black iron tier elementary grade equipment to green bronze tier advanced grade equipment. You call this a repair? Chapter 38. 50 Mechanostriders. The Second Monster Ranch. Your blacksmithing skills are indeed great. You'll probably catch up with your teacher in a few years. Zhao Changshu stroked his beard and smiled. It's just a basic operation. I'm still far from my teacher. Carter Jim reverted to his gnome form and said shyly. This time, Zhao Changshu did not say anything. Gibbon Vela was an extraordinary tier advanced grade master blacksmith. He was indeed far inferior comparatively. At this moment, Jojo also came back to his senses. He looked at Carter Jim with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure. In the future, you will be in charge of upgrading and repairing the equipment in our territory. Our soldiers are all wearing the most basic black iron tier elementary grade equipment. Many people's standard equipment can no longer match their strength. I need people like you to help them. Jojo patted Carter Jim's shoulder, looking like he had entrusted him with an important task. I will do my best. Carter Jim said seriously. He was akin to a young man who had mastered the skills of a military craftsman. Even though he was shy, he yearned to follow a virtuous leader and create a great career. This was also one of the reasons why he came here to train himself. How many sets of standard equipment can you upgrade in a day? You don't have to upgrade them too much, perhaps to green bronze tier elementary grade at best. Jojo asked. If it doesn't exceed the green bronze tier elementary grade, then it's very simple. I can upgrade about 50 sets a day. Carter Jim said. Jojo clicked his tongue. Upgrading 50 sets a day. This efficiency was ridiculous. However, Jojo could somewhat understand given his mountain giant transformation just now. Jojo asked for the list of ores and materials needed to upgrade the equipment. According to Carter Jim, there were only 2 materials required. Pure iron and fine steel. Forging low-level standard equipment mainly depends on the forger's skills and repeated tempering. There's no need for too complicated ores. Carter Jim said shyly, noticing Jojo's doubtful expression. Jojo nodded. He immediately opened the marketplace and used 10,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat to buy these 2 types of ore materials. The price he set was 5 units of pure iron or 10 units of steel for every unit of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat. This price was still very high. However, there were too many Cerulean planet lords, so he did not have to worry about not being able to obtain the materials. At this moment he noticed Ashburn wearing a doubtful expression on his face. Jojo asked Zhao Changshu to arrange a place for Carter Jim to stay before he went to Ashburn's side. What are you looking at? Jojo asked Ashburn while patting his shoulder. My lord, is he a gnome too? Ashburn looked at Carter Jim in the distance and couldn't help but ask. He's a gnome with the blood of a mountain giant. Jojo answered. A gnome that actually has the bloodline of a mountain giant. I've learned something new. Ashburn sighed, feeling much better. Jojo was also very emotional. What was Carter Jim's mountain giant parent thinking? Lucky that I ran into you. Can you use this? Jojo handed the formulas for the antidote and blood cleansing pill to Ashburn. Ashburn was already used to seeing new formulas, so he wasn't surprised. He looked at it twice before he quickly shook his head. My apologies, my lord. I'm an alchemist. Making some alchemy potions is my limit. This is a potion formula specially prepared for orthodox pharmacists. I can't learn it. Jojo was stunned. Ashburn was dead loyal to him, so there was no way he would lie to him. He must really be unable to learn it then. Jojo could only put them away, even though he did not feel that it was a pity. He could totally build a second monster ranch to nurture the black-tailed fog scorpion now that he had origin crystals. He could completely obtain antidotes and blood cleansing pills through the monster ranch since Ashburn didn't know anything about them. Not only was this method simpler, there was also no need to buy the corresponding medicinal herbs from the marketplace. My lord, I just made 50 mechanostriders. Would you like to take a look? Ashburn asked. Let's go. Jojo immediately said. Mechanostriders were a very important part of his development plan. They arrived at the alchemy warehouse that housed a total of 50 neatly arranged mechanostriders, making this place look like an armory. Well done. Jojo could not help but praise Ashburn. "It's my duty to serve the Lord," Ashburn said elegantly. Jojo smiled and nodded. Then, he asked Bai Yi to call someone over to bring the 50 mechanostriders out. He ordered for 10 of the mechanostriders to be used specifically for the transportation of loot. The remaining 40 of them were given to the scout team and were in charge of exploring the surrounding environment of the territory. Bai Yi was already prepared for this. She immediately found 40 smart soldiers to join the scout team and got them familiarized with the mechanostrider. More than an hour later, all the soldiers had mastered the operation of the mechanostriders. Jojo got them to head out of the territory under Bai Yi's lead to explore the environment outside the territory. Wu Tu, the cartographer recruited this morning, was among them. "My lord, I will definitely become the vice captain," Wu Tu shouted at Jojo in the distance before they left. Jojo smiled and nodded before looking for Zhang Tsung again. At this moment, Jojo's first subject and also the first sword shield soldier in the territory was already at the green bronze tier elementary grade. Jojo asked him to leave 100 soldiers behind and lead the remaining 890 soldiers in clearing the remaining fog monsters outside the territory. Zhang Tsung accepted the order and left. Half an hour later, in the Lord's wooden house, Jojo, who was diving in the World Channel, suddenly realized that the 2 deals he had set up were completed. He had obtained a total of 60,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of wood, 110,000 units of fine sand, and 80,000 units of metal. 600 mechanostrider crafting materials, 2,000 life potion crafting materials, 800 energy potion crafting materials, 600 golden corpse water crafting materials, 1,200 blood eye crafting materials, 36,000 units of pure iron and 28,000 units of steel, 500 sets of antidotes, 250 sets of blood cleansing pills. Other than that, he also bought some random materials. He could trade all 40,000 units of meat, leaving him with a little less than 20,000 units. Jojo looked at the materials he had bought, feeling a little emotional. This was the disadvantage of desert territory. He had to buy raw materials if he wanted to make something. He could be completely self-sufficient if he was in a territory rich in resources. However, he did not blame anyone. He was already in a much better position when compared to the lords who could not even solve their survival problems. Jojo found Zhao Changshu again before they jointly looked for Mugu together to discuss the construction of the second monster ranch. Zhao Changshu was pleasantly surprised when he knew that he was going to participate in the construction of a special building. This was left unnoticed by Jojo as he waved his right hand. 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of fine sand, 3,000 units of metal, 3,000 units of stone ingredients, and 1,000 units of black iron mist core appeared out of thin air. Then, he took out an origin crystal and handed it to Mugu. "I'll leave the second monster ranch to Elder Zhao and you. The second monster ranch will be used to nurture the black-tailed fog scorpions. I've left you 100 soldiers, get them to build it for you. Can Monster Ranch be built by tonight with them around?" Jojo asked. "No problem." Mugu and Zhao Changshu exchanged confirmation nods before replying to Jojo. Its current grade would just be a little higher than Black Iron Tier Advanced grade even though the Monster Ranch was a special building. They were confident that it would be completed before night fell with enough manpower. Jojo nodded and left. Time passed quickly. Night gradually fell. The scarlet fog gradually appeared in the air. However, since the surrounding Scarlet Lords had been destroyed, no new monsters were born. Not long after, Jojo, who was shopping in the Lord's wooden house, suddenly received a report from a soldier. Bai Yi had already brought 50 soldiers back to the territory with information they had obtained about the surrounding environment of the territory. Chapter 39. Wu Tu's Map. New Monster. In the Lord's wooden house, the living room. "My lord, this is a map drawn by Wu Tu after exploring the Blazing Sun Desert today. It is a complete map of the Blazing Sun Desert area." Bai Yi glanced at Wu Tu after giving her report. Wu Tu looked nervous. He walked towards Jojo and handed him the map with both hands upon hearing Bai Yi's words. Jojo took it and immediately started studying it. An item notification appeared in front of him. Area map name, Blazing Sun Desert Map, current exploration rate, 59%. Map quality, Black Iron Tier. Total area, 523 square kilometers. Map introduction. This map depicts the general terrain of the Blazing Sun Desert and the related map information. It includes the area, geographical scale, desert terrain distribution, the range and location of your own territory, the coverage of desert vegetation type resource points, the range, and activity of scattered monsters, the range and location of the Scarlet Lord's territory, and the territory and location of the Lord of all races. There's actually an item notification. Is this acknowledged by the Supreme Will? Jojo looked at the map even more seriously, surprised at this development. It was a 1 meter long by half meter wide yellowish-brown papyrus map which depicted an irregularly long and narrow desert terrain. It looked remarkably lifelike with very vivid markings in many places. For example, the location of Blazing Sun City was marked with a small sun. There were also the ruins of the Desert Fog Lizard territory and the ruins of the Black-tailed Fog Scorpion territory. The two places that Jojo had captured had also been marked with the simple image of the Desert Fog Lizard and the image of the Black-tailed Fog Scorpion. In addition, Jojo also saw a specific scale in the bottom left corner of the map, as well as some marks of desert vegetation, quicksand, and scattered monsters. Other than that, he also saw 2 red highlights. One was a simple human face marked as the territory of an unfamiliar human lord about 30 kilometers northeast of Blazing Sun City. There was a special label beside it. There were no more than 50 people inside this territory according to a preliminary assessment. The other was the mark of a Scarlet Lord. Its specific label was Region-Level Scarlet Lord, Sandman Lord's territory. It was about 35 kilometers to the east of Blazing Sun City, and according to preliminary assessment, there were about 1,000 Sandmen and fog monsters in it. Jojo looked at the map in surprise. Fear came from the unknown. Originally, he did not know much about the overall environment of the Blazing Sun Desert. Therefore, he subconsciously felt that his surroundings were very dangerous even though he already had thousands of soldiers. That was why he had always gone all out because he did not want to fail miserably. However, the rich information on this map immediately made Jojo feel much more at ease. He even entertained the thought of trying to conquer the entire Blazing Sun Desert since he seemed to be able to take down the remaining 2 lords' territories after all. This was the importance of information. Without the information on this map, Jojo might have had the same thoughts without the confidence. Jojo could not help but look at Wu Tuesday. What a talent! Nice map. I love it. Jojo said. When Wu Tu heard this, joy immediately appeared on his originally anxious expression. Starting today, you're the vice captain of your scout team. In addition, this Mechanostrider belongs to you now. Jojo continued. Wu Tu was stunned when he heard that. The Lord actually gave him such a huge reward for completing his first mission. He remembered that the only other person in the territory who owned a Mechanostrider was Bai Yi, who had followed Jojo from the beginning. The others only had the right to use it. He had just become the second person after Bai Yi to own one. When Wu Tu thought of this, he could not help but feel a little dazed. No matter how perfectly he completed the task of drawing the map in the army previously, his higher-ups would only pay lip service without promoting him because he was still a child. They were worried about handing over a higher position to him. He had only joined this place for less than a day but he already obtained what he had always wanted. It was not a higher position, nor was it a Mechanostrider. But trust. His lordship was really different. You don't have to be so surprised. I've seen your ability. Since it has reached the standard, I will naturally give you the corresponding reward and position so that you can unleash your ability. However, even though you're the vice captain now, you should listen to others' opinions when you encounter situations. Trust your teammates. They may not be as good at making maps as you are, but there's still a lot you can learn in other areas. Don't disappoint me. Jojo smiled. Thank you, my lord. Wu Tu will definitely not disappoint my lord. Wu Tu's face flushed red with excitement. Keep working hard and you'll have a chance to be the captain. Now, tell me in detail about these 2 territories. Jojo smiled. Wu Tu nodded excitedly. Bai Yi smiled and took a step forward. Yes, my lord. The standard, unknown human lord's territory on this map was first discovered by us during our exploration. We encountered a team of 8 human soldiers with 4 sword-shield soldiers, 3 spearmen, and 1 bowman. They look similar to us humans. And I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but they were protecting the bowman behind them. I feel that his speech and accent is very similar to the Lord's. Jojo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. did they meet another cerulean planet lord? He did not say anything and continued to listen to Bai Yi. Subsequently, I followed them secretly and found their territory. I realized that their territory is also protected by the novice lord's protective barrier. I didn't act rashly. I asked Wu Tu to record the location. After observing for a while, I continued to explore in the distance. That's where we found the territory of this regional lord, the Sandman Lord. He is a white-silver tier elementary grade regional Scarlet Lord and he has about 1,000 Sandman under his command. He is very powerful, so I didn't approach rashly, but I did kill a lone Sandman nearby and brought its corpse back. The body of the Sandman is at the door now. Bai Yi said. Let's go take a look. Zhou immediately stood up. Bai Yi and the others naturally had no objections. The three of them walked out of the room. Zhou quickly saw the corpse of the Sandman. Zhou was stunned at first glance. This was because he realized that this Sandman's corpse was very similar to the sand soldiers he had summoned with the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. However, they did not have the standard equipment and weapons of the sand soldiers. Monster name, Sandman. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, a monster from the blazing desert, born in the scarlet fog. It was once a subject of the Emperor of the Sand. After the Emperor of the Sand fell, it was converted by the Scarlet Lord to become his subject. Loot, for Black Iron Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 kg Dark Iron Sand Crystal, drop rate, 10%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sandification Skill Book, drop rate, 5%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sandman Summoning Skill Book, drop rate, 2%. Chapter 40. Building Materials, Sand Crystal. Zhou's arrangement. They were once the subjects of the Sand Emperor. Zhou looked at the Sandman's corpse in surprise. He looked at the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring on his right hand thinking that he was really fated with this Emperor of Sand. However, when Zhou saw the drop rate of this Sandman, he realized something. This kind of monster did not drop the soldier class change certificate nor the soldier recruitment book. I was right. Not all monsters drop military-related items. Zhou thought. Then, he placed his hand on the corpse. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. The next second. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained these loot, 4 mist cores, Black Iron Tier, 1 kg of Sand Crystal, Black Iron Tier, 1 Sandification Skill Book, Black Iron Tier Mist Core, 1 Sand Summoning Skill Book, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Whoosh. The loot dropped. It was relatively small compared to the Desert Fog Lizard and the Black-tailed Fog Scorpion, but he didn't think too much about it since there were skill books. Zhou began to check the loots. First, was a type of sand crystal that he had never seen before. It was a yellow prismatic crystal the size of a fingernail. It felt cold to the touch. Material name, Sand Crystal. Material grade, Black Iron Tier. Material effect, iron-grade building materials produced in the desert can be added to other building materials, increasing the defense of completed buildings by 50%, earthquake resistance by 50%, and the effect of warm buildings in winter and cool buildings in summer by 1 point. Material description, a special material produced in a desert environment. Incorporating it into building materials will make the building stronger and more stable. It can also stabilize the temperature in the room so that it would not be affected by the temperature change outside. The moment Zhou saw the material, an idea immediately occurred to him. He had to protect the Sandman even if it was only because of the sand crystal material with its amazing construction effects. He was even willing to build a monster ranch for the Sandman. He had no choice, the temperature difference between day and night in the desert was huge, more than 20 degrees Celsius. If they wanted to live well in such an environment, sand crystals that could warm the room in winter and cool it in summer were simply too important to them. As for cruelty, he had no such concept. Even though the Sandman's name had the word men in it, they were essentially just desert elemental monsters condensed from the scarlet fog. To put it bluntly, it was just a ball of fog. The name Sandman was simply because it had similar limbs to humans. It was not human at all. Therefore, Zhou would not feel that he was cruel just because he killed a ball of fog. But I only have 1 origin crystal left. I cannot use it randomly. It might be used to upgrade the territory in the future after all. It would not be too late to build a Sandman's monster ranch when I have more origin crystals. Jojo thought. He kept the sand crystal and looked at the next item. Skill name, sand form. Skill quality, black iron tier elementary grade. Skill description, sandify a part of the body for 1 second. Immune to black iron tier physical damage. After 1 second, the sandified part of the body will return to its original state. Jojo nodded after reading it. It could make a part of his body invincible for a second. That sounded like a pretty slick skill. The only pity was that he was immune to black iron tier physical damage for only 1 second. The upper limit was a little low. Nonetheless, it was only a black iron tier elementary grade skill after all. Jojo could not ask for too much. He learned directly. Then, he looked at the next skill. Skill name, Summon Sandman. Skill quality, black iron tier elementary grade. Skill description, summoning type skill. Controls the sand element and condenses a black iron tier elementary grade sandman that completely obeys your orders and has simple intelligence to fight for you. Jojo shook his head. It was a pity. The effect of black iron tier elementary grade skill was indeed average. This skill could only summon one sandman. His ring allowed him to summon more advanced sand soldiers. Moreover, as long as he had enough mental strength, he could summon an unlimited number of them. The difference between the two was obvious. However, Jojo still lapped it up. In any case, there was no harm in having more skills. Moreover, after learning it, this skill would be considered his ability. It could be used without the help of external objects like the ring, so he could use it without worry. He put away the loot and returned to the Lord's wooden house. Jojo pondered for some time before he looked up at Bai Yi. Tomorrow morning, arrange for 20 members of the scout team to monitor the territory of that unfamiliar human lord. Try to confirm the existence of their lord. If you find anyone coming out of their territory, arrest them immediately and inform me. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully. Jojo looked at Wu Tu again. Tomorrow, I will assign you a green bronze tier elementary grade soldier to guard your scout team. Your mission is to investigate the environment outside the Blazing Sun Desert. It's best if you can make a map. If you discover an area where there are local forces, such as the territory of the Aurora Kingdom, focus on that area immediately. Let's try to investigate the situation there first. Jojo was still thinking about Linger's lucky situation. If only he could also encounter a local faction and obtain a large number of jobless subjects like Linger. Then the Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificate and Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificate that he had been holding on to would come in useful. At that time, his troops would welcome an unprecedented increase. Yes, my lord. Wu Tu agreed excitedly. Bai Yi and Wu Tu left. Zhang Tsang, who had cleared the monsters nearby and returned, also came over to report the results from his team. After half a day, they had killed a total of 132 desert fog lizards and 66 black-tailed fog scorpions. These monsters were all scattered throughout the entire Blazing Sun Desert. They only found so many after searching for more than half a day. Jojo handed the map that Wu Tu had given him to Zhang Tsang. Make a copy of this map and return it to me. Tomorrow, follow the distribution of the monsters here and find and clean them up. We don't need any other monsters other than our domesticated monsters. Jojo said. Yes, my lord. Zhang Tsang held the map as if it was a treasure. With this map, they did not need to look for monsters like headless flies. Then, Jojo followed Zhang Tsang to retrieve the loot. Half an hour later, all the loot had been extracted. Among the 198 monster carcasses, there were 128 black iron tier elementary grade iron, 46 black iron tier intermediate grade, and 24 black iron tier advanced grade corpses. After extracting the loots, he obtained a total of 632 black iron tier mist cores, 6,800 units of flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, 299 kilograms water bag, 66 portions of black-tailed fog scorpion's poison sacs. Black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, 66 bottles of antidotes. Black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, 113 sword shield soldier class change certificates. 39 Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Books, 99 Poison Crossbowman Class Change Certificates. 31 Poison Crossbowman Recruitment Books, 6 Black Scorpion Poison Crossbows, 18 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Sand Stealth Books and 6 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Antidote Formulas. After Zhou put away the loot, he went to the gate of summoning and used the recruitment books he had just obtained to summon 39 sword-shield soldiers and 31 poison crossbow soldiers. He also asked them to report to Bai Yi. Now, he had 1,108 soldiers under him. At this moment, Zhao Changshu walked over from afar and arrived in front of Zhou. "I've something to report, my lord. The second monster ranch is complete." There was a happy smile on his face. He participated in the construction of this special building and felt that he had benefited greatly. He could vaguely feel that he was going to become a white platinum tier advanced grade architect soon. "Let's go take a look," Zhou immediately said. Zhao Changshu smiled and nodded as the two of them walked towards the new monster ranch. Chapter 41, The Fifth Day. The First Carpenter. 41 The Fifth Day. The First Carpenter. Zhou and Zhao Changshu arrived at the second monster ranch in no time. This monster ranch was beside the Desert Fog Lizard Monster Ranch. It was exactly the same as the monster ranch beside it, be it in terms of the architectural style or size. The only difference was, this monster range held black-tailed fog scorpions. "Thank you both for your hard work." Zhou was very satisfied. "It's nothing. Special buildings are hard to come by. I'm more than happy to be able to preside over the construction of a special building even after I retire." Zhao Changshu looked at the building in front of him with a smile. He had presided over the construction of countless buildings of all sizes in the Aurora Kingdom throughout his life. However, very few of them were special buildings. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious special buildings were. Then, he thought of something and turned to Zhou. "By the way, my lord. The first tailor shop in our territory was also built just over an hour ago." Zhou's eyes lit up. Bao Xiuer's face appeared in his mind immediately. Speaking of which, he had been too busy recently and had not seen her much. However, from what others said, during this period of time, Bao Xiuer often repaired the soldiers' clothes. She was so busy that she could not be seen sometimes. It would indeed be difficult to find her unless she took the initiative to appear. "Let's go take a look," Zhou said. "Yes, my lord," Zhao Changshu said respectfully. A moment later, in front of the tailor shop, Zhou stood at the door and peered inside. The tailor shop had been tidied up. Not far away, Bao Xiuer was mending a coat seriously under a candle lamp. Her originally delicate and good-looking face looked even better under the candlelight. He opened her attribute panel. He realized that Bao Xiuer had advanced from a black iron tier advanced grade tailor to a green bronze tier elementary grade tailor. Zhou was not surprised at all. She was already talented. And yet she was still so hardworking. It would be unreasonable for her life profession level not to advance. He wanted to go over and greet her. However, looking at how focused she was, he quietly dismissed this plan. "Let's return," Zhou said. "Aren't you going in to talk to her? She often nags about you, my lord, whenever I meet her." Zhao Changshu stroked his beard and smiled. "What does she nag about?" Zhou was curious. She would be wondering why aren't my lord's clothes torn yet. Zhou was speechless. "Can't she say something good about me? This little girl might just want to get closer to you, my lord," Zhao Changshu said respectfully. Zhou shook his head. He did not reply. Then, the two of them turned around and left without saying anything. Along the way, Zhou suddenly turned to look at the tailor shop. The candlelight there was still warm and gentle. It made his heart calm down. Zhou suddenly seemed to understand something. Maybe protecting such a heartwarming place in this chaotic world was also one of the reasons why lords like them existed. The next morning, the lord's wooden house. In the master bedroom, Zhou woke up in a daze. And then, he realized that he was trapped by the bed and could not get up. Zhou was helpless and could only open the world channel, planning to dive in it for a while. Then, his gaze was immediately attracted by the blood-red countdown at the top of the channel. Countdown, 73 hours, 26 minutes, 25 seconds. It's the 5th day already. Time flies. The Novice Lord test will be here in another 2 days. Zhou sighed. He looked at the lords' comments. He realized that the other lords were also discussing the novice lord test. It's over. There are only 2 days left before the novice lord test. I'm so flustered. What should I do? Are you as anxious as me? I only have 10 soldiers under me now. The strongest amongst them is only a black iron tier intermediate grade spearman. Bro, you actually have 10 soldiers. I'm envious. Envy +1. Envy +2. Envy plus 10,086. At least you have soldiers. The subjects I summoned from the gate of summoning are either jobless subjects or trashy life professionals. Not a single soldier has appeared. I haven't dared to leave the novice lord's protective barrier for the past 5 days. I've been relying on exchanging the products of life professionals in the marketplace for food to survive. Not a single soldier. What luck. Life professionals are useful in the later stages. They are really not very useful in the early stages. I'm already prepared to give up my territory. A friend of mine, who has already given up his territory, told me that I will automatically become an adventurer and will also have professional strength as long as I give up my status as a lord for more than a day. However, I wouldn't be able to rely on soldiers to kill monsters to increase my strength like a lord. I have to kill monsters myself to increase my strength. It doesn't sound bad. I'm a little tempted. All of you can become adventurers. I will definitely pass the novice lord test. Adventurer. Jojo raised his eyebrows. It turned out that one could give up his status as a lord and would automatically become an adventurer. It sounded pretty good. They would not have to worry about the novice lord test then. A large group of lords will probably give up their status. Jojo pondered. As for him who had mastered 3 lord talents, he would not do too badly in the future. Naturally, he would not give up his status as a lord. He was not in the mood to continue sleeping. He simply got up and walked out of the lord's wooden house. He went to the gate of summoning and summoned his subjects for the day. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Jojo said. The next second. The gate of summoning suddenly lit up with white light, and 12 people walked out. Greetings, my lord. X12-inch. The 12 of them said respectfully. Hello, everyone. From today onwards, you are the subjects of Blazing Sun City. Jojo said. Then, he looked at the 12 people. There were a total of 10 men and 2 women among these 12 people. 9 of them were unemployed subjects without any profession. As for the other 3 professionals, one of them was a middle-aged man with a black iron tier intermediate grade life professional. The other person was a little younger. He was a young man in his 20s and was a black iron tier elementary grade carpenter. This was also the first carpenter in his territory. The last person was a black iron tier advanced grade doctor, a white-haired female elder. Jojo opened the interface information of the black iron tier elementary grade carpenter. Subject, Juingluan. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, carpenter. Profession class, black iron tier intermediate grade. Ability overview, from the Aurora Kingdom's Canal Village. He has inherited carpentry skills from his elders since he was young. He is meticulous and patient. He knows how to make some simple and common furniture and daily necessities and yearns for life in the outside world. Skills, woodworking skill, simple furniture, black iron tier elementary grade, woodworking skill, simple farming tool, black iron tier elementary grade, woodworking skill, small wooden cart, black iron tier elementary grade, woodworking skill, water cart, black iron tier intermediate grade. Incomplete. Loyalty, 75. Potential, white silver tier advanced grade. Jojo nodded. He was quite satisfied. Even though his potential was average, the carpentry skills he learned were very practical. Especially the craftsmanship of making furniture and small wooden carts. The newly built residences needed furniture. His loot transport team also needed small wooden carts. With this young man around, in the future, he would not have to buy these things at the marketplace. As for the remaining 9 people, Jojo thought for a moment. He did not arrange for them to change their profession to military professions. Instead, he arranged for them to be assigned to Zhao Changsho to increase the number of builders so that they could build houses faster. There were only 6 new residences in his territory. However, there were already more than 1,000 residents. It could be said that Zhao Changshou and Elder Zhao lacked the most hands. As for the army, 10 more or 10 less people would not make much difference anyway. It was better to leave these people to Zhao Changshou and Elder Zhao. After arranging everything, he took Nazario to the monster ranch. Chapter 42, 42 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Nazario's Breakthrough. In front of the monster ranch, Mugu immediately emerged to welcome Zhou. He looked around and realized that the 2 monster ranches were already filled with desert fog lizards and black-tailed fog scorpions. My lord, I nurtured a total of 500 desert fog lizards and 500 black-tailed fog scorpions in these 2 monster ranches through the night. Among them are 244 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards, 235 black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizards, and 21 elite black iron tier advanced grade desert fog lizards. There are also 186 black iron tier elementary grade, 308 black iron tier intermediate grade, and 6 elite black iron tier advanced grade black-tailed fog scorpions. Mugu only realized that his lord had not brought Bai Yi and the others along this time after he spoke. He froze. However, he believed that the lord had his own intentions, so he did not ask further. That was indeed the case. Today, I plan to use the monsters in these monster ranches to upgrade my pet. Zhou continued. Just release them in batches as usual. According to the information Bai Yi and the others had obtained, the regional Scarlet Lord was at White-Silver tier elementary grade. Zhou was confident that his Nazario should be able to win against this White-Silver tier elementary grade Scarlet Lord. However, he felt that he could still increase the odds. For example, if his Nazario could advance to White-Silver tier grade, wouldn't it trash that White-Silver tier elementary grade Scarlet Lord? That was why he did not bring Bai Yi and the others to the monster ranch this time. He planned to let Nazario monopolize the advancement energy of these 2 monster ranches today. Mugu nodded respectfully when he heard Zhou's words. Then, he began to release the first batch of 10 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards. Go on. Remember not to burn the bodies. Your master still has to retrieve the loot. When you advance to White-Silver tier grade, I'll reward you with 100 black iron tier mist cores. Zhou looked at Nazario beside him. At this moment, Nazario was already as tall as an adult. Its growth speed was astonishing. It immediately cried out excitedly when it heard Zhou's words. Then, it flew in front of the 10 desert fog lizards and looked down at them excitedly. The next second, it pounced forward and fought the 10 desert fog lizards head-on. Nazario remembered its master's words. Don't destroy the corpses of these fog monsters. Therefore, it did not use its magma dragon breath. Instead, it relied purely on its physical strength to deal with these fog monsters. How terrifying was the physical body of a pure-blooded dragon. Even if Nazario was only a young dragon, desert fog lizards would still be injured and die if they came into contact with its body. When Zhou saw this, he nodded secretly. At this moment, a gentle energy suddenly enveloped in his heart. Then, it instantly surged into his limbs, bones, and soul, greatly strengthening them. Zhou was stunned. I broke through. He reacted and immediately opened his lord's personal information. That was indeed the case. In the strength class column, his strength had already risen from black iron tier advanced grade to green bronze tier elementary grade. I've finally broken through. He did not know if it was because his status as a lord was special and needed more advancement energy. Bai Yi and the others had long broken through to the green bronze tier elementary grade, while he remained at that same grade. It was hard enough to watch others advance when he did not. Fortunately, he still broke through in the end. After that, Zhou collected the loot while watching Nazario destroy the desert fog lizards. When it killed about 70 to 80 desert fog lizards, Nazario suddenly let out an impatient dragon roar and rushed past Mugu into the desert fog lizards monster ranch. When the surrounding 400 desert fog lizards saw this monster they had never seen before charge in, they immediately prepared to attack Nazario with ferocious expressions. The next second, roar. A young but domineering dragon roar sounded. Dragon might instantly erupted. All of the desert fog lizards immediately stood on the spot in fear, unable to move. Nazario sneezed proudly when it saw this scene. Then, it began to kill these helpless desert fog lizards like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. When Jojo, who was originally a little worried, saw this scene, a smile immediately appeared on his face. This dragon might effect is a little ridiculous. I underestimated it when I asked Mugu to release them in batches of 10. He was no longer worried. He sat down again and continued to retrieve the loot. A moment later, Nazario, which had just slaughtered the entire desert fog lizard monster ranch, suddenly raised its head and roared. Its voice was like the roar of a heavenly dragon, resounding through the world. Jojo seemed to have sensed something and immediately stood up. Wisps of blood-red-hot fire elements condensed into an elemental flow that appeared out of thin air around Nazario, making it look like a dragon god in flames. Then, a portion of the elemental flow seemed to have been summoned and fused into Nazario's body. Another portion formed a ferocious armor made of lava on the surface of its body. During the integration process, Nazario's body also began to increase at a visible speed. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 6 meters. Nazario's body only slowly stopped growing after it grew to more than 6 meters tall. Then, the advancement phenomenon around it slowly disappeared. At the same time, a series of text notifications appeared in front of Jojo. Congratulations, your pet, the lava dragon, has broken through to white silver tier elementary grade. The magma dragon breath of the lava dragon has been strengthened. The lava dragon's dragon might has been strengthened. The lava dragon has comprehended the growth type draconic spell, elementary fire elemental control, from draconic magic mastery. The lava dragon has awakened the lava armor from the inheritance of the dragons. The lava dragon's epic tier elemental immunity and epic tier physical immunity awakening rate has increased from 1% to 3%. Jojo was also extremely surprised. Nazario actually obtained so many benefits from just a breakthrough to white silver tier grade. As expected of a pure-blooded dragon. The next second, he saw Nazario turn and look at him eagerly. Jojo was stunned. Then, he reacted and happily took out 100 black iron tier mist cores from his spatial ring. Then, he thought for a moment and took out another 900 black iron tier mist cores. Nazario's eyes lit up. It stared at the 1000 black iron tier mist cores. Elementary fire elemental control. Whoosh! The 1000 black iron tier mist cores suddenly ignited with flames out of thin air. Then, they melted into wisps of fiery red energy and flew into its mouth. It smacked its lips, looking extremely satisfied. Normally speaking, I should have fed you with white silver tier mist cores after you broke through to the white silver tier elementary grade. But I don't see any white silver tier monsters now. So I'm compensating you with more black iron tier mist cores. Jojo said. Nazario nodded like a human and flew straight to the territory of the black-tailed fog scorpion. Roar! It looked down at these monsters and growled. The white silver tier dragon might instantly swept through the entire monster ranch. More than half of the 500 black-tailed fog scorpions were directly knocked out. The remaining black-tailed fog scorpions were even more ridiculous. They died and fell to the ground. My good boy. Jojo clicked his tongue. So this is the strength of a pure-blooded dragon after breaking through. Chapter 43, 43 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Hidden Mission. 43 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Hidden Mission. Nazario's speed of dealing with the black-tailed fog scorpion was clearly faster after it was promoted to white silver tier elementary grade. In less than a moment, all 500 black-tailed fog scorpions died under its sharp claws. Then, it immediately flew in front of Jojo and looked at him with a proud expression. Well done. After Jojo praised it, he subconsciously wanted to hug it like before. However, he gave up on this idea in the end and looked regretfully at its 6-meter-tall body. No wonder people often say that children are no longer cute when they grow up. In the time that followed, Jojo began to extract the loot from the bodies of these fog monsters. During this period, Bai also left Blazing Sun City with 20 members of the reconnaissance team to monitor the territory of the unfamiliar human lord. Wu Tu led the remaining 30 members of the reconnaissance team and a green bronze tier elementary grade sword shield soldier to explore the surrounding environment of the Blazing Sun Desert. Under Jojo's orders, Zhang Tsang left 100 soldiers to help Zhao Changsho build houses, a carpenter workshop, warehouses, and other buildings. Then, he led the remaining 900-odd people to clean up the remaining monsters in the Blazing Sun Desert according to the map he had created yesterday. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. More than an hour later, all 1,000 loot were extracted from the monster corpses. He obtained a total of 3,245 black iron tier mist cores, 33,020 units of flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, 1,159 kilograms water bags, 500 portions of the black-tailed fog scorpion's poison sacs, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, 500 bottles of antidotes, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade, 521 sword shield soldier class change certificates, 256 sword shield soldier recruitment books, 506 poison crossbowman class change certificates, 314 poison crossbowman recruitment books, 21 black iron tier advanced grade sand stealth techniques, 6 black scorpion poison crossbows, 6 black iron tier advanced grade antidote formulas. Jojo was very satisfied looking at the loots. Having a stable income every day was very comfortable. Moreover, as the monster ranch was gradually upgraded, it was foreseeable that his stable income would increase. Then, Jojo brought 256 sword shield soldier recruitment books and 314 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books to the gate of summoning and threw them all in. The next second, sword shield soldiers and poison crossbow soldiers walked out one after another. After bowing respectfully to Jojo, they silently came behind him and began to line up. A moment later, a total of 570 soldiers stood neatly behind Jojo. He turned around and looked at the 570 people in front of him, feeling a little emotional. Actually, logically speaking, as a white silver tier lord talent, the monster ranch would not have played such a ridiculous role. Even if the other lords could obtain this lord talent, they would have an exclusive leveling spot that belonged to his faction at the very best. Or it could be used to try to specially drop a certain loot. Other than that, it was not very useful. It had to be said that his legendary tier lord talent was quite useful and compatible with everything. He stopped thinking about it. Jojo looked at the 570 people and wondered if he should attack the Sandman Lord. Now, the total number of soldiers under his command has reached 1,678. Coupled with Nazario, which had already advanced to the white-silver tier elementary grade. If they took the initiative to attack, it was very likely that they could defeat the regional Scarlet Lord faction. At that time, he would be able to deal with the enemy suspected to be a human lord. Then he could officially control the entire Blazing Sun Desert. This was naturally very tempting to Lord Jojo. However, he entertained the thought for only a moment and then temporarily suppressed it. I have to fortify my forces. If we act so rashly now, there will probably be relatively large casualties even if we win. When the number of soldiers breaks through to 2,000, my military strength will be twice that of the monster subjects under the Sandman Lord. Adding my white-silver tier elementary grade Nazario, I should be able to take down them with the least casualties at that time. Jojo thought. After thinking it through, he asked the 570 soldiers to help Elder Zhao build a house while he returned to the Lord's wooden house. More than an hour later, Linger sent a message saying that the medicinal herbs had been nurtured. Thus, Jojo used 350 sword shield soldier class change certificates to trade for 800 sets of life potion materials, 800 sets of energy potion materials, 800 sets of golden corpse water potion materials, 800 sets of blood eye potion materials, and 300 sets of antidote raw materials. After the transaction, Linger even said that she had already begun to use the divine herb garden to nurture the medicinal herbs needed for the blood cleansing pill. However, it would take 2 days to cultivate the medicinal herbs needed for the blood cleansing pill since most of them were green bronze tier medicinal herbs. Jojo could tell at this moment that she was specially nurturing the medicinal herbs he wanted. But he didn't mind. If she could really satisfy his medicinal herbs needs, he wouldn't have to buy them from the exchange every day. That would save him the trouble. Moreover, she had such a strong lord talent. He also wanted to help her grow as much as possible. This way, he could repay her in the future. Linger happily said that 53 refugees had come. Jojo had mixed feelings. This Linger She could add dozens of subjects every day just by accepting refugees from local forces and summoning subjects from the gate of summoning. As expected, the Lord talent could not decide everything. It would only give the Lord a good starting point. Luck, opportunities. They are all factors to determine the strength of a Lord. Lords who did not have Lord talents might still be able to rise to become powerful Lords in the end. At this moment, she sent a message. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother Blazing Sun, do you have a tailor? Lord of the Blazing Sun, yes, why? Spiritual Medicine Lord, can I ask the tailor in Big Brother's territory to help me mend a teddy bear? The clothes on Linger's teddy bear are a little tattered. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Linger can pay you. I won't let the tailor work for nothing. Jojo could not help but laugh. It is such a small matter. She is still a child indeed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, give it to me. There's no need for the remuneration. It's just a teddy bear. It's nothing. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you Big Brother Blazing Sun. She then sent a transaction request. After Jojo agreed, a slightly tattered brown teddy bear appeared in his hand. Jojo took a look and realized that the fabric on its chest was torn. He went straight to the tailor shop to look for Bao Xiu'er. At the tailor shop, the fabric on this bear has become a little brittle over time. In addition, it has been held very often so it's damaged. It's easy to mend. But it's better to change the fabric. Bao Xiu'er said. Jojo asked for Linger's opinion. He asked Bao Xiu'er to change the fabric after receiving confirmation. It took half an hour before Bao Xiu'er handed the brand new teddy bear to Jojo. After he returned it to Linger, she seemed to be very happy. Spiritual Medicine Lord, wow, that tailor has such deft hands. The teddy looks exactly the same as when Mom and Dad gave it to Linger. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you Big Brother Blazing Sun. Spiritual Medicine Lord, this little bear is the only thing I still have from my parents when I came to this world. It's also my most precious treasure. I feel that my parents are still by my side with it. Spiritual Medicine Lord, I'll bring the little bear to look for Mom and Dad when Linger becomes a very powerful Lord in the future. Jojo was stunned when he saw this. So this teddy meant so much to her. He silently retracted his words that she was still a child. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you will definitely find your parents. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you, Big Brother. At this moment, is that teddy bear the Lord's child? Bao Xiu'er asked curiously. It's not. Jojo was speechless. Bao Xiu'er's smile became even brighter. How does it feel here? Jojo asked casually. It's pretty good. There are a lot of tools and fabrics. It'll be much easier to make clothes in the future. Bao Xiu'er replied. Jojo nodded. This was the magical thing about blueprint buildings. The corresponding tools would automatically appear inside as long as it was completed. The tailor shop was one of such buildings. The medical center, blacksmith shop, carpenter shop, and other buildings were also the same. When the building upgrades in the future, the tools inside would also be upgraded and increased. There would even be some special building effects. A building built without blueprints would be like an empty house. He would have to buy all kinds of tools and buy them himself. There would not even be any construction effects. This was the difference between self-built buildings and blueprint buildings. If only my teacher was here. She's gonna love this place. I wonder how his teacher is doing now. Bao Xiu'er, Mr. Teacher. Suddenly, she looked at Jojo and hesitated for a moment before saying, My lord. If we go to Fish Spring Town in the future, can I bring my teacher here too? Teacher is a white platinum tier elementary grade tailor. She's much better than me. As soon as she finished speaking, a mission interface appeared in front of Jojo. Your subject, Bao Xiu'er, has issued you a request mission. Mission name, Master and Disciple Reunion. Mission quality, white platinum tier elementary grade, obscure. Mission description, Bao Xiu'er has missed her teacher for a long time and wants to reunite with her teacher. It's said that her teacher, Zhongli, is in Fish Spring Town. Why don't you take a look when you have time? Hidden mission activation requirement, 1 Bao Xiu'er's loyalty level is above 90. 2 Bao Xiu'er owns her own tailor shop. 3. The entrustee of the mission is a trustworthy person in Bao Xiao's heart. Zhou Zhou was stunned. There are even missions in the High Continent. Chapter 44, 44 Collecting Aurora Crystals. Human Lord. 44 Collecting Aurora Crystals. Human Lord. It's a hidden mission. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. In other words, were there ordinary missions too? Moreover, the rewards for this white platinum tier elementary grade hidden mission were rich enough. Zhou Zhou was a little envious. Fish Spring Town. That name sounds familiar. Zhou Zhou pondered. A moment later, he suddenly reacted. He remembered seeing this Fish Spring Town in Wu Tu's skill list. He had also drawn a regional map of Fish Spring Town. Wu Tu might know where the Fish Spring Town is. I can ask him when he comes back. Zhou Zhou thought. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou was not idle. He began to try to obtain missions from his other subjects after knowing the existence of the mission. In the end, he only received an ordinary mission after busying himself for the entire morning. Everyone needed his help in some way, but they could not trigger an official mission. The only other ordinary mission was obtained from Zhao Changshou and Elder Zhao. Mission name: Collect Aurora Crystals. Mission quality: Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade, Normal. Mission description: Zhao Changshou found out about the predicament in 2 days and suggested to you to build a Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower. Gather 10 units of Aurora Crystals and build the first kingdom-level building in the first layer of the Blazing Sun. Mission reward: 1 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Tower, 50 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, and Zhao Changshou's loyalty will increase to 90 points. Zhou Zhou looked at this ordinary mission thoughtfully. It was still the Aurora Crystal. Actually, he had been trying to collect Aurora Crystals in the exchange for a long time. However, this material was really rare. After so long, he had yet to receive a single unit of Aurora Crystal. However, not all was lost. A lord took the initiative to look for Zhou Zhou through the exchange and proposed to trade 20 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard meat for information on the Aurora Crystal. After Zhou Zhou agreed, he learned the source of the Aurora Crystal from the other party. It turned out that these Aurora Crystals were not natural ores like iron ore, copper ore, and mithril ore. It was born in the body of the Aurora race. It was an important energy core equivalent to the Mist Core. Only people of the Aurora race at the Green Bronze Tier and above could give birth to Aurora Crystals after death. Therefore, in the Aurora Kingdom, Aurora Crystals were an important resource that the upper echelons of the kingdom regarded as a strategic resource. Commoners were explicitly forbidden from trading them. Therefore, there were very few Aurora Crystals that could be circulated. This was also why Zhou Zhou had never been able to obtain Aurora Crystals. Whether it's collecting Aurora Crystals or completing Bao Xiao's hidden mission, both require me to make a trip to the Aurora Kingdom myself. Zhou Zhou thought. However, this was a little risky. He had to be prepared before he could go. At this moment, Linger sent a message. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother Blazing Sun, the World Channel seems to be discussing you. It seems that a lord has been captured by your subordinates and is crying for help on the World Channel. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he immediately opened the World Channel. That was indeed the case. The World Channel was filled with discussions about him and the captured lord. This lord was called Lord Mighty. He said that he and the soldiers had gone out to look for monsters, but they were captured alive by a group of soldiers riding strange alchemy birds. When he read the information of this group of soldiers, he realized that these soldiers were the soldiers of the famous Lord of the Blazing Sun. This Lord Mighty was crazily begging the other lords to think of a way to get him out of this dangerous situation. The other lords also expressed their opinions. I suggest that you surrender directly, give up your status as a lord, and take the initiative to become a subject of Big Boss Blazing Sunday. This way, he might let you live on account that we are of the same race. Actually, to be honest, since the two of you are connected by geography, the two of you will fight sooner or later unless neither of you wants to expand your territory. There's no luck in the battle for the Overlord. I thought Big Boss Blazing Sun had the same non-human combat power as the Dragon Lady. I didn't expect him to be developing alchemy technology. Can alchemy technology allow the human race to be so fierce? I didn't expect Big Boss Blazing Sun to rise to power with human soldiers. I'm a fan of Big Boss Blazing Sun just based on this alone. We're all from the cerulean planet. Why must we fight? What does Lord of the Blazing Sun mean by capturing Lord Mighty? Is he going to kill his fellow countrymen? Maybe. I think the Lord of the Blazing Sun is a person who will do anything to develop his own power. Just look at his profiteering behavior previously. Lord Mighty is probably going to suffer. If the Lord of the Blazing Sun really does this, I'll blacklist him for the rest of my life. Why do I meet such saintly cheese everywhere? Lord Mighty, but I don't want to die. I don't want to lose my status as a lord either. I've never done anything bad. Why do I encounter such a thing? Tisk tsk, I've long since stopped wanting to be a lord who could lose his head at any time. If I were you, I would directly give up my status as a lord and cozy up to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. I think so too. It's too dangerous to be a lord. It might as well be a subject of a powerful lord. It seemed that Bai Yi and the others had really captured that human lord. Moreover, it was really a lord of their cerulean planet. Zhou pondered after reading it. He had long expected the opinions expressed by these lords. Therefore, he did not let Bai Yi and the others kill them directly. Instead, he chose to capture them. He did not expect that it actually caused a commotion among the lords of the cerulean planet. Zhou did not panic. With his current strength, he was not afraid at all unless hundreds of lords jointly attacked him. But we still have to prepare early. Zhou thought. Half an hour later. Bai Yi and the others were back with 8 soldiers who were taken prisoner, but they stood outside the novice lord's protective barrier and protected them for the time being. That was because the captives could not be brought through the novice lord's protective barrier. After Zhou found out, he first turned on the World Channel's recording function before going out to see them. My lord, I didn't disappoint you. Bai Yi said respectfully. Well done. Zhou praised. Then, his gaze swept across the 8 captives and quickly found Lord Mighty. This Lord Mighty was about 20 years old. He looked ordinary and was wearing archery equipment. However, his bows and arrows had already been taken away. At this moment, he was looking at Zhou in silence, a look of unwillingness flashing across the depths of his eyes. The mission panel information appeared in front of him. Lord title, Mighty Lord. Territory, World City. Soldier type, Archer. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Ability overview, a human lord from the cerulean planet who was lucky enough to obtain an Archer class change certificate and became an archer. He yearns for the legendary position of the Overlord. Skill, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Archery. Loots, for Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Gradeless Archer Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%, 6 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, his idea was that he could spare his life if his attitude was good and was willing to become his subject. But now, he saw that he yearned for the legendary position of the Overlord in his ability overview. Coupled with what he said on the World Channel, he suddenly realized something. This person would probably not be so willing to give up his status as a lord and become his subject. Zhou thought for a moment and quickly had an idea. Chapter 45, 45 Lord Mighty's True Colors. Personally killed. 45 Lord Mighty's True Colors. Personally killed. Big Boss Blazing Sunday. We're from the same cerulean planet after all. Can you let me go? I promise I won't come over and provoke you for the rest of my life. Zheng Huaiba, who was Lord Mighty, endured the humiliation and said, Our territories are in the Blazing Sun Desert. We will collide sooner or later if we continue to develop like this. At that time, there will be a battle. How can I let you go? Zhou said calmly. I can give up my territory, my status as a lord, and become your subject. Is that okay? When Zheng Huaiba heard Zhou's words, he immediately panicked and said hurriedly. Zhou looked at him deeply. Not everyone can join my territory. You can join my territory if you want, but I have to see if your nature is good or bad before I can judge if you can join my territory or not. How about this? Take us to your territory. Call the people in your territory out and let me ask them how you did in your territory. If you satisfy me, I can let you join my territory and be protected by me. If your performance is average, or even poor, then you're on your own. he said calmly. His territory did not need bad seeds. Jojo did not mind letting him off if the other party was really a good person. He also wanted to see how a lord turned into an adventurer. This. Panic flashed across Jing Huaiba's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and nodded in the end. Half an hour later. Outside World City. Jojo looked at the few ordinary buildings in the Novice Lord's protective barrier and asked Jing Huaiba to call for help. Jing Huaiba wanted to run back to his territory immediately, but his gut feeling told him that if he dared to run, he would definitely die faster than he could run. He could only stand 40 to 50 meters outside the Novice Lord's protective barrier and shout for all his subjects to come out. A moment later. The 18 subjects walked out of World City and looked fearfully at the people on the Mechanostrider and their previous lord, Lord Mighty. They were thin and weak, their faces pale, and their lips trembling. They looked malnourished. I've captured your lord who wants to become a subject of my blazing sun city. But not everyone can be my subject. Now, tell me, what does your Lord Mighty usually do? What good deeds has he done? What bad deeds has he committed? These will determine whether he becomes my subject or my prisoner. Don't lie. I have a way to be sure if you're telling the truth. If you dare to lie, know that I won't show mercy. Jojo glared at these subjects. But the fierceness in his eyes faded a little when he glanced at a timid 6 or 7-year-old girl. Yeah, tell him about it, about how I usually treat you. I'm usually very good to you, right? Lord Mighty looked at the 18 subjects and smiled. Towards the end, a ferocious glint suddenly appeared in his eyes, but disappeared in an instant. However, the 18 subjects who saw this scene still trembled slightly. Sir, our Lord is usually very good to us. A middle-aged man stood up and said fawningly. Sir, our Lord has done no bad deeds. He's very beloved by us. A woman also stood up. Sir, please let our Lord become your subject. That's right, sir. At that time, more than 10 subjects stood up and said. Jing Huaiba heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Jojo, who was behind him, looked at these people calmly. Then, he suddenly noticed an old man in the corner. He hugged his grandson tightly and looked at this scene with a bitter expression. His grandson also looked at this scene in confusion. Old man. Come and tell me about it. Jojo suddenly said to the old man. The old man was stunned. Then, he trembled and walked out. He looked at everyone before looking at Lord Mighty. Our Lord is very good. The old man lowered his head. Good in what way? Jojo asked. The old man opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment. He's a bad guy. He's a big bad guy. At this moment, his grandson beside the old man suddenly pointed at Lord Mighty with red eyes and shouted. He took my elder sister away. And she never came back. The same happened to 2 other girls. They were all taken away by this bad guy and a few soldiers. And then they never came back. Grandpa said that they will never come back. The child shouted with red eyes. The child is insensible. He's spouting nonsense. Big boss blazing sun, don't listen to his nonsense. Jing Huaiba explained with a pale face. Bang. The old man beside his grandson suddenly knelt on the ground and wailed weakly. The other subjects looked at him with complicated expressions. You're saying he's spouting nonsense? Then I'll check. Jojo looked at him coldly. His eyes suddenly lit up. Mental manipulation. The next second, Lord Mighty stood rooted to the ground in confusion. Let me ask you. Is what the child said true? How are the 3 girls now? Jojo asked coldly. What he said is true. We've already killed those 3 girls. Jing Huaiba said in a daze. With that, the faces of the 7 soldiers pressed down behind Jojo suddenly turned pale. I'll kill you. The old man ran towards Jing Huaiba in a craze and punched and kicked him. Jojo got someone to pull him away when he ran out of strength. Then, he asked, who else did these evil deeds with you? Jing Huaiba raised his hand and pointed at the 7 soldiers behind Jojo. When the 7 soldiers saw this, they immediately knelt down with pale faces. My lord, please spare our lives. We are willing to serve the Lord until we die. My lord. Don't kill me. I can help my lord kill the fog monsters. I'm very valuable. The 7 of them knelt and begged for mercy. These be asterisk stards. Kill them. Jojo asked coldly. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 sword-shield soldiers raised their swords and slashed down, turning these 7 people into headless corpses. At this moment, Zheng Huaiba had already been removed from the mental manipulation and woke up. He panicked when he saw this. You can't kill me. I'm a cerulean planet lord and your fellow countryman. Aren't you afraid that the lords of the world channel will poke your backbone if you kill me for these natives of the high continent? Are you worthy? Jojo looked at him coldly. Zheng Huaiba immediately turned around and ran in the direction of the novice lord's protective barrier, seeing the situation sour. The light of hope in his eyes became brighter and brighter, seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the novice protective barrier. At this moment, puff! Zheng Huaiba suddenly froze on the spot. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the arrowhead that had pierced through his chest in disbelief. The wisp of black poison luster was especially eye-catching on the crossbow. Zheng Huaiba fell to the ground weakly. Not far behind him, Jojo put away the black scorpion poison crossbow calmly. You have killed a cerulean planet's human race, Lord Mighty. Promotion energy +2. Loots condensed. World City has become ownerless. The novice lord's protective barrier has disappeared. You can plunder or occupy this territory. At the same time, the lords who were paying attention to this matter on the World Channel suddenly realized that the name of Lord Mighty in their friend list had suddenly dimmed. After discovering this, the lords on the World Channel immediately exploded. Chapter 46, 46 The Fourth Lord Talent. 46 The Fourth Lord Talent. World City. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to have quietened down. These subjects of World City did not seem to expect their lord to die so easily in front of them. They were immediately delighted. Good riddance to bad rubbish. This nightmare is finally over. I finally don't have to endure his bullying in the future. Great. A few World City subjects looked at Zheng Huaiba's corpse with expressions of satisfaction. However, there were also a portion of World City subjects who looked at Jojo nervously. They were the people who had just put in a good word for Zheng Huaiba. They were afraid that this ferocious lord would turn around and deal with them now that Zheng Huaiba was dead. Then, they saw Jojo look at them. Let's just let bygones be bygones. Join Blazing Sun City and become my subject. I can let bygones be bygones. He said calmly. He understood that these people were probably bullied and coerced, so they said those heartless words. They were all pitiful people. Jojo naturally would not punish them. We are willing to join Blazing Sun City and become your most loyal subjects. They knelt down and said in fear. The old man also pulled his grandson to his knees. A line of text appeared in front of Jojo. 18 refugees request to join your territory and become your subjects. Do you agree? After Jojo agreed, he let them get up first before checking their personal information. 12 of the 18 subjects were ordinary people. Among the remaining 6 people, there was a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Doctor, 3 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Blacksmiths, a Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Chef, and a Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Architect. Jojo was very satisfied after reading them. They were all talents that his territory needed. Now that he had more subjects under his command, his need for lifestyle professionals increased. These 6 lifestyle professionals could slightly resolve his urgent needs. Even though there were not many people. But it was better than nothing. And he realized something else. That was, these people were especially loyal to him. Most of them were above 70 points. Especially the old man and the child. Their loyalty to him was 95 points and 98 points. Jojo roughly understood why their loyalty was so high. Therefore, he did not say much. After that, he dripped a drop of golden corpse water on Lord Mighty's corpse and asked Bai Yi and the others to bring it back to the territory later. He was still recording, therefore, he could not extract the loot from Lord Mighty's body for the time being. Then, Jojo led everyone into World City. Bai Yi and the others quickly found the resource storage point of World City being led by these subjects. They obtained a total of 500 units of wood, 400 units of stone, 200 units of metal, and 350 units of fine sand. There were also 22 Black Iron Tier mist cores. There were also more than 20 units of Black Iron Tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpion meat. The loots were pitifully small. It was far inferior to the gains he had obtained in the territory of the Scarlet Lord. Jojo had expected this. How could a human lord's territory that had only developed for 5 days compare to the Scarlet Lord that had developed for an unknown period of time? My lord. I know that the person who just died built a residence as his harem. The 3 girls they tortured to death should be inside. A wretched-looking young man walked over and said respectfully. Jojo took a look. He realized that he was the only Black Iron Tier advanced grade architect here. The other party seemed to have seen through the meaning in Jojo's eyes and immediately knelt on the ground in fear. My lord, please spare me. Even though I'm the architect who built the residences. But I really didn't know they would use it in this way. If I knew they would use it this way, I wouldn't have built it for him even if I died. Jojo shook his head. I told you. The past is in the past. And the other subjects didn't accuse you of anything bad. I'm sure you had to build it for them because you had no choice. My lord is wise. The Black Iron Tier advanced grade architect was stunned for a moment before he was so touched that he cried. Jojo was speechless. Then, he asked him to bring him to the so-called harem. After arriving, Jojo realized that this place was actually locked. Fortunately, the subject had a key. After opening the door, the stench of rotting corpses assaulted Jojo's face, almost suffocating him. He suppressed the stench of corpses and looked inside. In the end, he saw the corpses of 3 women who were already filled with maggots. This tragic scene stunned Jojo on the spot. He only came back to his senses after some time. He got Bai Yi to come over to arrange for someone to clean up the 3 corpses and bury them properly. He would tell the grandfather and grandson after the burial. Bai Yi received the order and left. After that, Jojo brought 5 sword-shield soldiers to the Lord's wooden house. After carefully searching this place and discovering that there was no loot, he placed his gaze on the Black Iron Tier intermediate grade territory stone tablet. He got the 5 sword-shield soldiers to start slashing at this territory stone tablet. A moment later, the territory tablet was shattered. A Black Iron Tier intermediate grade territory token appeared in front of him. Jojo placed his hand on it. A text notification appeared. Receive the territory token. Yes. Jojo said. The next second. Click. The Black Iron Tier advanced grade territory token immediately fell into his hands. It's the 3rd Black Iron Tier territory token. I can upgrade my territory when I get back. He looked at the territory token and smiled. Jojo had a faint premonition. His territory would probably change greatly from Black Iron Tier advanced grade to Green Bronze Tier elementary grade. After confirming that there was no other loot to take away from this territory, Jojo led everyone back to Blazing Sun City. Not long after they set off, Jojo saw the little boy jogging to his side, ignoring his grandfather's objection. He looked up at Jojo, his eyes flickering with an unprecedented light. Big brother, are you a hero? My grandfather said that heroes are existences that stand up to save people when they are in the most danger, afraid, and in need of help. Big brother, you must be a hero, right? He asked expectantly. Ever since his sister disappeared, his grandfather and him had been living in darkness. At this moment, in their hearts, the new lord who had saved his grandfather and him was the hero in his grandfather's stories. Jojo shook his head and laughed. I'm not. I don't believe you. The boy shook his head. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to work hard to live and protect those subjects who entrusted their future to me. Jojo said. The boy blinked. Half an hour later. Blazing Sun City. Jojo asked the kitchen to prepare food and let these new subjects fill their stomachs after returning. He could tell that these people had been hungry for a long time. Then, he returned to the Lord's wooden house and first extracted the loot from Zheng Huaiba's corpse. The loots were not of much value, except for the most important 6 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Jojo took out the 6 new Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and the 8 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments he had obtained from the black-tailed fog scorpion leader previously. He put them all together. A hazy black iron light appeared. At the same time, a line of golden words also appeared. 10 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments are discovered. Do you want to fuse them into a Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal? Yes. Jojo was filled with anticipation. The next second, a black iron light flashed. A thumb-sized hexagonal black iron crystal appeared in front of him. It was surrounded by a black iron light belt that was like a ring of stars. It looked quite magical. Beside him were the remaining 4 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Jojo picked up the hexagonal black iron crystal. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Treasure grade, Black Iron Tier. Treasure effect 1, after absorbing it, the Lord will randomly awaken a Black Iron Tier Lord Talent. Treasure effect 2, Talent advancement, since this Lord's Talent Origin Divine Crystal is Black Iron Tier grade, it can't advance the other Lord Talents. Treasure description, a law treasure condensed from the Supreme Will. You will obtain a random Black Iron Tier Lord Talent after using it. Do you want to absorb it? Yes. Jojo immediately said. The next second, this Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal immediately turned into countless black iron light spots and quickly entered into his glabella. He subconsciously closed his eyes. A moment later, Jojo opened his eyes. The Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal in his hand had completely disappeared. Jojo's face lit up. This was because he vaguely felt that he had grasped an extraordinary ability. He immediately opened the Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated again. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Black Iron Tier. Insight Defection. Jojo studied this Lord Talent. Chapter 47, 47 Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Prepare to upgrade the territory. 47 Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Prepare to upgrade the territory. Jojo opened the details of this Lord Talent curiously. Lord Talent, Insight Defection, Black Iron Tier. Insight Defection, a Lord's exclusive talent. When you fight the enemy Lord head-on, you can activate the Insight Defection talent to turn 2% of the enemy Lord's forces into your loyal subordinates. Lord Talent Hint 1, the lowest limit of the number of enemies defecting is 1 unit of enemy, and the highest is 10,000 units of enemy. The loyalty of the enemy after defection is at least 80 points. Lord Talent Hint 2, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade is the current upper limit of the force you can instigate to defect. This upper limit can grow. Lord Talent Hint 3, this talent can only be activated once a day. Jojo raised his eyebrows. There was actually such a skill. In addition, this was the first time he had seen so many Lord Talent notifications. Then, Jojo quickly thought of the first party he would use it on. As Jojo's current greatest enemy, it would be a pity not to use this Insight Defection ability on it. However, Jojo opened the World Channel to see what the Lords were talking about before that. He estimated that many Lords would probably know about the death of Lord Mighty by now. That was indeed the case. When he opened the World Channel, the main content of the Lord's conversation was about the Lord of the Blazing Sun killing Lord Mighty. I've long seen through it. This Lord of the Blazing Sun is someone who does things without any bottom line for his own development. He can even casually kill his fellow Cerulean planet Lords. What would he not dare to do? From now on, I will hate the Lord of the Blazing Sun for the rest of my life. It's a pity that Lord Mighty died so suddenly. He was a pretty good Lord. I've always felt that the Lord of the Blazing Sun wasn't a good person, but now. It's just as I thought. Lord Mighty's desire to live was very strong. He should have already told the Lord of the Blazing Sun that he was willing to become his subject, but even so, the Lord of the Blazing Sun still killed him. I really didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Is this what it means to compete for supremacy? This is the first time I've felt its cruelty. Another day that I don't want to be a Lord. Everyone, be careful of Lord of the Blazing Sun. If he can kill Lord Mighty today, he can kill us tomorrow. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is too strong. If he continues to develop, he will definitely become a huge threat to us in the future. I suggest that we join forces to repel the Lord of the Blazing Sun. As soon as the matter arose, all kinds of devils are coming out. Jojo's eyes became colder and colder as he watched the Lord's conversation on the World Channel. He was not angry. He had just silently added the lords who spoke ill of him to his transaction blacklist. From now on, they would not have the right to buy the transactions, he announced. Then, he opened the video he had recorded previously. He reviewed the video again after using some mosaics to block some more sensitive content. After confirming that the content of this video would not expose some important information about him, he set it up as a transaction and sent it to the exchange, allowing all the lords to download it for free. This transaction was naturally open to all the lords on the blacklist. Soon. With his own fame and the popularity of this matter, the free transaction he posted quickly ranked first in the number of transaction views. The lords who watched the entire video were immediately in an uproar. F***ck. So this is how Lord Mighty died. Good riddance. Good punishment. I'm dying of laughter. Is this the good Lord you all were talking about? Where are the people who said that Big Boss Blazing Sun has no bottom line? Stand up. Is this what you mean by having no bottom line? I'm really sick of it. There are keyboard warriors who don't know anything everywhere. They criticize others so easily. Isn't this a slap in the face? It was too cheap a way for this person to die. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was too soft on him. He actually gave him the easiest way to die. Is this Big Brother Blazing Sun's voice? It's cold and domineering. Sisters, I love it so much. I love it too. That child is right. Big Boss Blazing Sun is clearly a hero. The Lord's arguments flip-flopped once the video was out. The people who had said that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was in the wrong all fell silent. They thought that they would be able to escape if they did not comment anymore. However, what they did not know yet was that Jojo had already put them on his blacklist. They would realize sooner or later that they could no longer buy the goods sold by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. At the same time, the other lords on the World Channel also began to whip their corpses. They also advocated the Lord of the Blazing Sun's righteousness. Jojo saw all of this, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. It seemed that there were some things that would not change even if it was in a different world. The territory of the Dragon Lady Lord. In front of the Wyvern's nest. The Dragon Lady Lord looked at the reversal on the World Channel with surprise. She had originally thought that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would leave a bad impression on the Cerulean Planet Lords because he had not handled this matter well. This way, she might be able to surpass him and become the most famous Cerulean Planet Lord. She did not expect that his video would make billions of Cerulean Planet Lords have a good impression of him. A reputation crisis actually turned into an opportunity in his hands. Good move. She admired but was jealous at the same time. But it had to be said that she felt very good seeing the Lord of the Blazing Sun deal with that scumbag, Lord Mighty, from a woman's perspective. She hesitated for a moment before she tried to add Lord of the Blazing Sun as a friend. Many lords took the initiative to add her as a friend, knowing that she possessed an epic tier lord talent that gave her a lot of connections ever since she became famous. However, this was the first time she had taken the initiative to add someone as a friend. She was inexplicably expectant. Soon. A notification appeared in front of her. The other party cannot be added as a friend. Dragon Lady Lord. In an undead cemetery. 1 green bronze tier elementary grade undead knight, 5 black iron tier advanced grade zombie elites, 50 black iron tier intermediate grade ghosts, and 100 black iron tier elementary grade skeleton soldiers lingered. In the middle of them was a coffin. Zhang Han, who was in the coffin, also saw what happened on the World Channel. I thought I'd see a good show. What a killjoy. Zhang Han's expression was cold, like a real corpse. As the Lord of the Blazing Sun became increasingly famous. I need to be stronger. My soldiers. Go destroy a Scarlet Lord's territory. If it doesn't work the first time, then go again. A faint voice sounded. Roar. X 156-inch. All the undead creatures wandered towards the Scarlet Lord's castle in the distance, accompanied by a terrifying and shrill roar. Jojo saw that the matter with Lord Mighty had calmed down. He did not do anything else and closed the World Channel. It's time to upgrade the territory. Jojo suppressed the urge to try the new Lord talent and walked out of the Lord's wooden house. Then, he looked at the building in front of him. With a thought. A line of text appeared. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's wooden house? Yes. Jojo said. The next second. A golden light covered the entire Lord's wooden house. The long-awaited upgrade had begun. Chapter 48, 48 Channel Announcement. The unique title of the race. 48 Channel Announcement. The unique title of the race. A moment later. The golden light that covered the Lord's wooden house dissipated. Jojo looked over. Not only was the Lord's wooden house much larger and more exquisite than before, there was also a small courtyard surrounded by stone walls. A series of text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's wooden house has been upgraded to a green bronze tier elementary grade building. It has been upgraded to a Lord's courtyard. There is an additional courtyard. Your territory has been upgraded to a green bronze tier elementary grade territory. Territory token durability increased to 20,000/20,000. Your territory has expanded to 5,000 m times 5,000 m times 3,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, wall blueprint, green bronze tier elementary grade. Lord talent hint. The upper limit of the enemy lord's forces that you can instigate to defect has been increased to white platinum tier elementary grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranch can be upgraded. Before Jojo could react, 3 rows of familiar golden text suddenly appeared in front of him. It also appeared in front of billions of Cerulean planet lords. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Cerulean Planet Lord to upgrade his territory to green bronze tier elementary grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer Eye. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. It's been broadcasted on the entire channel as a Lord announcement. A smile appeared on Jojo's face. He had a faint feeling previously that there might be a huge change when his territory advanced from black iron tier advanced grade to green bronze tier elementary grade. It has come true now. Moreover, it was a Lord announcement for the entire channel. This time, not only did he obtain a higher reputation rating and a supreme treasure chest. Moreover, he had obtained a unique title of race. He had never seen this before. Jojo searched for a while. Soon, he found the title in the Lord's personal information. Lord title, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer Eye. Title, The Glory of the Pioneer Eye. Title quality, Unique Title of the Race. Title effect 1, you are famous among the Cerulean Planet Lords. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. Number of subjects you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 100%. Professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned +2. Title effect 2, the suffix of your unique title of the race will be added behind your title of Lord when you comment in any channel. You can turn it off or activate it. Title effect 3, when you become the first Cerulean Planet Lord to possess a white silver tier elementary grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 2 and unlock more title effects. Title description, exclusive title given to the pioneers and the lords of all races by the supreme will. There is a higher chance that the pioneer of every race will have extraordinary achievements. Jojo looked at its title effects in surprise. The last 2 were still alright. However, title effect 1 was what Jojo's current territory needed. His territory was not lacking in soldiers at the moment. What he lacked was subjects without professions. This was because unemployed subjects could be changed into sword shield soldiers and poison crossbow soldiers by his large number of sword shield soldier class change certificates and poison crossbow soldier class change certificates. They could also be arranged to be Elder Zhao's subordinates and kitchen staff. In short, there would definitely be no idlers. Moreover, there would be 2 professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned every day. This meant that he would be able to summon 2 green bronze tier elementary grade professional talents from tomorrow onwards since his territory level was now green bronze tier elementary grade. In the future, when his territory level increased to the mythical tier, he would be able to add 2 mythical tier talents to the territory every day. This growth rate was simply ridiculous. As for title effect 2, Jojo looked at its introduction and thought for a moment before opening the world channel. At this moment, the World Channel was discussing JoJo's announcement. Good lord, how ridiculous. This is the third time, right? I feel like Big Boss Blazing Sun owns the reputation ranking. Be confident and get rid of your feelings. Big Boss Blazing Sun will always be a god. I want to see Big Boss Blazing Sun open the supreme treasure chest. It is probably a golden shovel crown. This way, it can give Big Boss Blazing Sun one more person in his army. Tsundere face. It is easy to know one's fate as a heaven-defying man. 1.it has the same pronunciation from the idiom, it is easy to know one's fate but difficult to change it. Lord of the Blazing Sun, glory of the Pioneer Eye. Ah. What did I see? F***ck. The Lord of the Blazing Sun himself. Hug his thigh and transform into his leg hair. Big Brother Blazing Sun. I love you. Is this the unique title of the race? It is really a legend, isn't it too dazzling? This title is so beautiful. I'm jealous. Boo-hoo, I want the unique title of the race too. I really didn't expect Big Boss Blazing Sun's first comment to appear like this. Brothers, I have a bold idea. JoJo was speechless. Originally, he only wanted to test how this unique title of the race would appear on the World Channel. He did not expect to see such heaven-defying comments as soon as he opened the World Channel. He shook his head. His gaze landed on his unique title of the race. The words, Glory of the Pioneer Eye, were in gold and looked very noble. It looked very eye-catching even among the countless lords' comments in the World Channel. The more JoJo looked at it, the more satisfied he became. He was even happier than when he found out about its title effect. Strength was temporary while being handsome was for life. This title will advance in the future. I wonder what it will be like after it advances. JoJo was looking forward to it. Then, he looked at the wall blueprint he obtained as an upgrade reward. Construction blueprint name, Wall. Blueprint grade, Green Bronze Tier Elementary grade. Blueprint effect, Beginner Building Blueprint. You can master the construction method of a Green Bronze Tier Elementary grade building, wall, after the blueprint is learned by an architect. You can build a defensive building wall to protect the territory. Construction materials, every cubic meter of wall requires 1 unit of wood, 1 unit of fine sand, 1 unit of metal, 1 unit of stone. Learning requirement, only architects can learn it. Prompt, the wall is a special type of elementary building. It can be moved freely without dismantling, making it easier for the territory to expand. JoJo's eyes lit up when he saw this blueprint. There was a high chance that the Novice Lord's protective barrier would disappear after 2 days. This wall blueprint could replace the Novice Lord's protective barrier to protect his territory. This wall blueprint came at the right time. I was right to work hard to upgrade my territory. JoJo was even happier about his choice. As for the other lords, they could only rely on building their own wall to resist the attack of the fog monsters unless they had an architect who had mastered the wall construction skill if they did not upgrade to a Green Bronze Tier Elementary grade territory. When the time comes, it would definitely be harder for them to defend against the fog monsters' attacks than it was for him. Thinking of this, JoJo first put away the wall blueprint and planned to look for Zhao Changsho later to discuss the construction of the wall. As for now, his gaze landed on the supreme treasure chest in front of him. Chapter 49, 49 The Time Ruins Key. Upgrade the Gate of Summoning. 49 The Time Ruins Key. Upgrade the Gate of Summoning. JoJo opened the supreme treasure chest. There was a green bronze key quietly placed inside. An item information notification appeared. Treasure name, Time Ruins Key. Treasure grade, Green Bronze Tier. Treasure effect, use the Time Ruins Key in an open space in the territory. You can activate a Green Bronze Tier historical battle, the Time Ruins of the Defensive Ender. Treasure description, the source of the Time Ruins is unknown. When living beings participate in the Time Ruins and complete the time missions within, they can obtain the Gift of Time. Note, this Time Ruins is an equipment-producing ruin. There is a high chance of producing conventional equipment, Black Iron Tier, Green Bronze Tier, and a small chance of producing the high-level Soldier Recruitment Book, Elemental Archer Recruitment Book. There is a very small chance of producing a Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. JoJo raised his eyebrows. This Time Ruins Mystic Realm looked interesting. Especially the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. That should be the most precious treasure in the entire time ruins from the probability of producing it. I wonder what kind of treasure would that be? Jojo thought curiously. A moment later. An empty area in the Blazing Sun City. This place was relatively far from the residential area of Blazing Sun City, and there were no buildings around. It was considered to be an undeveloped piece of land. Jojo stood there and looked at the time ruins key in his hand. With a thought. A line of golden text appeared. Do you want to use the time ruins key to open the door to the time ruins? Yes. Jojo said. The next second. The green bronze key in his hand suddenly disintegrated into countless green bronze light spots, forming a green bronze door 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide in front of him. Jojo looked at it in surprise. A message from the door appeared. Time ruins name, the defensive under. Grade, green bronze tier. Time ruins description, on September 16th, year 10505 of the Supreme Calendar, nearly 1,000 scarlet monsters launched a surprise attack on Ender Town, a town at the border of the Elven Empire. 13 elven elemental archers guarding Ender Town caused huge casualties to the enemy. Nonetheless, this battle ended with the town falling. Countless Elven Empire higher-ups lamented at the sacrifice of these 13 elven elemental archers. Note 1. This time ruins will automatically reset once a day for a new opportunity to enter. Note 2. You can only bring a maximum of 100 subjects into this time ruins. Note 3. You won't really die if you die in the time ruins, but you will fall into a weak state for 24 hours. We'll go in and take a look when Zhang Tsang and the others return tonight. Jojo immediately thought after reading it. In any case, they wouldn't really die, so it wouldn't matter even if they failed. He would bring the white-silver tier elementary grade Nazario in if all else failed. Jojo did not believe that a white-silver tier elementary grade pure-blooded dragon could not even deal with a green-bronze tier time relic. Then, he returned to the Lord's Courtyard to check the next level upgrade content. Construction upgrade, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of fine sand, 5,000 units of metal, 5,000 units of stone, 100 green bronze tier mist cores, 1 origin crystal, 1 green bronze tier territory token. Jojo raised his eyebrows. This time, he needed a lot more materials to upgrade. 20,000 units for basic materials alone and also the need for 1 origin crystal. It wasn't that bad since he had these 2 items. However, he could not satisfy the need for the 100 green bronze tier mist cores and 1 green bronze tier territory token for the time being. I would still need to hunt down more Scarlet Lords to obtain 100 green bronze tier mist cores and 1 green bronze tier territory token, Jojo thought to himself. Probably very few human lords would possess the green bronze tier mist cores and green bronze tier territory tokens at this stage. Only Scarlet Lords who had developed in the High Continent for an unknown period of time could provide him with these advancement materials. He stopped thinking about it. Jojo was not in a hurry to upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Instead, he entered the Lord's Courtyard first. The ground in the huge Lord's Courtyard was flat, and a green brick path led from the door to the courtyard. We can grow some fruits and vegetables in this courtyard. Or some nice flowers and plants. Jojo looked at the courtyard in front of him with a very satisfied expression. Then, he left the Lord's Courtyard and went to the Gate of Summoning. Do you want to upgrade the Gate of Summoning? Yes. He said. The Gate of Summoning lit up slightly before calming down. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a green bronze tier elementary grade building. You can summon plus 10 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 3 professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer Eye, the number of subjects you can summon every day has increased to 44. You will definitely summon 5 professionals every day. And the professional levels of 2 of them will be the same as your territory level. Not bad. I can summon 44 subjects a day now. And there will be at least 5 professionals. Jojo nodded in satisfaction. This was a huge upgrade. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to green bronze tier intermediate grade. Construction upgrade, 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of fine sand, 2,000 units of metal, 2,000 units of stone, 50 green bronze tier mist cores for the territory level to be upgraded to green bronze tier intermediate grade. He still lacked the green bronze tier mist cores. Jojo pondered. Even a regional Scarlet Lord would probably not be able to satisfy him with the requirement of so many green bronze tier mist cores. He had to find more sources of green bronze tier mist cores. He quickly thought of a source. His monster ranch. Now that my territory has been upgraded, the monster ranch should be able to nurture green bronze tier fog monsters, right? Thinking of this, Zhou immediately went to look for Zhao Changshu, who was building a warehouse then. Seeing Zhou arrive, he asked the soldiers to continue working while he quickly walked up to Zhou. "Greetings, my lord," Zhao Changshu said respectfully. "Elder Zhao, I want to build the wall tomorrow. In addition, I plan to build a third monster ranch before tonight and upgrade all 3 monster ranches to green bronze tier elementary grade. Can you do that?" Zhou asked. "Time is a little tight. I need to transfer all the people in the territory right now to help to complete it." Elder Zhao frowned and thought for a while before saying, "No problem." Zhou readily agreed. Then, he took out the black iron tier building material, sand crystal, for Elder Zhao to see. Elder Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw the sand crystal. "Sand crystal? Elder Zhao, you really know your stuff." Zhou smiled. "I naturally recognize such practical building materials. In the past, many high-level buildings built under my auspices would be mixed with sand crystal to increase defense, resistance to earthquakes, and enhance the habitability of the buildings. However, sand crystals originate from the desert and are scarce in production. In addition, many Scarlet Lords are rampant in the desert, and there are fewer and fewer adventurers who dare to explore the desert. Over the years, sand crystals have become rarer and rarer in the market. I didn't expect the Lord to have it here." Zhao Changshu clicked his tongue in wonder. "Our territory won't be lacking in sand crystals." Zhou smiled. He had already planned to open a monster ranch to nurture sandmen tonight. When the time comes, this monster ranch would be equivalent to a sand crystal mine that could produce endless sand crystals. This way the sand crystals could be added to strengthen all the buildings in addition to the wall. It could be said that this sand crystal already occupied a rather important position in his territory development plan. Chapter 50, 50 Mugu's Massive Upgrade. Using Insight Defection. 50 Mugu's Massive Upgrade. Using Insight Defection. Zhou and Zhao Changshu immediately went to the monster ranch to look for Mugu. "Can we build a green bronze tier elementary grade monster ranch now?" Zhou asked with a smile when he saw Mugu. "Sure. Not only can I build a green bronze tier elementary grade monster ranch now, my ability has also been upgraded. I'm already a green bronze tier elementary grade monster rancher and monster shepherd. I can manage up to 4 green bronze tier elementary grade monster ranches at the same time. Moreover, the upper limit of the number of monsters I can nurture per monster ranch has increased from 500 to 750. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou was delighted. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Subject, Mugu. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, Monster Rancher. Profession class, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Battle class name, Monster Shepherd. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, the Monster Rancher of the Monster Ranch is also a Monster Shepherd who is good at fighting fog monsters. He is proficient in communication, taming, and controlling fog monsters. There is a chance to upgrade a normal fog monster to an elite fog monster or even a leader fog monster. Skills, Special Building, Monster Ranch, Fog Monster, Communication, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster, Taming, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster, Control, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster, Berserk, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, Fog Monster. Appease, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Loyalty, Dead Loyal. Potential, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Good God. Not only had the Monster Rancher and Monster Shepherd profession levels increased to Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, many of the skills he had were also upgraded to Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. It seemed that Mugu was probably the one with the greatest gains in the entire territory other than him. Not bad. A smile appeared on his face. The Monster Ranch was his territory's daily fixed income. This fixed income had increased again. He was naturally very happy. Then, Jojo handed his last origin crystal to Mugu. Even though upgrading his territory also required origin crystals, the most important matter now was to build a wall with sand crystals embedded in it. Therefore, it was better to use the origin crystals to build the monster ranch first. In any case, the regional Scarlet Lords would definitely drop origin crystals. He would use the origin crystals dropped by the regional Scarlet Lords to upgrade his territory after taking them down in the future. The rest of the matter would need both of your hard work. Jojo looked at Mugu and Zhao Changsho. It's our duty to serve my lord. My lord, you're too kind, Zhao Changsho said. Mugu also nodded seriously. Jojo acknowledged. He did not stay any longer and returned to the territory. Then, he realized that he seemed to have nothing to do. Jojo wandered aimlessly in the territory for a while before arriving at the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Greetings, my lord. X5-inch. Ashburn and his 4 apprentices, who were refining the life potion, immediately said respectfully when they saw Jojo. You guys go ahead. I'll chat with your teacher, Jojo said. Yes. The 4 apprentices looked at Ashburn respectfully and enviously before focusing on their work. Jojo also opened the personal information of the 4 apprentices and realized that they had already become Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Alchemy Technicians. You're good at. All 4 of your students have actually become alchemy technicians. I didn't know you were so good at teaching. He was a little surprised. They're working hard too. Ashburn laughed. You should be more relaxed recently with these apprentices around, right? Jojo asked. In the past few days. Other than the contribution of a small portion of the products produced by the Gnome Alchemy Workshop to Jojo as his private property, most of the remaining products would be recorded first and handed to Bai Yi and the others to be distributed according to the soldiers' contributions and needs. Therefore, Jojo gradually stopped interfering in matters here. And since Ashburn was dead loyal to him, he was not worried that this gnome would line his own pocket. It's much easier. But I don't dare to be lazy either. I've been studying the refining method of the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Life Potion recently. It is showing some results now. I might be able to advance to a Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Alchemy Technician if it works out, Ashburn said. Don't you need Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Alchemy Potion formula or blueprints for alchemy technology products? Jojo raised his eyebrows. Advancement methods for ordinary lifestyle professionals would include advancing through researching and mastering higher-level professional abilities. This was the first time he had heard of Ashburn's advancement method. Thanks to my lord, I've already mastered 5 alchemy test methods. Even if I am not of the Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, I will be able to learn and master them because I've accumulated enough. I can also advance by creating my own Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Life Potion, Ashburn said. Jojo acknowledged. He naturally hoped that Ashburn could advance. His soldiers were getting stronger and stronger. The Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Life Potions and 2 doctors were no longer enough to satisfy the treatment needs of all the soldiers. If Ashburn could develop a Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Life Potion, it would naturally be a good thing for his soldiers. After that, Jojo chatted with Ashburn for a while before walking out of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. It's a little boring, Jojo sighed. The fact that a lord could rely on soldiers to kill monsters to level up was very satisfying. It was just that sometimes, he would have nothing to do. He thought for a while and suddenly had a bold idea. A moment later, Jojo came to an empty space to the east of Blazing Sun City. A lava dragon more than 6 meters tall was lying there sunbathing. In front of it was a thick stack of roasted meat and a large vat of water. It was Nazario. Due to its size, Jojo's room could no longer be used by Nazario. Therefore, he temporarily arranged for it to stay here. Do you want to go out and play? Jojo looked at Nazario and tempted him. Nazario suddenly raised its dragon head, and its pure red dragon eyes immediately revealed an excited expression. 15 minutes later. In the skies more than 100 meters away. Jojo grabbed the lava armor on Nazario's back tightly, looking as excited as his dragon. He was flying. He might be flying in the sky with the help of his pet. But it also allowed him to experience the feeling of flying. Soon. Jojo looked at the ground with a focused gaze. A crudely built pyramid stood in the desert. Teams of sandmen were patrolling the pyramid in an organized manner. There were about 700 to 800 of them in total. It was the territory of the regional Scarlet Lord, Sandman Lord. "We're here. Just circle over their pyramid. Don't descend. And don't let them hurt either of us," Jojo said. Nazario growled. Then, it began to circle above the pyramid. The Sandman subjects below quickly discovered Nazario and Jojo. They roared and tried to attack Jojo in their own ways. For example, using guns, spears, bows, and other weapons. However, no matter how they attacked, they could not hurt Nazario and Jojo, who were more than 100 meters above the ground. When Jojo saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew from Bai that these sandmen could not fly. That allowed him to be bold enough to ride Nazario to their territory and be arrogant. However, he was not just here to be arrogant. The main reason was because he wanted to use the Lord talent he had just obtained to incite defection. This talent could only be activated once a day, and it could not accumulate. It would be a waste if he did not use it. Jojo naturally would allow such shameful wastage. "Pull their grudge," Jojo said in a low voice. Nazario roared excitedly, and Dragon Might instantly erupted. At the same time, it also opened its mouth. A faint red light appeared from its throat. The next second, whoosh! The surging hot magma dragon breath spewed out of its mouth. It descended from the sky and stood at the very top of the pyramid. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the magma dragon breath quickly melted more than half of the pyramid. In the pyramid, some sandmen in gorgeous clothes raised their heads and looked at Jojo and Nazario through the hole above them. Jojo laughed loudly. Then, he stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at them. "Lord Talent, incite defection. Activate." Boom. An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the entire territory of Lord Sandman below. Some sandmen's bodies stiffened. Then, their eyes immediately became irritable and bloodthirsty. They turned around and killed their sandmen companions beside them. The eyes of the other sandmen were dark and unfathomable, as if they had their own consciousness. However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they quietly disappeared among the sandmen, waiting for their true master's orders. "I seem to be able to control these sandmen I instigated through mind guidance. And they can deliver some simple orders." Jojo discovered another hidden ability of his talent. It had to be said that this ability was quite practical. Moreover, it would probably unleash an unexpected and shocking effect when used at a specific time. Then, he looked at the notification that had just appeared. Prompt: "You have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Incite Defection. Incite Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Hint, a total of 14 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, 5 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, 2 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, and 1 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Sandmen have betrayed their Lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. I think I can mass-produce traitors," Jojo said with a strange expression. Chapter 51, 51 The Monster Ranch is built. Found the Fish Spring Town. 51 The Monster Ranch is built. Found the Fish Spring Town. Jojo looked at the Lord Talent notification in front of him and smiled. He had thought that it would be good enough if he could instigate some Black Iron Tier Sandman monsters to defect this time. He did not expect it to be able to instigate a Green Bronze Tier Sandman leader. As for his orders, it was to let the Black Iron Tier Sandman carry out a suicide attack within themselves. He would exhaust as many of them as he could. As for the 2 Green Bronze Tier Sandman leaders under his control, Jojo ordered them not to expose themselves first. Their status was not ordinary. He could let the 2 of them play ruthlessly within the enemy when he led the main force to attack tomorrow. Jojo did not stay any longer. He got Nazario to bring him back to Blazing Sun City. On the way back, Jojo had more ideas about this Incite Defection talent. This should be the correct way to activate this talent. If I encounter a difficult enemy, I should come over every day and instigate them to rebel. I might be able to turn all of the other party's forces into spies in the end by accumulating them in this way. In the end, there would only be one enemy leader left. Jojo thought mischievously. Time passed quickly. Night fell. The scarlet fog gradually appeared in the world. Zhou, who was feeding Nazario the black iron tier mist cores, suddenly saw Zhao Changsho walking over from afar. My lord. We didn't let the lord down. The third monster ranch has been built and all 3 monster ranches have been upgraded to green bronze tier elementary grade. Zhao Changsho came in front of Zhou and said respectfully. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Zhou's eyes lit up. A moment later. The 2 of them arrived at the monster ranch. 3 monster ranches were 150% their previous sizes. Moreover, not only did it cover a larger area, its architectural style was also a little more ancient. Mugu was already waiting for Zhou here. He immediately walked over when he saw his lord coming. Reporting to my lord. All 3 monster ranches have been built and upgraded. A total of 28,000 units of basic materials, 1,000 black iron tier mist cores, and 1 origin crystal has been consumed. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou acknowledged. He now had nearly 280,000 units of basic materials. In terms of the black iron tier mist core, he had obtained more than 3,000 of them this morning by clearing the monster ranches. This consumption was naturally nothing. We can start harvesting sand crystals tomorrow. Elder Zhao. Make sure every cubic meter of the wall is mixed with a bit of the sand crystal when you build it tomorrow. Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Zhao Changsho said respectfully. A moment later. Wutu's 30 reconnaissance team members and more than 900 soldiers led by Zhang Tsang also returned. My lord. We've already cleared out all the scattered monsters in the Blazing Sun Desert. Zhang Tsang said excitedly. Well done. I'll remember your contribution. Zhou acknowledged. Zhang Tsang's eyes lit up. As the team of soldiers continued to expand, Zhou had already established the military officer positions among them. They could exchange for food, equipment, potions, mechanostriders, positions, and many other benefits in the territory through military merits. It was not perfect yet and some military merit systems were still relatively crude, but it could already mobilize the enthusiasm of the soldiers. Therefore, Zhou's words were not a lie. After that, Zhou and Zhang Tsang went to retrieve the loot. Half an hour later. All the loots had been extracted. Today, they had cleared a total of 624 scattered monsters. Among them, there were 156 desert fog lizards, 389 black-tailed fog scorpions, and 79 sandmen. He obtained a total of 1,947 black iron tier mist cores. 16,540 units of flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade. 427 kilograms water bag. 389 portions of the black-tailed fog scorpion's poison sac. Black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade. 389 bottles of antidotes. Black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade. 168 sword shield soldier class change certificates. 68 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 414 poison crossbowman class change certificates. 137 poison crossbowman recruitment books. 12 black iron tier advanced grade sand stealth techniques. 25 black scorpion poison crossbows of black iron tier advanced grade. 25 black iron tier advanced grade antidote formulas. 145 kilograms of sand crystal. 79 sandification and sandman summoning skill books. In addition, there were 4 black iron tier advanced grade sandification and 4 black iron tier advanced grade sand summoning. Skill name, sandification. Skill quality, black iron tier advanced grade. Skill description, sandify a part of the body for 5 seconds. Immune to black iron tier physical damage and some green bronze tier physical damage. After 5 seconds, the sandified part of the body will return to its original state. Skill name, summon elite sandmen. Skill quality, black iron tier advanced grade. Skill description, summoning type skill. Controls the sand element and condenses 4 elite black iron tier advanced grade sandmen who will obey your orders completely and have simple intelligence to fight for you. Zhou chose to learn it immediately. This black iron tier advanced grade skill was much stronger than the original black iron tier elementary grade skill. Will the green bronze tier sandman leader drop green bronze tier sandman and sandman summoning skills then? Zhou thought. Then, he stopped thinking about it. He would find out soon enough. He took out the map of the Blazing Sun Desert. At this moment, the paths on the map had already changed. Area map name, Blazing Sun Desert map, current exploration rate, 82%. From 59% to 82%. It should reach 100% as long as we get rid of the last Sandman Lord. Jojo thought. Even though there would not be any rewards if he reached 100%. But this was like seeing the complete jigsaw pattern after the last piece was put in place. Anyone would feel a sense of accomplishment. After that, Jojo went to the Gate of Summoning and used the recruitment books he had just obtained to recruit 68 sword shield soldiers and 137 poison crossbow soldiers. The number of soldiers under his command had reached 1,883. He handed these recruits to Bai Yi and told her about the Time Ruins. He asked them to rest for an hour after dinner before bringing 95 of the strongest soldiers with her to the Time Ruins. Bai Yi received the order and left. Jojo returned to the Lord's courtyard. As soon as he returned, he saw Wu Tu waiting for him at the door. "Come in with me," Jojo said. Then, he opened the courtyard door and walked the brick path into the house. Wu Tu followed behind. In the living room, Jojo asked about their results today after he asked Wu Tu to sit down. "My lord, we patrolled the exterior of the entire Blazing Sun Desert today and learned the general distribution." After Wu Tu finished speaking, he took out a yellowish-brown papyrus map. It was also a regional map of the Blazing Sun Desert. However, it was different from the map he had given Jojo last night. 3 other areas with general outlines appeared around this map of the Blazing Sun Desert. They were the Desolate Gobi, a black iron tier area in the north. The Thorn Dune, a black iron tier area in the east. As well as the Fish Spring Town, a green bronze tier area in the southwest. Jojo's gaze landed on the map of Fish Spring Town. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Good God. It turned out that Fish Spring Town was beside the Blazing Sun Desert all along. It did not take much effort to get to it. Chapter 52 Entering the Time Ruins. Time Mission. 52 Entering the Time Ruins. Time Mission. Wu Tu, were you also a subject of the Aurora Kingdom before you came to me? Jojo thought for a moment and suddenly asked. Wu Tu was stunned. Then, he immediately stood up in panic. My lord. I was previously a subject of the Aurora Kingdom. However, after joining the Lord, I'm already a subject of Blazing Sun City, be it physically or psychologically. My lord, please believe in my loyalty. Sit down, sit down. I didn't mean that. I believe you. Jojo looked at his flustered expression and immediately knew that the child had misunderstood. He reassured him, caught between laughter and tears. Wu Tu's loyalty was almost at 90 points. He naturally did not doubt Wu Tu's loyalty. He just suddenly thought of something. He had thought that the principle of the Gate of summoning its subjects was to randomly summon humans to him on the High Continent. However, an increasing number of his subjects were from the Aurora Kingdom, making Jojo gradually feel that his thoughts might be wrong. The Gate of Summoning probably did not randomly summon its subjects from the High Continent. Instead, he summoned his subjects according to proximity. Even talents that came because of the reputation rating were the same. Since his territory was close to the Aurora Kingdom, therefore, be it the subjects summoned by the Gate of Summoning or the talents attracted by the reputation rating, most of them came from the Aurora Kingdom. In that case, the map of Wu Tu's Fish Spring Town, Bao Xiao's Master-Disciple Reunion Mission, and the location of Fish Spring Town near the Blazing Sun Desert were not accidents. They were just a coincidence with a higher chance. Wu Tu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Jojo's words. Do you have a map of Fish Spring Town on you now? Jojo asked. Yes. But I drew it in the past. There might be some deviations now. If you need it, I'll go to Fish Spring Town and redraw the map there tomorrow. It won't take long. One morning would be enough. As Wu Tu spoke, he took out a map and handed it to Jojo. Jojo took it and looked at it. Regional map name, Fish Spring Town map, current exploration rate, 2%. Map quality, green bronze tier. Total area, 1,011 square kilometers. Map description, this map depicts the general terrain of Fish Spring Town and the related map information. It includes the area, geographical scale, terrain distribution, the range and location of the town, the commercial street, the the residential area, the military camp area, the range of scattered monsters, the range and location of the Scarlet Lord's territory. As expected of a green bronze tier area, the total area alone was twice the size of the Blazing Sun Desert. Jojo clicked his tongue. Do you know the tailor, Zhang Li? She should be in Fish Spring Town. He looked at Wu Tu and asked after roughly reading the content of the map. Zhang Li. That was Bao Xiu's teacher. She was also the target of the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Hidden Mission, Master and Disciple Reunion. Zhang Li. I think I've heard of her. I remember now. There's a new wind tailor shop in Fish Spring Town. It's very famous in the town. In the past, when I went to Fish Spring Town to draw a map, I heard many residents say that the owner of New Wind Tailor Shop has very deft hands. I think her name is Zhang Li. Wu Tu replied. Jojo's heart thumped. New Wind Tailor Shop. That sounds right. There is an 80% chance that it is Zhang Li. Bring people and focus on sorting out the new area map of Fish Spring Town tomorrow. Also, investigate Zhang Li. Pay attention to your investigation method. Don't offend her. Jojo reminded him. Yes, my lord. Wu Tu said seriously. Jojo acknowledged, then he let him go back. Half an hour later. In front of the Time Ruins. Jojo, Nazario, Bai Yi, Zhang Song, 8 green bronze tier elementary grade soldiers, 62 black iron tier advanced grade soldiers, 25 black iron tier intermediate grade soldiers, and 2 doctors stood there. This was the strongest deployment of the top 100 people in Blazing Sun City. Some of the soldiers were soldiers who had just broken through today. After we go in, everyone, be on guard immediately. When you encounter danger, don't worry and counterattack. Protect the doctors. Jojo ordered. Yes. X-99-inch. Roar. Jojo acknowledged. Then, he led everyone and Nazario to the entrance of the Time Ruins. When they were 2 to 3 meters away from the entrance of the Time Ruins, a suction force came from inside the door. Even though everyone was a little surprised, they did not resist and were sucked in. Nazario was at the rear and studied the door in front of it curiously. Then, it took a step forward and its 6-meter-tall dragon body was sucked in too. Jojo endured the dizziness and opened his eyes. It was a city ruin covered in smoke and flames as far as his eyes could see. The sound of flames burning, trees exploding, and faint monsters' roars. All kinds of voices came from all directions. Jojo frowned slightly and began to observe his surroundings. He was surrounded by his soldiers. At this moment, their eyes were still closed and they had yet to wake up from the dizziness of time travel. Jojo seemed to have understood something. It was probably because he had an elementary grade mental potential talent and his mental strength was stronger that he could wake up so quickly. At this moment, they were on the roof of a 4-story building. This building was quite unique. It is made entirely of vines and trees. But at this moment, it was also charred by the explosion of the flames. The quality of this building is not bad. Looks like it's been burning for a while but it hasn't collapsed yet. Jojo clicked his tongue in wonder. As soon as he finished speaking, Nazario appeared in front of him out of thin air. It stepped on the fragile house under its feet and stared at Jojo. Jojo. Nazario. Rumble. The building could no longer withstand the weight and began to collapse with a rumble. The moment it collapsed, Nazario bit Jojo's clothes and flew into the air. Jojo also reacted quickly. He aimed his palm at the ground where everyone had fallen. The energy in his body suddenly surged and boiled. Invisible energy quickly gathered on the ground. The hard brick ground in a radius of 300 to 400 square meters instantly turned into yellow sand and formed a huge quicksand pit. Green bronze tier elementary grade spell, sand trap technique. Bang, 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 bang. The 99 soldiers fell to the ground like dumplings. Fortunately, no one was injured because the ground had already become a quicksand pit. Not only that. They also woke up one after another. They did not waste a single moment. First, they were vigilant of their surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger around, they immediately jumped out of the quicksand pit and began to take sides. In midair, Jojo's face was a little pale. The large-scale sand trap technique just now instantly drained 60% of his energy. However, Jojo had nothing to regret. If he hadn't done that, he might have lost his people at the onset. They would not actually die, but this was not what Jojo wanted to see. Then, he asked Nazario to put him down. After stepping on the ground, he immediately took out a bottle of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Energy Potion and poured it into his mouth. After drinking it, his expression began to become normal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the energy in his body began to recover quickly. "Thank you, my lord, for your help." Bai Yi quickly walked over and said. When she saw their states and the traces of the sand trap technique under their feet, she guessed what had just happened. Jojo nodded slightly. At this moment, "How?" A wolf roar came from afar. Jojo and the others immediately looked over. A 3-meter-tall wolf monster wrapped in flames was standing on a tall building not far away and looking at them with its scarlet and cruel eyes. At the same time, a mission interface also appeared in front of Jojo. Time negotiation has begun. Time mission announced. Time mission 1, eliminate the enemy. Mission description, eliminate all incoming fire demon fog wolves. Mission objective, 1, fire demon fog wolf, 0/1000, 2. Elite fire demon fog wolf, 0 of 300, 3. Fire demon fog wolf leader, 10. Gift of time, there is a 25% chance of dropping equipment of the corresponding level after killing any level of the fire demon fog wolf. There is a 0.1% chance of dropping an additional elemental archer recruitment book after killing Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Fire Demon Fog Wolf. Time Mission 2, Protect Friends. Mission description, protect the last 13 Elven Elemental Archers in Undertown. Mission objective, survival of the 13 Elven Elemental Archers, 13/13. Gift of time, every Elven Elemental Archer you protect until the Time Ruins closes will allow you to recruit one Elven Elemental Archer of the same level in reality. Note, Time Mission 1 needs to be completed. Time Mission 3, hidden. Mission description, hidden. Mission objective, hidden. Gift of time, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Note, both time missions 1 and 2 need to be completed. Time Ruins countdown, 4 hours, 57 minutes, 35 seconds. Chapter 53, 53 Fire Demon Fog Wolf Set. Set attributes. 53 Fire Demon Fog Wolf Set. Set attributes. We have to deal with more than 1,000 Fire Demon Fog Wolves in 5 hours. Jojo's expression was calm. He was not worried. With a white silver tier elementary grade pure-blooded dragon like Nazario around, 5 hours were more than enough to deal with these monsters. At the same time, the flame demon fog wolf not far away also quickly died under the arrows of the 3 poison crossbowmen. They ran over and brought its corpse to Jojo. Jojo looked over. Item name, Corpse of the Fire Demon Fog Wolf. Item level, Black Iron Tier Elementary. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, a special life form in the Time Ruins. Its main body is a fog monster in the High Continent. It was later replicated here by the power of time. Prompt, in the Time Ruins, the monster corpses can be preserved until the Time Ruins reset. Loots, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Equipment, Fire Demon Fog Wolf Gloves, drop rate, 25%. This was a monster that specialized in dropping equipment. Jojo clicked his tongue in wonder. He covered the surface of his hand with a layer of energy and placed it on the burning corpse of the wolf, preparing to retrieve the loot. As for the notes on higher probabilities, lower probabilities, etc., it did not exist with him at all. The probability would become 100% even if its actual probability was 0%. Soon, Jojo extracted the loot and looked at the only equipment. Equipment name, Fire Demon Fog Wolf Gloves. Equipment grade, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect 1, Tenacity, reduces physical damage by 30% from Black Iron Tier weapons. Black Iron Tier weapons cannot pierce the wearer's body. Equipment effect 2, Fire Resistance, reduces fire damage from external Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade by 30%. Current set completeness, January 6th. You can activate the attributes of the Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade set, the Brutal Blood of the Fire Demon Fog Wolf, after collecting the complete set, including the helmet, armor, belt, skirt armor, gauntlets, and boots. Introduction: Don't kill because of tyranny. You should be tyrannical because of killing. Zhou raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had seen equipment with the attributes as a set. Actually, strictly speaking, the military equipment the soldiers wore could be considered a set. However, no set attribute had appeared in the equipment he had come into contact with so far. He didn't think too much about it and put away the loot first. Then, he told Bai Yi and the others about the time mission 1 and 2. So the priority now is finding the 13 elemental archers first. Bai Yi immediately said. Zhou acknowledged. With the Blood Eye and Nazario around, it was not difficult to find and kill these fire demon fog wolves. However, he would lose a chance to recruit elemental archers in reality if any of the 13 elemental archers suffered any casualties. That was not what Zhou wanted to see. Bai Yi nodded. Then, she got the soldiers to start applying Blood Eye to their eyes. Zhou applied it on himself too. After applying it, the soldiers each searched for a high place and checked where stronger blood energy or places where intense battles were happening in the entire town. Soon, a soldier discovered a place that seemed to be in the midst of an intense battle. After Zhou found out, he immediately looked over. About 2,000 meters to the southwest. More than a dozen blood chi of different sizes were running wildly in front, followed by more than 400 blood chi of at least the black iron tier intermediate grade. Prepare for rescue. Zhou ordered in a low voice. He would take a look first regardless of whether it was actually them or not. Yes. Everyone agreed. Little Nadia. Put me down. You guys go first, cough cough. Be good. Your talent is much better than ours. Come back and avenge us when you become stronger in the future. Don't die here for nothing. A beautiful elf with milky white skin, wearing green archer equipment said weakly to the female elf carrying her. This female elf had a pure and beautiful face. She had a pair of sparkling eyes that were like green jade. She also had a relatively small build because she was younger. When she heard her teammates' words, she gritted her teeth and at the same time, the arrows she shot at the elite flame demon fog wolf behind her became even stronger. Whoosh! 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 Green arrows shot out like lightning. Every arrow accurately hit an elite fire demon fog wolf. Emerald green vines quickly grew from the place they were shot before the elite flame demon fog wolf could stop. In less than 5 seconds, these flame demon fog wolf were covered in vines and died tragically on the ground. Among the 400-odd fire demon fog wolves were 3 green bronze tier elementary grade flame demon fog wolf leaders. They were also shot by Nadia's arrows. However, the raging flames on the surface of their bodies burned these plants to ashes before the vines in their bodies could grow. Nadia was helpless when she saw this scene. This group of fire demon fog wolves was too good at restraining them, the wood elves. The elven residents of Undertown would not be wiped out so quickly by these 1,000 fire demon fog wolves if they were elves of any other elements. At this moment, the elf behind her gave her a gentle look. Then, she gently let go and jumped down from Nadia's body to pounce on the fire demon fog wolf behind her. Nadia, who was shooting, watched this scene with narrowed pupils. Her face quickly turned pale. The moment this elf pounced on the fire demon fog wolf. Roar! A shocking dragon roar resounded through the world. At the same time, the terrifying dragon might also descend from the sky, shocking all the fire demon fog wolves and elves below to the point of being unable to move. Bang! Zhou jumped down from the dragon's back and caught the elf that pounced on the fire demon fog wolf. Tap, 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 tap. A large number of running footsteps came from all directions. Bai Yi and the others rushed over and began to kill these fire demon fog wolves that were stunned by the dragon might under Zhou's orders in no time. The sounds of crossbow bolts, sabers, and shields colliding were endless. The flame demon fog wolves were killed by Bai Yi and the others without any means of resistance. Nazario did not attack. Instead, it maintained the release of its dragon might in the air. Zhou looked at this scene thoughtfully. He could also use this cooperation when cleaning up the monster ranch every day in the future. It should be more efficient. At this moment, the 13 elves also regained their freedom because they were no longer suppressed by the dragon might. Are you reinforcements from the Empire? Nadia asked boldly. I'm just a human lord passing by. Zhou said. With that, he took out a bottle of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Life Potion and handed it to an injured elf. After she drank it and recovered from some injuries, she immediately stood up in embarrassment when she realized that she was still in someone else's arms. Human Lord, the remaining elves looked at each other. They were still a little puzzled, but they did not ask further. Instead, they picked up their bows and arrows and shot them into these attacking fire demon fog wolves. Zhou also took this opportunity to count these elves. There were indeed 13 of them. He relaxed. They should be the targets of his mission. Fortunately, there were no casualties. A moment later, all the fire demon fog wolves were eliminated. Zhou then asked the soldiers to hunt the surrounding fire demon fog wolves with this location as the center and asked Nazario to follow. With Nazario around, Zhou was not worried that Bai Yi and the others would encounter any danger. He also began to extract the loots of these fire demon fog wolves. The first set of the fire demon fog wolf set was collected in no time. Set name, Fire Demon Fog Wolf Set. Set grade, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Set attribute 1, Toughness, reduces physical damage by 90% from Black Iron Tier weapons. Black Iron Tier weapons cannot pierce the wearer's body. Set attribute 2, Fire Resistance, ignores external Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade fire damage. Set attribute 3, the Brutal Blood of the Fire Demon Fog Wolf, activates the bloodline power in the set, causing the wearer to enter a brutal blood state for 10 minutes. In the brutal blood state, the wearer will fight crazily and kill all the enemies in front of him. At the same time, his defense will increase by 50%, strength will increase by 100%, pain will decrease by 80%, and fear will decrease by 80%. After 10 minutes, the wearer will enter an hour of weakness. Prompt, the percentage bonus will reach the maximum value when a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade life form wears it. The stronger the wearer is, the lower the equipment bonus. Current set completeness, June 6th. Introduction, don't kill because of tyranny. You should be tyrannical because of killing. Zhou was a little surprised after reading the attributes. Not only were the attributes of this set comparable to Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade military equipment, its effects were very practical for soldiers. He might be able to turn the tables if he used it when the situation was disadvantageous. A Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade set had such prowess. What about higher level ones? Thinking of this, Zhou immediately increased the speed at which he extracted the loots. Chapter 54, 54 Elemental Archer Recruitment Book. Mission completed. 54 Elemental Archer Recruitment Book. Mission completed. 15 minutes later. Zhou extracted the loots of the 400-odd fire demon fog wolf monsters under the watchful gazes of the 13 elves. They looked at them with halos in their eyes, as if he was the son of the Supreme Will. The Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Fire Demon Fog Wolf would drop 4 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 1 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Elemental Archer Recruitment Book. The Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Elite Fire Demon Fog Wolf would drop 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Elemental Archer Recruitment Book. The Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Flame Demon Fog Wolf Leader would drop 2 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores and 2 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Elemental Archer Recruitment Books. There were a total of 432 of these monsters. Among them were 184 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, 245 Elite Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, and 3 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. He obtained a total of 2,726 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 6 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores. 25 sets of Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Fire Demon Fog Wolf Set. 34 sets of Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Flame Demon Fog Wolf Set. 78 duplicate sets. And last but not least, 251 Elemental Archer Recruitment Books. Zhou first looked at the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Flame Demon Fog Wolf Set. He realized that even though it was only a Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade set, it could already withstand physical damage from the attack from someone of Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Moreover, it could ignore fire damage from Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Its set attributes had also increased greatly. Flame Demon Fog Wolf's Brutal Blood activates the bloodline power in the set, causing the wearer to enter a brutal blood state for 25 minutes. Under the brutal blood state, the wearer will fight crazily and kill all the enemies in front of him. At the same time, his defense will increase by 150%, strength by 300%, pain minus 90%, fear minus 90%. After 25 minutes, the wearer will enter a weakened state for 25 minutes. Prompt, the percentage bonus will reach the maximum value when someone of Black Iron Tier Elementary grade wears it. The stronger the wearer is, the lower the equipment bonus. The attribute bonus has increased by 3 times. The duration and cooldown have also been greatly reduced. Zhou was very satisfied. He could totally build an absolutely fearless army if these sets were worn by melee soldiers. When long-range soldiers wear it, they could also greatly increase their long-range lethality. Then, Zhou picked up the Elemental Archer recruitment book that had been dropped by the Flame Demon Fog Wolf leader. Item name, Elemental Archer recruitment book. Item level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary grade. Item effect, Advanced Grade Soldier recruitment book. Throw it into the Gate of Summoning and you can summon a Black Iron Tier Elementary grade archer with Green Bronze Tier Elementary grade potential to become your subject. Item description, a specialty from a certain time ruin. You can recruit a high-level archer of relatively good quality. We can treat this time ruins as another monster ranch. I'll let Nazario and the soldiers come in to grind for sets and the Elemental Archer recruitment books after it resets every day. Zhou thought. He then looked into the distance. At this moment, Bai Yi and the others were cleaning up the Fire Demon Fog Wolves in Undertown with Nazario. The area they were clearing was gradually expanding. He believed that it would not be long before they cleaned up all the Fire Demon Fog Wolves in Undertown. As for the 2 doctors he brought in, at this moment, they were healing the 13 elves. Zhou opened the mission interface and looked at the hidden mission at the bottom, seeing that the situation had stabilized. Hidden mission. Aren't there any more hints? Zhou frowned slightly. Lord of the human race. A female voice came from the side. Zhou looked over. It was the female elf he had just saved with Nadia by her side. Zhou had seen her magical archery skills before, so he had a deep impression of her. When the female elf saw Zhou looking over, her milk-white face immediately blushed slightly. However, she still boldly bowed and said, "Thank you for your help, my lord. My name is Eve. How should I address you? My guardian team will remember your kindness forever. Moreover, we will ask the Empire for instructions to distribute some rewards to repay you and your subordinates for saving our Undertown. My title is Lord of the Blazing Sun. As for coming to help you, don't worry about it. We will always be comrades you can trust and rely on in the face of the invasion of the Scarlet Fog monsters. As for the reward, that's up to you." Zhou smiled. He was not looking forward to the so-called Empire reward. He could roughly guess from the name of the Time Ruins. The world they were in now was probably a mystic realm similar to a dungeon formed by replicating a certain period of time in the past. The elves in front of him had probably died some time during the past. Zhou naturally did not expect them to contact the Elven Empire and even repay him for saving their lives. After hearing his words, Eve was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "The tradition of our elf empire is that we can't be stingy with helping our friends and benefactors. Please accept our rewards." Her face was rather sacred and solemn. It was obvious that she valued this so-called empire tradition very much. Zhou was taken aback for a moment before nodding helplessly. He had yet to hear any mission notification about the so-called reward, so obviously, there would not be any actual reward. "Lord of the human race, what are your plans next?" Nadia asked curiously. "I'll clean up all the attacking Fire Demon Fog Wolves first. Then I'll protect you until you're completely out of danger. We should be out of here by then." Zhou replied. "Aren't you going to stay? Let us entertain you too." Eve could not help but ask. "We have things to do. Are there any other survivors here?" Zhou shook his head and asked again. "No one else. All elven subjects of Undertown, except us, have perished." Eve and Nadia's eyes darkened. "It's all my fault. If only I had led the team out later to clear the fog monsters born around us, then we'll still be in the town when these Fire Demon Fog Wolves come. We would have been able to deal with these Fire Demon Fog Wolves with the residents." Nadia lowered her head as tears the size of beans fell. "How can you blame yourself? The timing we head out to clear the fog monsters every day is set by the Empire. We can't go whenever we want." Eve comforted her, but Nadia still couldn't stop crying. Zhou watched this scene calmly. More than an hour later. "Zhou, who was chatting with the elves, suddenly saw a notification appear in front of him. Prompt. Time Mission 1, elimination of the enemy has been completed. Prompt. Time Mission 2, protection of the ally has been completed. The gift of time has been distributed. The 13 elven elemental archers are ready in the gate of summoning in your territory. You can summon them at any time when you return to the High Continent. Jojo was a little surprised. He thought about it carefully and understood. Perhaps it was because all the fire demon fog wolves had been dealt with by Bai Yi and the others that the Time Ruins judged that no more enemy could threaten the 13 elves, so it determined that he had completed the time mission too. This was a pleasant surprise. He had thought that he had to protect them until the last moment. This saved him a lot of trouble. He waited for some time before he saw Bai Yi and the others return with all the soldiers. They had found a water source from somewhere and had already extinguished the flames on the surface of the fire demon fog wolves' corpses, so they could bring them all back on carriages. Where's Nazario? Jojo asked when he saw that Nazario had not returned. His Highness Nazario seems to have discovered something special. It flew away alone after helping us deal with all the fire demon fog wolves. Bai Yi said respectfully. Jojo was stunned, then he became curious. However, he did not think too much about it and began to retrieve the loot of these corpses. 15 minutes later. Jojo, who was extracting the 356th corpse, suddenly saw a line of kill notifications. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the flame demon fog wolf lord, Scarlet Lord, Madman. Promotion energy plus 800. Loots condensed. Prompt. Time Mission 3, Counterattack, Hidden Mission, has been completed. The gift of time has been distributed. The Hero Inheritance Secret Manual has been materialized in your spatial equipment. Jojo. He looked a little confused. His pet had completed the hidden mission when he still had no idea about it. Chapter 55, 55 Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Diamond Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. 55 Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Diamond Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Jojo could not help but open the mission interface. He looked at Time Mission 3. Time Mission 3, Counterattack, completed. Mission description, launch the final counterattack and eliminate the fire demon fog wolf lord, madmen hiding in the dark to avenge the dead residents of Undertown. Mission objective, fire demon fog wolf lord, madman, 1 out of 1. Gift of time, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, issued. Prompt, this mission is a hidden mission. It is unique. After completing this mission, the relevant mission content and mission target will disappear from the Time Ruins. Jojo smacked his lips. The completion of this mission was really effortless. Then, he looked at it in his spatial ring for a while and quickly found the gift of time, the secret Hero Inheritance Manual. It was a thick purple book. It depicted an elf burning in flames. Jojo took a look and he could not help but look at Nadia, who was beside Eve. Why does Nadia look exactly the same as this wood elf? Coincidence. He didn't think too much about it and looked at the book carefully. The treasure information appeared. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure ability, after using it, you can obtain the Blood Fire Arrow Elf, Nadia's Hero Inheritance. Introduction, feel endless fear in the rain of arrows filled with blood and fire, Blood Fire Arrow Elf, Nadia. Novice Lord hint, heroes, a higher level race that transcends the military. They have a higher level fate level recognized by the Supreme Will. They can even leave their own mark of fate in the river of time, allowing specific living beings to chase after the mark and revive. No hero can be replicated. There's no concrete trace of their birth, but most of them have either legends or complicated lives. It's not any easier for higher level races to give birth to heroes. Lower level races can also have many heroes. They're the true treasure of the race, enough to be sung by countless living beings and eras. Is a hero actually that powerful? Jojo was shocked. Then, he looked at Nadia again. Nadia felt Jojo's straightforward gaze and could not help but turn her head shyly. Jojo was also puzzled. That's not right. He still remembered how Nadia looked when she cried just now. She looked like a child who had yet to grow up. How could she become a hero like this? The only possibility of the other party becoming a hero was probably that the other party's aptitude and combat strength were relatively high. This was what he knew when he was chatting with these elves just now. It was also because of this that Nadia became the captain of her town's guardian team at the youngest age in the team. He thought for a while but still could not understand. He decided not to think about it and began to think about another problem. Who would he give this hero inheritance secret manual to? Zhou immediately thought of Bai Yi. Bai Yi had followed him the longest and made the most contributions. She was also dead loyal to him. Moreover, she was an archer and a poison crossbowman. It could be said that she was the most suitable candidate to use this hero inheritance secret manual. But Zhou wanted to use it too. This was a treasure that could increase the level of his life form. Which lord wouldn't want to use it? Of course, Zhou himself would be tempted. Even though Zhou was a lord, he had heard of the theory that mighty power belonged to him. However, after hesitating for a long time, Zhou still decided to let Bai Yi use it. It was because of the same old reason. He was a lord and did not need to personally go on the battlefield. It would be a waste if he used this secret hero inheritance manual. The second reason was that this secret hero inheritance manual was only at the extraordinary tier advanced grade. If Zhou could, he would rather use a higher level hero inheritance secret manual. It would shortchange himself and limit his growth if he used this in a hurry now and he could not advance in the future. No plan for the future, no command for the present. Zhou also had to consider his future. After thinking this through, he put the secret hero inheritance manual back into his spatial ring. Then, he continued to extract the loot from these corpses. During this period, Nazario had also returned with the corpse of the fire demon Fog Wolf Lord. Zhou was not in a hurry and asked them to put the corpse aside. Then, he continued to extract the loot from the corpses of these fire demon Fog Wolves. More than an hour later, all the monster corpses had been extracted. There were 878 of them. Among them were 752 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, 64 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, 55 Elite Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, and 7 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Leaders. He obtained a total of 2,200 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 14 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores. 121 sets of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Fire Demon Fog Wolf sets. 10 sets of Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Fire Demon Fog Wolf sets. 9 sets of Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Flame Demon Fog Wolf sets. 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Fire Demon Fog Wolf set. 32 duplicate sets. And finally, 133 Elemental Archer Recruitment Books. Zhou put them all into his spatial ring and prepared to use them when he returned to reality. Then, he went to the Flame Demon Fog Wolf's corpse and prepared to touch it. However, when he saw the drop rate of the loots in its corpse, he was instantly stunned. Item name, Flame Demon Fog Wolf Lord, Madman's Corpse. Item level, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, a special life form in the Time Ruins. Its main body is a fog monster in the High Continent. It was later replicated here by the power of time. Prompt, in the Time Ruins, the monster corpses can be preserved until the Time Ruins reset. Loots drop rate, 8 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 8 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Fire Demon Wolf King Fury set, drop rate, 25%, 10 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Elemental Archer Recruitment Books, drop rate, 0. 1%, 1 Diamond Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%. Zhou took a look. He thought that he had seen wrongly and blinked hard again. Then, he took another look. The message remained unchanged. He did not see wrongly. It was really a Diamond Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. After confirming, Zhou's body trembled with excitement. A Diamond Tier Lord Talent. It could not compare to his Legendary Tier Lord Talent and was also inferior to the Epic Tier Lord Talents of the Dragon Lady Lord and the Undead Lord. However, lords with Diamond Tier Lord Talents were good enough to be pursued and be called big shots by the billions of Cerulean planet lords. The talents he had always obtained were Black Iron Tier, Green Bronze Tier, and White Silver Tier. He did not expect that the first higher level Lord talent he obtained was not from the corpse of the Scarlet Lord in the main world, but from the Time Ruins. Zhou felt like he was in a dream. Compared to the Diamond Tier Lord talent, The fact that Nazario had killed a white silver tier advanced grade Scarlet Lord with his white silver tier elementary grade strength did not seem very eye-catching. Jojo quickly came back to his senses and began to retrieve the loot. A golden notification appeared. "Do you want to retrieve the loot?" "Yes," he said immediately. The next second, a text notification appeared. "Lord Talent hint, you have obtained the following loots: 8 mist cores, white silver tier, 8 origin crystals, 1 set of the Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury set, white silver tier advanced grade, 10 elemental archer recruitment books, white silver tier advanced grade, 1 Scarlet Lord Talent. Sphere, diamond tier." Chapter 56, 56 Diamond Tier Lord Talent, Peace and Prosperity. 56 Diamond Tier Lord Talent, Peace and Prosperity. Whoosh. All the loot dropped. There was naturally no need to mention anything further about the white silver tier mist cores, origin crystals, and the elemental archer recruitment books. Jojo first looked at the Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury set. Set name, Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury set. Set grade, white silver tier advanced grade. Set attributes: 1, toughness, reduces 90% of the physical damage of white silver tier weapons and some yellow gold tier weapons to the wearer. Weapons below yellow gold tier cannot be pierced into the wearer's body. Set attribute 2, fire resistance, ignores external fire damage from gold tier elementary grade attacks and below. Set feature 3, Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury, activates the bloodline power in the set, causing the wearer to enter the Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury state for 30 minutes. In the state of the Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury, the wearer will enter an extremely calm combat state. In the state of the Fire Demon Wolf King, your defense plus 300%, strength plus 300%, speed plus 300%, nerve reaction plus 300%, pain minus 100%, fear minus 100%. After the Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury state ends, it can be activated again after 30 minutes. Prompt: the percentage bonus will reach the maximum value when someone of Black Iron tier elementary grade wears it. The stronger the wearer is, the lower the equipment bonus. Current set completeness, June 6th. Introduction: You've angered me. Jojo raised his eyebrows. Not only would this set of Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury set increase his attributes greatly, it could also allow him to completely ignore fear and pain. Moreover, there were no side effects after using it. Another key point was that the cooldown was only for 30 minutes before he could enter the Fire Demon Wolf King's Fury state again. This attribute was 2 to 3 times better than the previous set attributes. The only regret Jojo had was that the usage requirement for this set was that the wearer had to be of white silver tier advanced grade. No one in his territory could use it yet. He could only put it in his spatial ring for the time being and wait for a white silver tier advanced grade expert to appear in his territory to use it. Then, Jojo looked at the last loot. The Diamond Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Jojo read its information. It wasn't a surprise that he would only be able to know what kind of Lord Talent was in this talent sphere by purifying it first. Jojo looked at Nadia and the other 12 elves behind him. He considered for a moment but did not start the purification in front of them. Even though neither party would recognize the other the next time they met, and they could be a whole new set of people, there would always be traces of everything one did. Jojo still felt that it was better to be careful. "We're leaving." He put away the loot and said to Nadia and the others. "Already?" The 13 Wood Elves were stunned. "We have important things to do." The Wood Elves looked at each other and could only accept this fact. Jojo did not waste any time. He muttered to himself to return. In the blink of an eye, Jojo, Nazario, and the 99 subjects he brought all disappeared. Only the shocked and confused Wood Elves were left at a loss. Jojo stood in a world of rainbow light and carefully sized up his surroundings. Nazario and the other soldiers were gone. He seemed to be the only one left in this huge world. "Where am I?" Jojo was surprised. At this moment, an illusory scene appeared in front of him. In the ruins of an town that was burning in flames. Eve pounced straight at the pack of fire demon fog wolves chasing after them after pushing Nadia away. Then, she was quickly devoured by these fog monsters. The Wood Elves were extremely sad. However, they still had to continue escaping in order to survive. In the time that followed, Nadia and the others resisted the pursuers behind them as they fled. However, the elves still died one after another in front of Nadia. Their last words before death were mostly similar. Little Nadia, live on. Captain, this is the last time I'll be able to call you that. You have to escape from here. Actually, even though you're the captain, we've always treated you as a little sister. Little sister, you have to live. All the wood elves let Nadia live. However, there were too many fire demon fog wolves. She was still surrounded in the end. At the last moment before the wolves pounced on her, extreme sorrow and hatred turned into scorching flames that burned her wood elf body. Her emerald green hair transformed into fiery red hair, and the blood tears at the corners of her eyes turned into scarlet flames. At this moment, the flames were no longer opposing her. Instead, it created Nadia's nirvana into a higher existence. A hero. To be precise, her hero title should be Nadia, the Blood Fire Arrow Elf. The immaturity and innocence of a young girl no longer appeared on her face. There was only endless confusion and sadness. She looked at the fire demon fog wolves pouncing at her, and her expression instantly turned cold. The next second, boom. Her life force burned in her body, turning into the most dazzling light before death. She drew the bowstring. Bang. The bow was like a thunderbolt. Thousands of blood fire spiritual arrows were instantly released from her arrowless bow. It was as if blood-red rain had fallen. In an instant, all the fire demon fog wolves died in the ruins of this town. Nadia has avenged you. She drew her last breath after this last whisper. The last scene of the illusory scene was that of the Elven Empire sending an envoy to investigate. In the end, they only saw the skeleton of an elf still drawing her bow in the middle of all the corpses. Reality. In front of the time ruins. A seven-colored light suddenly lit up from the door of the time ruins. The light dissipated a moment later. Jojo and the others had already stepped on the ground of Blazing Sun City again. At this moment, Jojo, who was the Lord, was still in a daze. The scene he had just seen was deeply engraved in his memory. The surrounding soldiers did not dare to move since their Lord did not give any orders. Did you see anything just now? Jojo asked Bai Yi, who was beside him after he came back to his senses. No, Bai Yi looked confused. Jojo asked the other soldiers and Nazario. They also expressed that they did not see anything and were directly teleported out. Jojo fell into deep thought. It seems like I am the only one who saw the true history. Is it because I'm the owner of this time ruins? He didn't think too much about it. Rest for an hour. In an hour, we'll enter the time ruins again, he said to the soldiers. There was still a reset of the time ruins today, so he naturally could not waste it. Moreover, he wanted to go in and take another look. Yes. Bai Yi and the other soldiers said respectfully. Jojo nodded. He did not summon his elemental archer elf. Instead, he returned to his lord's courtyard. In the living room, Jojo sat on the chair, still thinking about the illusory scene he had seen in the time ruins. That should be what really happened. The secret hero inheritance manual is really Nadia's hero inheritance. So she advanced to a hero after such an experience. Jojo sighed. Such drastic changes in life would indeed allow one to grow quickly. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he took out the Diamond Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Jojo willed. A line of text appeared. Do you want to purify it? Yes, he said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord Talent Ball. After the golden light disappeared, the blood-colored light on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere had already disappeared. At the same time, its message has also changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere, Peace and Prosperity. Treasure grade, Diamond Tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will possess the Diamond Tier Lord Talent, Peace and Prosperity. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a Diamond Tier Lord Talent. Peace and Prosperity. It looks a little like the Territory Folk Custom Lord Talent mentioned on the World Channel. Jojo thought. Territory Folk Customs type was a big category amongst numerous Lord Talents. He had seen many lords mention that they had a Territory Folk Customs type Lord Talent on the World Channel. For example, Courageous and Ruthless, that could increase the combat strength of his subjects, Frugal Home, that could increase the wealth of his subjects, Wealthy World, that could make it easier for the residents of the territory to change their professions to merchants. These were all the territory folk customs type. He did not think too much about it and used it directly. The text notification appeared again. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent sphere, Diamond Tier? Yes. Jojo said. The next second, this Diamond Tier Lord Talent sphere immediately turned into countless diamond-colored light spots and surged into his glabella. Jojo closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Black Iron Tier, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond Tier.